Peace and blessings, peace and blessings. What's up, Terry King? In the building, Raw Truth. Hey, Queen. Peace and blessings, everybody. Peace and blessings. I'm gonna go ahead and show the video so that way everybody will know that we doing the video today, okay, y'all? How y'all doing today? I know that a lot has been going on in these YouTube streets, and we're gonna talk about it. We're gonna get some discussions going today. I haven't been too far away. Oh, y'all, shout out to Queen Jamie. She went live on YouTube. If you guys missed it, I shared it on my timeline. Please, y'all, go support the Queen. It was a very wonderful discussion. Everybody, please go support, go show your love to it's time for everybody to start seeing some uplifting, encouragement, enlightening videos and discussions. It's been a lot of chaos and drama, but everybody just show your love to some things that can give you some positive and some great influence in your life, help with your mental things in that sort, and making changes. Let's do that, because the things that's been going on it in the world, I mean, it's chaos everywhere, y'all. Eddie Murphy and Tyler Perry beefing crazy. You would never expect it. I mean, then you got the situation with P. Diddy. Everybody knows about these updates, right? About, him having separate phone calls on different people call logs and things like that. Still trying to get bond and everything of the sort, with all the chaos he has going on, the rumors about the celebrities, and Stevie J seems to be the only one that wants to speak up for him right now. What's going on with that. Cancer, hey Queen. Kev, what's up, bro? oh, I'm dropping the link. I'm dropping the link right now, bro. I'm dropping the link. And everything that's been going on with Brianna and Janelle. I know y'all been seeing it. It's been a lot going on. And y'all, we here to talk about it, but we definitely gonna have to get into it. Angie Queen, shout out to you. Thank you for coming through, mama. We definitely have to get into it, because y'all, I know a lot of people may not have seen it, but Jeannie went live, and she had the discussion about, man, you so funny, and Callie, he seemed very upset about the situation with Maine because it was tied to his name, quote unquote. So yeah, with all the things, and I'm happy that they set him straight, right, and let him know where it was a lot of things that you did that we didn't correct and that we didn't say anything about, and we tried to move around on. So let's just be real, right? Yeah. I hope that link dropped. Yeah, it did drop. So if anybody wants to come up, Kev, if you want to come up, bro, we can have this discussion. We can do this, okay? We can lay it all out on the table. We can have it. We can get it started. Because I really want to go back and do this video, this review, because I promised it to the people, right? And I never got around to doing it again, and I feel so ashamed about it. Y'all, please forgive me. But it's definitely time to tap in, turn up on this stuff real quick, and get some more stuff cleared, because we're not going to keep going with all this bull that they've been spreading around, this narrative. But you see how things come around, right? You see how things turn around, where you can try to cover up something for somebody, you could try to defend something for somebody, and then no matter what, because they don't have a changed mindset, they don't have a changed behavior, that thing comes back around tenfold. told over and over and over and over. And guess what? Before they get tired of being who they are, you'll get tired of trying to defend they bullshit. Okay? Hello. Somebody talk to me. But y'all, this video right here, this is a discussion. Aboriginal Power did an interview with Chief Cali about the accusations that Chief Cali placed out here about Kevin, right? And I love doing Aboriginals interview because Chief Cali, he's given this testimony numerous of times, but I love going back to Aboriginal Powers video discussion because you get to see some more of the breakdown and the pausing and the question. Some things come to your mind and it's like, okay, wow, but basically in the beginning of this entire discussion, he basically lays it out on the floor that none of it was real. It never even happened. He was high. But I'm gonna let y'all hear it. I'm gonna let the people in the back hear it. So, even though they didn't want to acknowledge it, it's letting me know since that discussion on Jeannie's channel that they knew about it. They just wanted to ignore it. So we're gonna bring it back. We're gonna bring it back for them. We're gonna remix it, okay? Because it's time. Let me go to it right now.
We'll see if we can get them to come back on. Uh-oh. Yeah, man, this is going to be interesting. Maybe we can get Kevin Wesley on here as well. Some of you guys tag him as well. Let's hash this thing out once and for all. Leave it where it's at. With the hood journalist, man. Your brother, you watching BAP News, man, the Wake and Bake Show. Oh, man. So y'all couldn't hear him. All right, I get it. Hey, man, we got a few people in the building. We got 192, man. I need y'all to share the live stream on all your social media outlets. Y'all know the vibes, man. Subscribe. Tell a friend to tell a friend to subscribe.
As a matter of fact, what I do, y'all? Y'all go subscribe to Aboriginal Powers channel, you guys. He speaks about a lot of discussions and things of the sort, and politics. Shout out to my music that I play, back in that time frame or whatnot. But here we go. Let me see where we at. Statement, if anybody else wants to. So yes, that's what's happening.
So let's just get a few basic things clear before we move on, because I've heard some things on both sides, and let's see if we can come to some basics with what's going on. You was invited.
Hey, hold on. Did you get the video of that nigga waving the white flag on me, nigga?
No, I ain't get that. You gonna have to send that to me
I sent you the video. Like, this nigga, he won't be off his nigga, like, that nigga waving the motherfucking white flag, nigga. He don't want me on. Yeah, I brought everybody out. Everybody came out.
I got you, Kev. Now, in this part, Cali talking about he brought everybody out. Yo, his story don't get nowhere. It doesn't get too far at all. Most of the people that even pay it any mind, they just want to try to have something to speak out against this family, against Kevin and his siblings, and try to make everything seem harsh, or whatever the case is. They want to paint a picture however they want to do it, but the story makes no sense. And truth be told, we all know that they laughing at him because this is just crazy. It don't make no sense at all, but we're gonna let it go. We're gonna let it flow.
We're here to talk about it today. So
what you want to know?
All right, let's start at the beginning. Can we start kind of at some beginning basis? Before all the issue between you guys actually had a good rapport.
Right.
Correct?
Yeah, man. Like, I really respected that nigga, right? Just on the level of I was just coming into my awakening. I was really questioning religion at this time. And if y'all remember, this is during the time when that.
Yes, he ruled. He chief. Okay, so of course, everybody know how it all started. I've been meaning to review this myself. This video really exposes him. It does, Kev, and I'm gonna break it down in this video as well. He talks about how, you know, he was questioning religion and everything. His parents are very religious. I think that they're in the Christian religion practice. I think it's his father that is actually a pastor, and they even had a discussion one time with his father. Chief Cali does not represent his upbringing well. From the discussion that you could see with his father, Chief Cali is definitely not giving them the light of the parenting that they did for him, which is unfortunate, but it's the truth. So we're gonna definitely get into it. Steve Cali has been, he over the years he has said a lot of different things towards Kevin about this mushroom ceremony night. To me, sometimes I feel like when it's being acknowledged or stated, there's contradiction and retractment in the statements. You get what I'm saying? But we got to realize, you know, with this experience, you know, it has taken an effect, and I think that me personally, I feel like there's a lack of accountability of what the damage is caused. And not only that, but when moments of him being upset or if somebody brings it up, he'll say things like, yeah, like hyping it, you know. But if it wasn't sexual assault, then why was it, you know, you're grooming? And you know, if he's not gay, if you're saying that they never did anything gay around you, then why is it all of these taunts with gay jokes and gay names? You know, I haven't got to the scanning subject quite yet, but I'm definitely gonna take a dig in it. Hey sis, thank you. I feel completely the same way, y'all. I wish I could find the time. I should have did a timestamp, but I really feel the same way right now to this day. He said so many things contradicting. You know what I'm saying? You try to make it seem as if Kevin was so capable of causing you so much harm in this ceremony, but most of y'all time of knowing each other, according to Chief Cali, you know, you were more tougher, gangster, you had to protect him and all this and that. So where was this, how did he come about this courage to try to what I want to say, sacrifice you to the Illuminati? Like, come on, let's be real, bro. Coming through. I know that we supposed to do some content together, and I trust me, I definitely got it in the making. I went ahead and did this, you know, just so we can get some more, we can get the ball to continue to roll a little bit, you know, just so we can get more clarity on everything. And that's what I'm doing this for. But if, you know, if these statements aren't true, then why do we have, I love the fact that Aboriginal Power, when he asked the questions and things like that in the interview, he didn't give any favoritism. He wanted to get details, he wanted to get clarity. Shout out to this brother. He asked honest questions that, you know, one would probably want to know, right?
So when he told me he had, so I guess he said Dwight Howard had hit him. All right, well, I'm gonna say the basketball player. I don't even want to say that nigga name because I don't know. These niggas be on legally and shit. But so the basketball player, he had hit me up and was like, yo, you know, man, guess who hit me up? The basketball player. Woo, woo, woo. Now at this time, the nigga was he had a bad ass toothache. He had a bad ass toothache at this time. So, you know, the nigga had hit me and was like, man, me and the dude been talking and shit, and he said he gonna, you know, he got his own personal dentist and shit, you know what I'm saying? And he'll bring me out, you know, so I can see his dentist and shit. So I guess, you know, the White was playing the basketball player. He was supposed to have been like this real Christian-y nigga in the league. You know what I'm saying?
So who had a toothache? My bad. Who had a toothache at this point?
The rapping genie nigga, too. The nigga on the
Tootie.
screen. Yeah.
Okay,
Tootie.
okay. Mr. Wesley. All right. He had a toothache. All right. And
yeah, so he telling me this over the phone. Like telling me this, like, yo, I met this nigga. Well, I guess they had talked a few times, and the nigga told him he had his own personal dentist and he could bring him out, So basically what he was telling me was the nigga was intrigued by him because of the whole religion thing. Because the white was supposed to have been, in the league. If you go look back on his history, when he was in the league, he was supposed to be this Christian-y guy, this holier than thou basketball player. So, when he met that nigga supposedly had been waking him up from religion. Remember, I said that nigga was very viral at that point.
Right. So he kind of started changing and altering his understanding as they built the bond, right? Exactly. Okay, cool. So let's fast.
And like he did a lot of us. You feel what I'm saying?
Right. Obviously, he got a huge following. He got a huge following.
He had a huge following. Facts. So he there's a lot of celebrities and stuff that, woke up to that nigga too. So that's how me and the nigga linked up.
Okay, so let's get into some of the more.
And come to find out, truth of the matter is, you linked up with Kev because you was in the DM. You came through the DM. Okay, that's how you linked up with Kevin. So let's talk about that. You want to talk about being fruity. You want to talk about being homosexual and questioning things like that. You're a grown man in another grown man's DM. Let's talk about that. Why ain't nobody asked that question? Like, what was wrong with you?
More controversial part of this conversation. Fast forward to the night that you was, and I'm going according to what you said in your video. You was invited out to the ritual by Kevin Wesley at Dwight Howard's mansion.
Right.
Now, already before, Callie had stated that he had already been over, numerous of times. He's brung out his family. I think he might even elaborate in this interview as well that he had brung out his family with him. They were out numerous of times. So the invite to come to this ceremony was just a particular invite for a party. So he's been out here multiple times, according to what he stated before, right? And also, I want to add to what my past self said. It was Callie that wanted this to happen. He was the one that asked about it because he wanted to try mushrooms. He wanted to do it. So they went ahead and did it for him. This is something that he asked for them to do. So you ask somebody to do it, and then you turn around and you blow it up in their face as if somebody was trying to convince you or make you do something that you didn't want to do. No, you were the one that wanted this done. You wanted to try the shrooms because you never tried it before, and your reasoning was because you wanted to have a spiritual experience. That was your reasoning. So it's not like it was a new thing for him to come out to Dwight Howard's home.
Right.
On what you mean.
And yes, brother Kevin, he still is a life coach, most definitely. Kevin said, notice how he leaves the part out. A lot of celebs were hitting me up in my DMs. Right, Kev. Benny, thank you for coming through, bro. He did have a spiritual experience, but it was yes. And Kevin still is a life coach. Still, currently, present.
By ritual.
Yeah, so
not ritual, excuse me. Ceremony. Ceremony.
Yeah, so here's the thing, that wasn't my first time out there at the White House. You feel me? That wasn't my first time out there. My family, our families was going out there a lot. Our kids was playing with each other and going out. So
hey, brother Divinely, thank you for coming through. I really appreciate. So y'all notice he said their families were going out. So you knew these people, you hung around these people, and all of a sudden, out of nowhere, or you didn't know them, Let's just be real. Now, this is according to what Chief Cali has stated. He stated that he knew them. He stated that his family was out there. These are all his statements. Appreciate it. All the love, you guys. Thank y'all for coming through.
That was what my prayer. You know, we would sit out there and they would smoke or whatever, you know what I'm saying? But we would have dope ass conversations. Now, if y'all remember,
now, I think I just went over it just a second. He said, you know, how he brought his family over. I think I want to let me go back just a little bit and let's play it.
To what you said in your video, you was invited out to the ritual by Kevin Wesley at Dwight Howard's mansion.
Right.
Can you elaborate on what you mean by ritual?
Yeah, so
not ritual, excuse me, ceremony. Ceremony.
Yeah, so here's the thing, that wasn't my first time out there at Dwight's house. You feel me? That wasn't my first time out there. My family, like our families was going out there a lot. Our kids was playing with each other and going out. So that wasn't my first time out there. So when
so now it leaves a question, like, you know, he stated in the last video, he asked Kevin, why are all these kids here? I can understand his kids probably weren't there for that specific time, right? But if your kids were there, then it's obvious that other people's children were there. The White's children was there. It was a normal thing to have children there, right? Okay.
When we would go out there, we would sit out there and they would smoke or whatever, you know what I'm saying? But we would have dope ass conversations. Now, if y'all remember, if y'all pay attention and remember,
can you kind of paint the picture for us, just for the viewers that may be thinking weird shit? It was a regular dude conversation. Y'all smoking, chilling.
It was regular family and friends conversation.
Okay.
It wasn't just never just dudes, nigga. My homeboys done been out there. My family done been out there. Man, I know his family. His family is right here in Riverdale, my nigga. Like his mama, his cousins, them, they right here in Riverdale. So I know his family. Like I can hit his cousin up right now. You feel what I'm saying?
So he's identifying how much of Kevin's family and that he knows. And my question would be, if you know his family, you know all of his, if you know so much about him, why is it that you would feel like he would do something so dangerous? Like that brings a concern to me. You know what I'm saying? Because if he was gonna do something to you, and you had the opportunity, you would have been able to press charges. You would have been able, he would have been able to get in a lot of trouble, right? So my question would be, why would he introduce you to his family and close friends if he had the intent to do something to you at his friend's house? It's just it's a question that just pops up in mind,
You know what I'm saying? So I ain't never.
No, Kev, I see your message. I think in this video, I corrected it too. I don't know if I corrected it here or another video, but yeah, he was saying that he knew Dwight Howard's family, and of course he's lying. That was a lie as well. But trying to go with what he was stating in his own statements, at that time. But in clarity, you guys, Callie was talking about Dwight's family, saying that he knew Dwight's family, but also, to be corrected on that, he doesn't know Dwight's family. He's lying. No, sis, sorry, he's saying he knows Dwight's family because Dwight's from Georgia. No, he doesn't know Dwight's family at all. Callie not even from Georgia. What? Callie from Ohio?
Give me a reason to, hey, what you do is what you do in your life, my nigga. You get what I'm saying? Like, even like I told that nigga Kev, like, nigga, if that's some shit you was on, bro, That's your life, my nigga. That ain't mine. Just as long as you don't ever cross my line with that shit, nigga, I wouldn't stop being your friend, my nigga. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't stop being.
You told the brother Kevin this?
Yeah. Like, but no, what I'm telling him is I'm telling him this about even Dwight. You feel what I'm saying?
Okay.
I seen TV. I seen the tranny act, all that. You feel what I'm saying? But this your homeboy, right? This your homeboy. You my homeboy. Okay.
All of a sudden, this Kevin homeboy. But you know Dwight's family, right? So when is it you become his homeboy? You know the family, you know the children, all this and that. You know everything about him. But all of a sudden, this Kevin's people, this Kevin homeboy, make sense, Callie.
Cool, nigga. And when dude is very cool. And to this day, dude has never ever tried nothing funny with me. He ain't never did nothing out of pocket to me. Now, has he said some shit that kind of raised me and my niggas' eyebrows one night? He definitely did, but he ain't say it to us.
So he never did anything. He never tried anything. He never said anything towards Callie. Not one time. You get what I'm saying? So it would make me want to question, okay, so why this night? What about this night? That they would do something Illuminati-like or ritual-like in this instance, and they never gave you a reason to think that they would do anything to you ever before, So, let's think about this.
Can we get what was eye raising to you, brother? Just for clarity's sake. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we had this, we had this little this little walkway that we always we would always sit at, so they smoke, they talk, play the music, whatever, you know what I'm saying? Now, this is when Kev was going real hard at religion, you know what I'm saying? And he was trying to get Dwight to back him up, you know what I'm saying? So one night we standing out there on that walkway. All right, so let me rewind real quick, right? So I can get you to this point. All right, so this nigga used to, every time I get around this nigga, he was a broke nigga. And he always complained about money. He always, and we talking about too, the nigga always complained about money. Man, Callie, I need some money, man. I'm trying to figure out how to get this money. Then he used to always tell me, the basketball player, nigga.
You know what I noticed? When he brought up the statement, he said that Kevin always complained about money. You know what I noticed? It's a lot of content creators who like to point out how many views you may get, how many followers you may have. They like to compare and everything like that. To me, it leaves a question like, and I've been saying this statement before. It gives off pocket watching. You get what I'm saying? Like, why is there a comparison all the time as far as views and things like that can come and go? Members, all of these things. Like, you guys, money is always in constant rotation. We don't have to fight for it. Everybody has room to eat, right? So, that I wanted to make that statement when he was saying Kevin was always crying about money. You get what I'm saying? But now that he's not crying about money, it's well, you're losing views and all this and that, you're falling off. And it's like, well, when he was down, it didn't seem like that was good enough either, right? And not only that, let me add to that. All the pocket watching. You around this man, or he complaining about money. He don't have money. He broke and all this and that. He was using the people money for whatever, and everything like that. But soon as he starts working and getting money, you start to get in your feelings. Oh, Oh, he not talking about money no more, and he got this car, and he got this going on, and he got that going on. What, you were constantly pocket watching this man when he ain't even have nothing, and then you turn around as soon as he start to get a little something, you pocket watching that. Now that Kevin has become successful, and he has his family in a nice home, and every financial stability is evident, you still pocket watching. You still got a problem. That's something wrong with you. Why are you worried about somebody else's pockets? What is it doing for you? What is it doing for you? And so you create so many stories to try to make it seem like he did so many things in order to get that money, when truth be told, he was just doing what he set out to do and being honest, just like he was being honest with you. He met you in his inbox. In his inbox. I'm sorry, y'all. I had to vent, but I can't stand a pocket watcher. Always watching something. Always paying attention to what somebody else getting. See, it's this saying that's always clear. Stop looking at somebody else's garden. Stop looking at somebody else's garden. And you're not watering your own flowers. You seeing what they got going on, and it look good to you because you're not in that garden. You don't know what the work they put in. You don't know what it takes for them to have those things. You don't even know if they actually have those things. But because you see it from over there across the fence in your yard, and you think it's better than what you have. And the reason why it's better than what you have is because you've been spending too much time watching them when you should have been watching yourself. You should have been watching your own garden. Then maybe you would have more to get to. Because see, what I can't stand is people who want to tell you something about something and how to do something and caring about the community, but they have nothing to show for it, except for the fact that they want to complain about somebody else being successful in their own life. That's problematic to me. You feel what I'm talking about?
Kept telling him he got this life-changing money.
Hold on real quick. Shout out to you for coming through, Queen. Lacey in the building. Shout out to the Queen, y'all. Kevin Wesley said, yo, wait, he just said it. What he said? Kevin said, keep in mind this interview is 3 years later, and he said till this day he has never did anything out of the way. Right. He said you never did anything out of the way. Dwight never did anything out of the way. But all of a sudden, and one night, they just gonna just jump on you and do all these crazy outlandish things. You get what I'm saying? Like, what is that? Like, why are we even playing this game?
You feel what I'm saying? That he could give him. You know what I'm saying? But he always came back and complained and said, man, something always come up to where he don't never give me the money. So one night I just asked that nigga, we was in the car, and I asked that nigga, I said, hey, my nigga, because I know the allegations on this nigga, right? I watch TV. So I asked the nigga, I said, hey, my nigga.
And this is before the actual ceremony that you was.
Yes.
Before.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So I asked the nigga, I said, hey, my nigga.
I think I might look into some of the accusations toward the White so I can get a perfect timing just to see if things possibly line up with what Chief Cali is stating right here. And not only that, everybody please be mindful with television as well. Sometimes the information that we receive off TV isn't necessarily facts. A lot of it can be, but you always want to be mindful and just question your source. Look for yourself in different and I'm happy that I stated this because I've come to realize it was throughout the years of these accusations, it was a number of platforms that came on to these accusations about Kevin Wesley. And you know what baffled me is a lot of them didn't even know where the source came from, where this information ultimately came from. And it came from the mouth of Chief Cali. And a lot of people didn't even know that. And that's the unfortunate truth about people who hold on to things that they hear and don't necessarily do their research. It's called journalism. So when you get on your panel and you're speaking to people and you're not giving them the truth, that means that you are a liar. And your information, you as a source, you're not reliable, you're not credible, because you're taking information from someone and you didn't even listen to the initial dialogue to understand whether it made sense or not. You just ran with something. Why? Because everybody's in the mood of knocking someone down. And that's basically what's happening with this family. This is what's happening with Kevin, because he becomes financially stable. He becomes in a successful light. All of a sudden, you find anything you can to try to tear it down or make it as a reason as to how he got there, because getting there isn't something that's necessarily possible in your sight and your understanding, because you're not there. But see, when you place yourself in these shoes and understand that if it were me, I would want somebody to understand that I got here the right way with my intent, and not because of some a lot of spiritual and Illuminati and sacrifice and rituals and all of this. And I'm not saying that those things don't exist. Don't get it twisted. But what I am saying is you have to be mindful that because every scenario is not that. And this one is definitely not that. And that's where a lot of people messed up at. And so now recently, when Chief Cali was on Jeannie's panel, they wanted to relate this to what Puff Daddy has going on. No, you can't relate this to what Puff Daddy's going on, because Kevin's not Puff Daddy. And you can't relate this to Polite, because Kevin's not Polite. You can't relate this to everyone who's become successful in their own ventures. It's not possible for everyone. It's not truth for everyone. Okay, there's nothing wrong with having concerns or questions, but when you do it, you honestly need to look into it and pay attention and see if it makes sense. And if it doesn't make sense, then it's not. You can't make a chicken a goose. You just can't. Searches and things like that. Gain your own opinion.
You don't think this nigga be like, he definitely got the money he said he could give you, but he keep pulling back on that money, man. You don't think you willing to do for that money, my nigga? Like, how you don't think? He was like, I kind of thought about that shit, but nah, he wouldn't do that, man. We too cool. And I left it at that. I said, all right, my nigga. All right.
So you thought he was going to be on some trying to do something strange for some change. That's what you pretty much hinting towards.
Man, that's what I started getting.
Now, notice this. If that is what you got way before this ceremony even occurred, that means the moment of that ceremony, you were thinking that you were going to have to do it and you were going to accept it. You were going to do it, Chief Cali. You really was going to be able and willing to turn it in for some money, huh? Is that what you're saying? And that's why you want to believe that Kevin would do the same? The statement cut from a different cloth. Everybody ain't cut from the same cloth. Just because you willing to turn it up and toot it up as a man for some money, for some fame, you get what I'm saying? That doesn't mean everybody else is. And the truth of the matter is, you thought that what Kevin had going on didn't take as much work as it did until you came around to see the work that Kevin was putting in. And because you aren't mentally or physically capable of not being lazy, you didn't want to believe it to be true. You didn't want to do it. You wanted to toot it up. You wanted to lay on the couch with your feet up on another man's couch and the pillow over your face.
I started figuring this out. Like, nigga,
you guys be mindful of some people, even though they don't mean harm, you always want to be mindful of some of the things, that people may give you in response to what you're stating, because that may not be the direction that you're speaking towards when you're saying certain things. But everybody has an understanding of what is being. Shout out to the brother Kev. Shout out to the brother Kev in the building. Peace and blessings. Peace and blessings, King. How you doing?
Peace,
Can you
peace. You
hear
can hear
me?
me?
Yes.
Yeah, I can hear you. Okay, bet. Listen, I've been up here for a little bit. About a minute ago, probably on the recording, he said something, and I want you to go back to it.
Okay.
Can you go back about a minute?
About a minute. Okay, so I'm at 2:50:29, so 28. Let's see. We don't have to fight for it. Everybody has room to eat, right? So that I wanted to make that statement when he was saying Kevin was always crying about money. You get what I'm saying? But now that he's not crying about money, it's oh well, you're losing views and all this and that. You're falling off, and it's like, well, when he was down, it didn't seem like that was good enough either, right?
Right.
Yeah.
And my,
Yeah.
my,
Telling him, uh,
Uh-huh.
I was going to say, mind you, he tries to tell the scenario that I was living with Dwight for years, right?
Right.
And what he's telling original power here is when I got to know Dwight, or started working for Dwight, I stopped asking for money, which was for about a 3-month period. I worked for Dwight. If it was 3 years that I lived with Dwight, and I wasn't asking for money for 3 years, he's telling you that 3 years went by where he didn't question if I was,
Nothing.
before he said anything, and he didn't say anything until a bad shroom experience. It makes no sense. And this is
No,
what
it
I say,
doesn't.
like, you can tell what he's doing is malicious, because he tells lies about things that he really don't have to lie about, but it helps to sell his story. So if he says he lived with Dwight for 3 years, it sounds more crazy, right? He lived with Dwight for 3 years, not he worked for Dwight as a house manager for 3 months. And they twist it. So, like, just imagine this. Right now, Dwight has a house manager.
Right.
So are we to assume that Dwight is sleeping with that guy?
Right.
He has a
Right.
butler, he has security guards, he has a whole team of people around him. So it's just silly. But the part that he's about to say is he's talking about the night we were outside talking, right?
Right.
And Aboriginal Power was asking him, what is anything ever happened that made you question anything? And he goes, till this day, which is 3 years after the fact, Dwight's never did anything inappropriate towards him. So he's saying never. This never happened, is what he's saying. But yet he's up here talking all this junk about Dwight, right?
Right.
All right, but then so he says, oh, until this one time that we were there, me and my friends heard something, and it wasn't said to us. So he asked him, what was it about? Callie tells him, at this time, Kevin was really going hard on religion, and he wanted Kevin to back him about something. Now, the other day when they asked me to explain about this, you give a little, you get a little. I don't know Dwight's words. That's what Callie's saying he said, right?
Right.
But whatever Dwight said, it didn't trigger me to think anything crazy, anything palsy at all, right? But to
Right.
Callie, it's you got to give a little to get a little. So Callie is even saying the conversation was about religion and what I do with religion. So I'm making music. My whole album is literally about religion. It's called The Rapture. Okay, setting people free from religion. Um, Basically, I wanted Dwight was saying he wanted to put money behind my music, but
Right.
he didn't want to do it if it's just anti-religion. You know what I mean? So he was like, make songs like everybody else, dude. You got mad talent. Let the religion be a whole different thing. And I was like, nah. And everything I do, I teach. You see? And so he was like, you're gonna have to give that up if you want to be mainstream. You want somebody to put some money behind you, put it on the radio, because it ain't gonna work the other way. And plus, Dwight
Right.
was very afraid of what would happen you know, if I'm out here publicly with my music out here denouncing religion like that. He was already worried about it because death threats coming to him, because he was already kind of saying some things in his social media that kind of alluded to he wasn't believing no more. I talked to him about the things that I went through behind death threats, and also he was like, this ain't something you can play with. You see what I'm
Right.
saying? So he just felt like, try to walk that line where this is your belief, leave it like that, and then do your career on the side of that, because that's how he got to think as an NBA player. You see what I'm saying? Now, of course, he's still Christian, but that's just kind of how he was coming at me with it. And I was like, I don't want to do music if it's not what I want to rap about. You see what I'm saying? And so that was the conversation. It was just a conversation, and the conversation was had in front of everybody. And he wants to try to insinuate that this man said something that could be taken as gay in front of everybody. It's so crazy to me how he does this.
Right. He's trying to paint a picture so everybody can get some type of visual, basically of and have this assumption that it's been 3 years long, and he knows the White's entire family, and Kevin just came out of this money out of nowhere, and he was always complaining before he even got it. It's all to create an impression on people's mind so that they can try to believe the nonsense that he's spewing out, basically.
Absolutely. And that's what pissed me off about what he did recently is he knows that this is beef between, Jeannie, Amora, and my brother and my family and things of that nature. And so he goes to them for them to push his story, knowing that they're just going to run with whatever he says because it's a beef thing.
Right.
And whenever she goes in on my brother every night, he comes in her live and confronts her on her live when he could have done this through text. He could, if he don't got her information, he could have got the message through or through somebody else because he's been talking with her. He could have told her on the back end, like, hey, yo, and he could have asked those questions that he need to ask right there. But instead, he tried to embarrass her. Like, what it is he knows that he's put his foot in his mouth. Yep. He spent all this time trying to lie and call me a pedophile because what he wanted to do was get Neo and Queen's Throne behind him. So he needed to tell this pedophile lie to get them behind him because that's what they mainly was trying to cover at the time. I think they still do.
Yeah.
So he creates this lie, connects me to it, and tries to run with that, right? Through Dwight's baby mother who was dead, right?
Right.
So now he's built a bond with them off of that. So now he wants to come at Sinetta about it because Neo was going to Sinetta about it. So they've been at PDF files real hard, right? Until he realizes that he's on the same platform with someone who has this same charge, right?
Right.
But he's known this for a while. But now when I confronted him with it on that panel the other day, at Jeannie's panel, now he wants to save face by trying to throw Jeannie under the bus. And basically what he was saying was, if you're going to excuse him, then you got to excuse Robert and OB and all these people you coming at. And it's like, dude, you foul because they've been running your story for all this time, and you disrespect. To me, that's disrespectful. To her, it's a slap in her face because you know what they doing. They went hard for you, went with everything that he was saying, with no challenge at all. But he gonna get up there and challenge her whenever she going through something. When her and my brother actually arguing, and she's trying to argue back with him, he gonna get up there and try to mediate or referee how she's supposed to do it. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
And I don't agree with none of the shit. Don't get me wrong, but it's just, to me, it's just lame. For somebody like him who up there for the bullshit all the time, he's up there telling her all these lies. He say I cross dress, that I go in the closet to get money, and you know what I mean, right?
Right.
So he gets up there, he says all these things about me when none of that's true. So when they get up there and do the same things, he gonna get up there on the live and say, well, you can't do that. You got to hold this person accountable. And that, bro, you could have been done that when you was on the panel with him. And notice when Maine came up there, he didn't even come up there. He never came back. And he knew. Mm-hmm. So that man don't want no confrontation with nobody. That ain't gonna bring him no clout. He only try to keep my name in his mouth because that's the highlight of his life. And it's sad that I have to be that. That lets me know that he has nothing great happen for him since me. That he has to just continuously talk about me. If it ain't the lie he tells about our falling out, it's just lying about my life. Talking about my baby being born. Like he's really like a news reporter that reports on every little thing I do. If I work out, I'm on steroids, or I'm working out because I'm trying to intimidate him. Right. Dude, are you that stupid to think I go to the gym with my family so I can work out, so I can scare you? What are you talking about?
He has like this sick obsession over you.
Like, bro, I don't think about this dude at all. At all. Right. To think I'm sitting here, I'm gonna work out so I can scare him. Like, dude, you got to get some help. You really just have to think that I know that I consume your mind, but for you to think you consume mine is idiotic. It really is, bro.
Right. And
It
he
really
has to
is.
understand you on these people panel, and they going into the story and they talking about it with you, and they trying everything because you already know the main reason for them doing it is to attack Kevin and his family. You got to know that once they go off of the camera, they're laughing at you like it doesn't make any sense. You don't make any sense, and the fact that you want to go around being known as the guy who almost, got tailed in according to his own story, and you speak about it as if it's something. You gotta know they laughing at him. You gotta know that he gotta know that they laughing at him. And the sad part is he thinks that they're serious with him, and they're not. You're a joke.
Yeah, no way they think he's serious. If they really actually thought that I was some type of person like that behind some type of criminal organization that does that type of stuff to people, if they really thought that, I'm sure that they would be moving differently than making YouTube videos about it.
Right. And if he was serious, something would have already been done. But no, his reasoning is he wants to come to the internet to tell the people. He wants to tell the community who they need to stay away from. How about you use the information that you claim is true to shut that person down, which you have not done, which you cannot do. And that's why you come to the internet to sit here and talk about somebody and spread lies about somebody because you know it's not true. Instead of trying to tell the people, how about you protect the people? You can't do that. You can't protect them against somebody who's not dangerous.
I think what happened is he looked up to me more than he's ever looked up to anyone in his entire life. And I'm not saying this facetiously. Guys, if you understood what I did back then, is I was changing the world. There were so many people compelled by what I was saying, and
Yes.
this guy reached out to me from Facebook. Yeah, guys, have you ever looked at somebody on Facebook that was saying something that was so intriguing, you went outside of yourself and reached out to him and started going to his events and going up to him saying, I just want to help and be a part of what you're doing. Just think about this. And I think that by being around me, he kind of, instead of like been a part of what I was doing and recognizing what I was doing, I think he got lost from what he was doing and made his mission about what my mission was. You understand
Right.
what I'm saying? Like whatever mission or purpose he has in life, I don't think he knows it. Or if he had it, he forgot it. Because when he met me, it was what can I do for you? You know what I mean? I'm a cameraman,
Right.
and that's cool if that's something on the side. But I never knew this man's purpose the whole time I knew him. He always says he never knew about my family. I never knew about his. He never mentioned his family once. He don't have to. None of that means nothing. I don't know why he even tries to do bullshit like that. But nevertheless, I think the case is um, he got around me and wanted to be like me. He wanted to be able to talk like me. He wanted to speak like me. He would say this: I wish I could speak with poise like you. I wish I could deliver it like you. And I would say, but you're you. You're going to reach the crowd of people that connect to you. Those people I may never reach. So you got to be yourself. That's the way to
Right.
accomplish your goal. That's the way to accomplish your dream, is being you. You could never be me. I could never be you. And I
It's
think
that.
that
Mm-hmm.
it's a fair playing ground. We all are unique and amazing in our own way. But when we try to be somebody else, we will always pale in comparison to who we're trying to be. And he was
It's
trying to be me. And I think it to him it felt like a devil to a god or a ant to a giant. He's not me. He can never be me. And he's trying to this day, he tries to tear down who I am. You know, when he on his own has talents, he could pursue his own journey, but he has yet to do that. He stays up for hours and hours with Jeannie and them talking about me for hours, yo.
right.
Retelling the same lies he's been told, making up more. It's like to see somebody put that much investment into something that's going to do nothing for them. You have to wonder, do we even know his purpose? Because he says,
Right.
hey, I'm filming these documentaries and I'm filming this, I'm filming that, but he never does it. What he seems to always complete though are these videos and animations with my head on them, or clipping words I
Right.
said and twisting them and making them seem like I said something else. It's like to say you're doing all this because somebody tried to grape you doesn't make any sense. If you
Right.
listen to him, even in this video, Angie, he can't even say my name. He has such a hate and disdain for me, and it's really a love. He just can't accept that. But
Right.
he can't even say my name. He has to Tootie or or Fruitcake or Kitty or K Diddy. It's always a different name, and you could tell. And just think about it. He's about 50 years old. You got to think about how childish that is, just to be name calling. I just can't bring myself to do it. I'll try to go back and forth and come up with a slick name for him. But if you notice, I never continue him. I just call him his name. It's childish to me. I really can't be that silly. I just can't do it. But with him, it's Aboriginal powers has to keep correcting him and saying, okay, Kevin, because he got Tootie. And it's just, you're too old for that.
Right. He's showing all of his emotions. To me, I think that it's an insecurity with itself. And a lot of people, they don't even realize it, but they have that cult-like mentality where they see that you are something different from, the norm of what they might be used to, or you're speaking of something different. And so they want to try to fall in line to be that as well, because they don't understand individuality. Cult life mentality doesn't give you an option to be an individual, to figure out who you are for self, to even figure out what your sole purpose is. You're trying to be something, you're trying to fall in line because that's a cult-like mentality. He got a lot of insecurities about himself that causes him to have a lot of, hatred towards you, because you are an individual. You stand up to be who you are for yourself. And growing up in religion practices, and just the main community of the Black culture, it's not a lot of individuality. We don't have that. So because he doesn't know who he is, he's trying to find a way to fit in, and he can't necessarily fit when somebody's just trying to be an individual and accepting you as an individual. You can't fit.
You're right.
Shout out to Lady Love in the building.
And I was going to say, when you hit play here, matter of fact, hit play. I want to see if it's that part.
Okay, let me see. Let me see where we at. I tried to find the original video on his channel, but it's so far back and I couldn't even see it. I think it stopped at a certain point.
Oh, dang.
He got this life-changing money. You feel what I'm saying? That he could give him. You know what I'm saying? But he always came back and complained and said, man, something always come up to where he don't never give me the money. So one night I just asked that nigga, we was in the car, and I asked that nigga, I said, hey, my nigga, because I know the allegations on this nigga, right? I watch TV. So I asked the nigga, I said, hey, my nigga.
And this is before the actual ceremony that you was.
Yes.
Before.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So I asked the nigga, I said, hey, my nigga.
I think I might look into some of the accusations toward the white, so I can get a perfect timing just to see if things possibly line up with what Chief Cali is stating right here.
Go back some more.
And not only that, everybody please be mindful with television as well,
All right, so let me rewind real quick, right? Let me rewind real quick.
Back a little bit more.
So I'm gonna get you to this point. All right, so this nigga used to, every time I get around this nigga, he was a broke nigga. And he always
about him. Why is it that you would feel like he would do something so dangerous? That brings a concern to me. You know what I'm saying? Because if it was gonna do something to you,
I think that's,
and you had the opportunity, you would have been able to press charges. You would have been able. He would have been able to get in a lot of trouble, right? So my question would be, why would he introduce you to his family and close friends if he had the intent to do something to you at his friend's house? It's just it's a question that just pops up in mind.
You know what I'm saying? So you know what I mean? That's how it happened. It wasn't just no dude. And trust me, man, I knew what the accusations was on that nigga. I watch TV, nigga. You feel what I'm saying? But here's the thing, that nigga ain't never give me a reason to. I mean, hey, what you do is what you do in your life, my nigga. You get what I'm saying? Hey, even like I told that nigga Kev, nigga, if that's some shit you was on, bro, that's your life, my nigga. That ain't mine. Just as long as you don't ever cross my line with that shit, nigga, I wouldn't stop being your friend, my nigga. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't stop being.
You
Now, right here, this is how bad he lies. He says, I told that nigga Kev, if that's your life, right? And then when
Right.
Aboriginal goes, wait, you told Kev that? He goes, no, I was just saying about Dwight.
Right.
Because he knows he's never told me nothing like it's never had to be said.
Right. And he's the one that stated it. They never gave you a reason. They never did anything out of the norm. So, there was no reason for you to even have to say this. You get what I'm saying?
Right. Now go back just a tad and you'll hear him say he told that nigga Kev. So he's saying he told me this. And then when Aboriginals say, because he listens well, he goes, wait, so you saying you told him this? You told Kevin this? And then he goes, nah,
Right.
I'm just talking about Dwight. Like he's saying that me and him had some random conversation about Dwight. Like if he gay, he gay. Like which that never even happened.
Right. Let me see. Was there it was a normal thing to have children there, right? Okay.
When we would go out there, we would sit out there and they would smoke or whatever, you know what I'm saying? But we would have dope ass conversations. Now, if y'all pay attention and remember when I came.
Can you kind of paint the picture for us? Just for the viewers that may be thinking weird shit. It was a regular dude conversation. Y'all smoking, chilling.
It was regular family and friends conversation.
Okay.
It wasn't just never just dudes. Nigga, my homeboys have been
So it was
out
never
there.
just dudes,
My
right?
family been out there. Man, I know
it was never just dudes. It was family oriented. So what was the need for the conversation?
Right. Now continue. Watch this.
His family is right here in Riverdale, my nigga. Like his mama, his cousins, them, they right here in Riverdale.
Now right here,
so
hang on, go ahead, stop for a second.
I can hit his cousin.
So this is when someone's trying to convince people of something, they sell themselves. They try to act like they are closer than what they actually are. This helps them to gain leverage and help convince you. It's a real tactic. So he's like, they stay right here in Riverdale. He says this like he grew up in Riverdale. The boy is from Ohio.
Right.
So just because you live in Riverdale don't make you know Dwight's family. So he's like, I know his mom. I know you don't. You don't know these people.
Right.
If you saw him at his house, you might have saw him and said, hey, but you don't know these people. Tell me I know him. He's trying to make it like I know his whole family. I can hit his cousin up. Let's just say you could hit up one of Dwight's cousins. That don't mean you know his family. It don't mean you know him.
Right.
It's like you talking crazy. So why even try to sell that lie that you know this man like that?
So Kev, tell us, how good did he even know you?
So Callie and I never had a relationship where we met on friendship type stuff and was hanging out like that. Like you would hang out with your friends. Friends I grew up with, we hung out every weekend, hung out throughout the week. We went places together. I mean, we was friends. We hung out all the time.
Right.
I use those words with Callie. We're friends. And that's because we're being friendly. Just like a lot of us who have built with friends on social media, people who we've never met before, we calling them friends. And we feel like they are. Right. You know what I'm saying? And you've never even met them, but we're doing this. We're doing this new way of connecting, right?
Right.
So when he hits me up online, he asked me for guidance, leadership, mentorship, of course, filming. So I needed filming for events. I needed filming for camera work. So it started off business type relationship. I give you the mentorship, you filming things like that for me. One hand wash the other.
Right.
But I would always pay him every time he filmed anything, at least $100. He was right. I didn't have money, but I always at least paid him $100, right? But either way, we probably hung out. Probably I can count on one hand how many times we actually hung out. I might have went to a birthday party of his at Piccadilly or whatever the name of the place was. I think all I ate there was mashed potatoes. He tries to act like I ate these crazy meals, but even the picture of me shows like some mashed potatoes in front of me. I don't know why he tries to act like I was there eating glorious, which even if I was, I could eat, which is why I'm eating mashed potatoes. So it doesn't matter the content of what I was eating, but he likes to oversell things. So he's trying to say you're eating but asking for two food, but now he tries to sell him eating a buffet.
Right.
when in reality I could eat tube food. That's what you do. You mix a tube food into a shake and you eat it. It's
Right.
just food in a tube. It's just food made for a tube. It's powdered food, but they don't care to know these things. You can explain it to them all you want to. They don't get it, right?
Right.
But either which way, we went to a club maybe twice, and that's really about the extent of hanging out with him. Now, I did events where we would stay a weekend in different cribs, but I think only 1 or 2 times he stayed at the place. But even then, I wasn't talking to him the whole time. He'd be with his family. I'd be with the people in my event doing my thing. So you could say I knew him, but we weren't the best of friends, man. Even though I try to treat it like that, or we were trying to portray it like that, we just do it. We like just like you've done it. You've built with these people online, and especially with this whole Saga thing, you see how easy it can be to build off commonality alone and not realize the major differences you may actually have that come out later that you didn't foresee. You know what I'm saying? And
Right.
by that time you're in too deep. And if you knew this person, say if you worked with them, you may have not have befriended them so easily because you would have got to saw more of them. But anybody can have a conversation that piques your interest, and you can deem by that conversation or how they talk that they good people. And that's
Right.
kind of what I did with him. And that's what I was doing at the time too. I was lonely. I had left church, didn't have a church family anymore, and I was looking for friendship for people who thought on my wavelength. So I was really just open to letting any and everybody in my life at the time, which is really why this whole thing began. How this whole thing began, because I was so easy to just let people close to me. They hit me up online, say they want to help out. I let them know where I am, where I'm going to be. They could come out, and I was that easy to get close to. And I never foresaw that those very people would use one event they may have attended to try to pretend they were close to me to try and tear me down for whatever reason. I don't get it, especially when they admit that I've changed their life, that I've helped them. To know I've done nothing to them and try to do a brother like that, to me is crazy. It's shameful, actually.
Very.
But as he's building this story up, it's just lie after lie after lie. So that's another lie, but I think he's going to get into the main lie. If you hit play for a second, because I'm gonna get down and come back up, because I like to hear you rock and roll and hear your thoughts on it. But I just wanted to really speak to this one part.
Okay. Let's see.
Right now, you feel what I'm saying?
So he's identifying how much of Kevin's family and that he knows, and his family, all of his, if you know so much about him, why is it that you would feel like he would do something so dangerous? Like that brings a concern to me. You know what I'm saying? Because if he was going to do something to you, and you had the opportunity, you would have been able to press charges. You would have been able, he would have been able to get in a lot of trouble, right? So my question would be, why would he introduce you to his family and close friends if he had the intent to do something to you at his friend's house? It's just it's a question that just pops up in mind.
I'm saying? So, what I mean? Like, that's how it happened. It wasn't just no dudes. Like, and trust me, man, I knew what the accusations was on that nigga. I watch TV, nigga. You feel what I'm saying? But here's the thing. That nigga ain't never give me a reason to, hey, what you do is what you do in your life, my nigga. You get what I'm saying? Like, even like I told that nigga Kev, like, nigga.
Oh, there it go. Did you hear it?
Right.
He said, I told that nigga Kev.
Mm-hmm.
You told him? Let me keep playing.
Right.
If that's some shit you was on, bro, that's your life, my nigga. That ain't mine. Just as long as you don't ever cross my line with that shit, nigga.
Now, see, everybody would be thinking that this is what you're saying to Kevin. This is the assumption. I told that nigga Kev, this your life. You do whatever. So everybody is having this impression that you're saying this to Kevin.
It's the other people don't stop him when he talks.
My nigga.
You notice that? Other people don't stop him when he talks. They just let him talk. So they would have just let him say, I told that nigga Kev that if you're going to be away, but don't try me. Don't bring that to me like that, like he told me that. And so when you get confronted with it to make you say you told me that, then you can't even say you told me that. It's like, why'd you say that then?
Right. That's why I do like you mentioning that part when Aboriginal was like, you said this to Kevin? It's coming up.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? I wouldn't stop being.
You told the brother Kevin this?
Yeah, like, but no. What I'm telling him is, I'm telling him this about.
So now he got to backtrack. And what he's saying is, I told him about this, even with Dwight. No, you were saying this about something else. You wasn't saying this to Kevin.
And he didn't even say this about Dwight, which is a lie too. That's what I'm saying. Both things are lies. He never said and said, if Dwight gay, he can be gay. Why don't try nothing with me? He never said that to me. We've never sit and talked about if Dwight was gay. Just like you would never talk about if your other homeboy was gay. We never saw him act gay.
So the conversation never even happened.
No, we never had a conversation like, you think Dwight gay? Like, we never had no conversation like that. Friends don't talk about each other like that.
No. But he does, because remember, he was talking to your exes behind your back. And
right, but he can't say that. But see, that's what he do. But he can tell you, me and him is, well, I guess he'll probably lie because he already saying he told me that about Dwight. But I mean, that man know good and well me and him have never sit and talked about Dwight and talked about Dwight's sexuality, because it was never a discussion. It was never nothing thought about, because nothing happened. Nothing ever made me think about it.
Right. Wow. So he never even had
the man really, Dwight act like a normal ass dude, yo. So the social media, Dwight that people see online, the stuff they hear, that's not the person I know at all. That's literally not at all the person that I know.
Right.
The stuff that they hear about him is not at all the person that I know.
Right. And see, that's another thing that they have to put into play. Everything that goes on in somebody's life, you may not know.
Right. That's like some people find out they found somebody in their family is a serial unalive and they had no clue. Some people good at, and some people put people around them that are on the up and up to make it appear that way. And this is one of the things that I don't think people think about. It's like, if a person's that way, they wouldn't bring other people that way to their home, to their family in the daylight, let them meet their kids, because they're ashamed of that side of them.
Right.
You understand? So none of those people who you've ever heard mention about him, have you seen take a photo with him? Have you seen at his home that knows his family? Nothing like that. So you could see that part of his life. If it's true, it's far from anybody he bring to his home, because it seems that he was being at least responsible in that way. Even if it's just out of the fear of bringing somebody that close to there that's doing that. You see what I'm saying? I can't see any reason why someone who is hiding themselves would bring someone like that, know that much about them around their family and stuff. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
I can see every reason why they would surround themselves with people who not like that, so they can hide better. You see what I'm saying? And do that on their own time. That would make more sense to me. You know? So to make it seem like how you was living with this man and you know it's fat, like, bro, you're crazy, you're talking crazy, you got to stop the lies. And why you keep lying is, it's to me, it don't make sense. It never made sense to me, but it's you're not getting anything done by doing it, except for just losing hours out of your day. You see what I'm saying? Because it's not, nobody's believing you. You're lying. You tell far too many lies. It's unreal how many lies you tell. When he said I cross dress at night and go to Atlanta in a dress, it's like, bruh, you'll say anything at this point.
Right.
And if you think that you're hurting me, you're not. Like, there's nothing that he could ever say to hurt me.
Right.
Not at this point anyway. It's like, I get it now. This is a word war. You're saying whatever you can say to try and tear me down or whatever. And you'll never pull me outside of myself again, so you can forget about it. It's just nonsense to me to see how he behaved the other day. It was just wow. But anyway, so we can get to that part, I'm gonna let you continue, because I can go all day on this guy. But I'm definitely gonna come back after we address this. I'm just gonna let you rock out for a while.
Okay. Let's see.
Okay. I seen TV. I know that I seen the tranny act. All that. You feel what I'm saying? But this your homeboy, right? Cool. And when, you know, Dude is very cool, you know. And to this day, dude has never ever tried nothing funny with me. He ain't never did nothing out of pocket to me.
Now right there, now look, hang
shit,
on, right there. Now look, my bad. Now look, guys, this is about a month or so before the guy comes out saying the white man handled him, right?
Right.
Now Callie's up there on a different story. Like, yeah, they was gonna do this to me. You could tell. Look at his history. Look at all this. Look at that. But just a week before, he's always been cool. He's never done anything to me. So what gives you the right to start tying all these stories to him if your account of him is not like this?
Right.
You're not a eyewitness to any of this stuff at all.
Right. You can't relate
at all. So it's like, why are you doing this? Because it helps you come at me? It's like, I don't get it. Anything the white dude, he attached to me somehow. The little kid who he say got touched, or in the bed with his son, it's the same age, ironically, as the girl he say I tickled or something. You see what I'm saying? So it's like he pulls stuff from these stories and comes out and says them about me, and then says, go look it up. Go look at go look it up. What the white did. Go look it up. Like, bro, you just said you know this guy, and the guy is cool. He had dope conversation. He invited your family over. He allowed your kid, your wife to do a birthday party at his crib, your girlfriend rather, to do a party at his crib. You allowed your family to go there without you. This is where your wife's car broke down, girlfriend rather, tire broke down, and you got mad at me for towing her instead of buying her a new car. This is that day. So you
and then also after the ceremony, when he was on the highway, you left her there. She came to get you and you left her.
Well, he had to take him all the way home, which is an hour and something away, then drive back by herself to get his film equipment.
Wow.
By herself. She sat in the car, and I sat in the car with her and showed her the video of him tripping on the porch, showing her it was just a high. He'll come down and for her not to worry. She went and told him that, and then he takes it and goes, oh, he was trying to set me up. So he comes up with his own scenarios in his head. You see what I'm saying? But the fact that he was sending her there by herself to a house that he was supposed to be raped at is completely diabolical.
Wow. So you sent her by herself. So it was dangerous for you. No, first it was dangerous for Kevin. Then it was dangerous for you. But you sent your wife by herself.
Right. Now, mind you, the morning of, when he calls her, when I called her for him, come get him. He wants to go home now. Because it was supposed to be around like 11 o'clock. It's around 6 o'clock. Sun just came up. Maybe 7 o'clock. But anyway, it's bright outside. But he's ready to go home now. Get me home. I want to go home. Take me home, nigga. I'm too high to drive. I ain't trying to be on the road like that. Nah, man, you could drive. No, I can't. You going in and out yourself. I can still see it in your eyes. Well, I want to go home. I said, Angie gonna come get you. I called her. She said, I'm on my way now, but it'll be about 35, 45 minutes. I'm gonna get down this road quick. And he said, F-U-B, you in on it too. You was trying to set me up too. Like, so Angie was trying to set you up to be raped?
Wow.
Like, bro, he's cussing her out, telling her she said him, called her 50 bitches on the phone. Now, so I'm looking at this like this dude is clearly just high. Angie, just come on and get him. Maybe he'll calm down some by the time you get here. He don't want to even wait in the yard. He wants to go outside the gate, and I'm telling him it ain't wise for you to go out there. You high on shrooms, and you in this rich ass community. I don't want you to go out there, bro. I'm trying to look out for him.
How long did they stay together after that? Are they still together?
Callie and his girl?
Angie? Yeah.
Yeah, they still together.
Wow, so you still with the lady who tried to set you up to get sacrificed by the Illuminati?
Right. I guess he excludes that from his high now and says, well, I'll give her the benefit of the doubt. I guess whatever makes sense to him. But somehow I'm still the one guilty of trying to set him up to grape him for whatever reason. I don't know. But yeah, anyway, I think I forgot what I was saying. What was I saying?
I'm so sorry, Carol. I just had to get back to that because that didn't make sense to me. But we were talking about how basically Kev. Talking about how, she left, dropped him off, came back.
Yeah, I know what I was saying. So yeah, so he wants out of the gate, right?
Mm-hmm.
So he goes, if you don't let me out the gate, I'm gonna call 911. I said, Callie, bro, just let Angie get here, man. Don't leave walking around through these damn rich ass streets, man. I don't want to see something happen to you. He goes,
Right.
nah, I'm calling 911. So for somebody who claimed to say, man, you called the police on me, nigga, right?
Mm,
He called the police right in front of me,
mm.
like literally standing 2 feet from me. He calls the police and says, I'm being held hostage.
What?
We're standing outside by the front gate. I'm not even, I'm not touching him physically at all. He goes, I'm being held hostage. So I just take the remote and say, man, here, nigga, bye, go. And so I
Wow.
go ahead and open the gate and like, here, man, go then. You see what I'm saying? And then he
Wow.
walks out the gate and hangs up with 911 and goes on ahead and walks down the street. Then he goes live. And he goes live saying a bunch of shit about how, you know, when you trust somebody and you don't, you could see he was trying to lead up to some bullshit, you
Right.
know. But yeah, it was just wild. So he
Wow.
always tries to act like, oh, you called the police on me. Like, bro, you called 911 on me right in front of me because I was trying to get you to wait a minute till your girl got there. We're in broad daylight out here. I ain't got nothing but a remote in my hand. What are you worried about, bro?
Because isn't
You
that what
so
he says?
scared.
He says, "Oh, police says, nigga." Don't he say
Right.
something like
He
that?
had to be to act like that, he had to be very scared. Like he had to be scared. Like, what are you scared of, bro? So to me, it's
Wow.
like a person who's high and shrooms force you to not be able to hide yourself. You know what I'm saying? So it brings the true you to the surface. Whatever you really think, it brings all these things to surface about you, what you think, not truth about nobody else to you, from yourself. You're
Right.
supposed to observe those thoughts you had and why you think these things once you come back to. You see what I'm saying? This is where the reflection goes into. He missed that whole part.
Seems
But
to me he couldn't deal with it.
absolutely. Instead of in retrospect saying, why did I see myself as a devil in the mirror? Why did I see him as a god? Why did I fear so badly that he was being hung or in a river? Why was most of my trip about worrying about him? Why? Why? Because I've seen this in some trips where someone's so afraid of letting go because shrooms is it's a difficult. It's not easy. It's very difficult.
Right.
Um, it's not like smoking a blunt or nothing. Okay, this feeling is not comfortable. It almost feels like dying. Okay,
Right.
um, and you have to let go and just kind of lay back and just close your eyes and let it do what it do and just go in your head. It's not a thing where you're supposed to be up and about running around. So you're
Right.
supposed to relax and just let it just go in your mind. And some people can't do that. And what they do is they try to find ways to stay conscious. So what they do is start talking about people in the room, finding things to say or do, or being a real nuisance to people basically, because they want to
Right.
chill and relax and meditate when this person's just up finding things to laugh about because they're really afraid of letting go. And I would challenge some of them and just be like, stay quiet for just 10 seconds. See if you can stay quiet for 10 seconds. But they know they can't because them shrooms gonna take over. So
Right.
they'll start talking about how somebody else is looking in the room. Like, look at his face. Look. That's the stuff Callie was doing. He's paying so much attention to everything around him. And this is because he's clinging to dear life. He's actually afraid of going to that place. And it is uncomfortable. I can't lie to you. It does feel like dying. So I guess you'd say he's fighting for dear life. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
But that's how I would if the shaman were there, I think the shaman would describe it the same way and say he's active because he can't settle himself. He's afraid to go deep, and he would ask Callie to sit down and just settle himself. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
Which I try to do, but he don't listen. We want to be up and about and going around bothering everybody. It's crazy, you know. But
He
like
was
you said,
making himself hard.
right? Like you said, the first part of his trip, I was the one in danger. He's ready to turn the house up down to come find me, and he feels like his trip is challenging him to wake up and fight through the trip to come get me. It all becomes a part of like his existential self. Like, who is Callie? Who
Right.
is he? And I think that even that question right there, if a shaman were present, they'd say, notice you keep asking who you are. It's because you don't know your purpose. You're following this man wholeheartedly, like you're a disciple. He basically worshiped the ground I walk on. I am not making this up. Go
Right.
back. He wore all of my clothing. I'm all he talked about in his videos. If you hear him talk about me, it was with adoration. I'm telling you. Um,
Right.
it was like a pastor to armor bearer, something like that. I'm just telling you, it wasn't a friend type relationship. He literally looked up to me like He set his children in front of my videos and made them watch me. This is the type of stuff I'm talking about. Okay, so I think he realized in that trip that he's lost himself, and the only way that I think he knew to break free was to demonize me, was to make me this bad guy. Because he's been eager to try to prove that to himself, and I think that's why he gets on these channels and talk so much, because he's trying to prove it to himself.
Wow, that's good.
I really do. And if I could have told him this the next day if he would have talked to me. You see what I'm saying? But I get the demon version of him. Just what he saw in the mirror. He's left that mirror and literally became a demon. All he does is lie on me, steal, and try to kill. Talks about my children, my family, in every way he can, and nothing positive about me can ever come out of his mouth. Right. I think the only thing he'll say positive is how much I know religion and how well I can articulate it and wake people up. That's it. Right. Nothing else I can ever do is positive at all. Nothing is positive. You know what I mean? Right. How I look, how I dress, nothing about me is positive. Like, for instance, my favorite literary god is Ganesha. Right. Ganesha. Ganesha. It's an elephant. It's the most called upon god in all of Egypt. I mean, all of India. Right. He's seen as the obstacle remover, the remover of obstacles. If you guys Google Ganesha, you'll see this elephant, and always by him, you'll see a peacock. Okay. I have a peacock on my head. I have Ganesha on my forearm. So I like what these gods represent, what this god represents. Not that I believe in it. It's a literary god. Its tusks mean something. Its nose means something. Its ears mean something. On a different day, I'll teach you guys, but Ganesha is a powerful symbol. And I love this symbol. It's my favorite of all. Of all the Greek gods, anything I've ever studied, I really love Ganesha, right? So right. That's all that is. But let Callie tell it. It's a peacock, so I can be gay on the low, but it's on my head in broad daylight. But I also cover it up so can't nobody see it, but I got it so I could be secretly. It's like, dude, what are you talking about?
Right.
And you got to hear obsession. What you're telling us is you saw me get a tattoo and you went and Googled it. Now, I have never Googled a tattoo on you. I don't know what tattoos you even have. This is what shows you the amount of obsession that he has.
Right.
Why did Kevin take a picture with his back towards the camera? Why do you care? And he said he looked it up. He looked up other models to see if they've taken photos with their back towards the camera. Because in his head, Kevin's trying to show other men his butt.
And he got this sick obsession over you.
Right. Truthfully, I've been working out the last 6 months, and I'm showing my back. I'm showing the broadness of my back.
Right.
In his mind, but he don't understand it's obsession to even be watching me trying to figure out why I would take the photo. Dude, you could go do something else with your life. And every time he gets up talking about something he saw on my page that got him thinking and Googling, you're only telling the world you're obsessed with me.
Right.
You will never get up there and see me get up there and say, I saw Callie get a tattoo and I went and Googled it. And guess what it means, y'all? Dude, I don't care what you do with your life.
Right. And you know what he says? He says that he's going to be doing this for life and he's going to pass it down to his children.
This is what lets you know this is a man who does not have purpose. And beware of that, guys. If you don't have purpose, you'll end up like that. For real, you'll make the purpose of your life about destroying somebody else because you've done this horrible thing of comparing yourself to them and trying to be them. And you can't be somebody else, man. You can only be yourself.
Right.
Keep going, though. I think it's close.
Let's see.
Raise me and my niggas' eyebrows one night. He definitely did, but he ain't say it to us.
So he never did anything. He never tried anything. He never said anything towards Callie. Not one time. You get what I'm saying? So it would make me want to question, okay, so why this night? What about this night? You know, that they would do something Illuminati-like or ritual-like in this instance, and they never gave you a reason to think that they would do anything to you ever before, you know? So, you know, let's think about this.
Can we get what was eye raising to you, brother? Just for clarity's sake. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we had this, you know, we had this little like this is a little walkway that we always sit up. We would always sit at, so they smoke, they talk, play the music, whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Listen closely.
Now,
listen closely.
This is when Kev was going real hard at religion. You know what I'm saying? And he was trying to get Dwight to back him up. You know what I'm saying? So one night
he was trying to get Dwight to back him up.
See, this proves that Callie knows the context of the conversation, because why would he need to set the stage to tell you that this is when I was going real hard at religion and I was trying to get Dwight to back me up? Why does he even need to preface it with that? Now, he's going to stop telling the story here and go to something else. But I just wanted you to see how if you just ask him a question and make him respond on the spot, he'll tell on himself. So for some reason, you need to bring us into the mind frame that this is a time where I was going at religion and wanted Dwight to back me. Now, think about this. What Callie is saying is Dwight said something to the effect of, you got to give something to get something. Right? Now, if I'm going at religion and I'm trying to get Dwight to back me, and he doesn't want to back that something that's anti-religion because of how it would make him look.
Right.
And you can't see how he would say, yo, if you take the religion out your music, bro, you're gonna have to give up the religion. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
Whatever it was he said, however he worded it, didn't come off weird at all to me.
Right.
Nor was it mentioned to me. This stuff that shows that he's not a good friend. He says that him and Diesel discussed this on the back end. He went to Diesel like, bro, did you hear what he said?
It's
but
like
you didn't say nothing to me about that.
Right.
And like you said, if you had this whole conversation with Diesel about, did you hear what he said? It sounded like he on some damn sexual stuff. If you thought that, why on earth would you come to the house that night?
Right.
Like it would make no sense why you would come out there and say, I thought it was just going to be some consciousness. Now, it was just some consciousness stuff. But you saying you actually thought that's what it was, it kind of says, nah, you thought it was something else. That's why you came. If you're telling the truth about this, see, because when liars lie, they don't think about what all they're going to do when they lie, what the lie does to them.
Right.
So he could be just lying and acting like him and Diesel had this conversation, acting like Dwight said something fruity, and when it never happened.
Right.
And not realize how bad it's going to make him look because you came out after you saying you heard this, right?
Right.
Or it's true and he really did think something about what Dwight said, but you still came out there. So but either way, here's a problem.
You know, one of the greatest questions in this moment that could have been asked to him is, did you stop and ask them for more clarity on what that meant?
Right. What was said after that? What did Kevin say? Because he only tells these things that, because I don't remember the conversation. I don't remember how Dwight said it. So I can't say, well, here's what was said in that moment. He's saying this. I could just easily say that didn't happen.
Right.
But I know that something to that effect could have been said. So I ain't just gonna say he telling a lie. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
But he likes to say the thing that sounds fruity was said, so people can laugh at it and be like, yeah, that was definitely said, and that gotta mean something fruity. Like, no, it don't.
Right.
Because whatever he said didn't make me think nothing fruity at all. Again, it's my homeboy who ain't never did nothing fruity in front of me. So why would I say, what is he asking me to do some nasty shit? Like, come on, bro.
Right. Because if you were just sticking to the topic, you would know what he was talking about. He was talking about basically what you just stated. And it's like you got to reiterate for the people in the back that you were talking about the religious factors and going mainstream and taking some of the information out of your own musical content in order for you to hit the mainstream with your music. You got to give a little to get a little. That's basically what he was saying. And so you took one conversation and you separated it into two.
And it's like, what's the point? And he's purposefully doing this, okay? And that's the dumb part to me. It's like I just want to get up here and try to use all of this anecdotal evidence to try to support this theory that he's in the Illuminati, that he's cross-dressing, anything that can come out in the future about any celebrity. I somehow do it too, or somehow is associated with it too, or it somehow helps his life. In his mind, he's delusional. He just thinks that everything leads back to his story being true. I don't get it.
Right. Everything, literally everything. Because even on that panel, they want to mention the P. Diddy situation. Right. But let's just be honest, because it's been his tactic for a while, talking about Brother Polite, Nature Boy, and now with P. Diddy. But you haven't been in association with any of these people. You don't know them.
Absolutely not. Don't know them at all. It's like, why you even?
Right. And it's like, how can you even compare the two? Like, how can you say, oh, they were doing the same thing they were doing? He did the same thing. What we have to understand is, and I don't think people are giving this a fair understanding. P. Diddy has maids. P. Diddy has house servants. P. Diddy has house managers. P. Diddy has gardeners. P. Diddy has a lot of associates within his business, right? Just like Dwight Howard. Okay, Kevin was Dwight Howard's house manager. So are we now accusing P. Diddy, maid or house manager or chef or gardener, as being part of the Illuminati as well? That's what we doing? Am I making sense?
Can you still hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, great. Yeah. So you again. So you see how clearly he set the stage. He told what it was about, but then he go back somewhere else. You know, and I think these things are telltale that he's not recalling an event that took place. He's trying to tell a story.
Right.
I saw this thing said one time, and I'm gonna try to find the clip and re-show it to you. But it was a detective talking about how to see when somebody's lying, and he was saying
Right.
that a person who's lying cannot answer random questions like that or retell a story backwards and things like that.
Right.
So they always fumble. But a
Right.
person who's telling the truth is simply recalling the event, and they can go from any point in the event. You see
Right.
what I'm saying? And if you go back and look at everything he's ever said, you can tell that he's um, doing exactly what proves that he's lying. He doesn't
Right.
give clarity to anything. He doesn't share anything in great detail. Everything is emotional, and even in how he goes about things. Even when he was looking for me, he was angry. He was scared. He was still angry as he was telling me about it a day or so later. And every time he tells me about it, he tells it to me angry. I couldn't find you. So, boy, I don't belong to you.
Right.
So what? You couldn't find me. It's just
But
like
you knew Dwight's family. Why did you need to find Kevin?
who
You
gets
you
mad because they can't find somebody? Angie, just think about this. His anger
right.
is completely irrational. Who gets mad at somebody because they couldn't find them? We grown. If I can't
You
find you, I can't find you. What am I mad at you for? I don't know you can't find me.
right.
And then, okay,
He's
even if you think
familiar.
something wrong with me, when you see I'm okay, why are you
Uh-huh.
arguing? If Angie, if I'm looking for you, if me and you go to a party and I
Right.
can't find you, I would be worried.
Right.
But when you popped up, I would say, listen, I was worried about you. That's the end of it. I'm not gonna be like, yo, where was you, nigga? Like, I was looking for you. You could have been anywhere. You could have been. Why would you be sharing all that with somebody who you looking right at, who ain't nothing wrong with, who
Right.
grown as hell?
Right.
It show he overly emotional and can't let nothing go. You're
Nope.
supposed to be telling me about how I came on to you and how you're mad at me for that. And we can't even get to that because you're fussing at me for being missing.
And
If you go back to his original story, first he's fussing at me for not buying Angie a car. Next he's fussing
yep.
at me for being missing.
Yep.
Dude, if somebody came on to me, that's the first and only thing I'm saying. I don't give a shit about if he fixed my wife's car or not. This nigga just came on to me.
Right.
Even if I told my girl I'm going to address it with him, I ain't addressing that with him because I'm not going to continue talking to him no more. It ain't even a
Right.
conversation. I'm just
And,
going to address that thing right there, and the rest of any disagreement we may have, they null and void because I'm not going to fuck with him no more anyway.
right, because my mind is just cleared completely from everything else, because this moment right here just took me out.
Right? It's not a discussion at all.
Right.
Because who cares? Who cares what he did? Well, who cares if I'm offended about something? You see what I'm saying? Like if
Right.
everything on the up and up, and he feel like I could have done more for his girl's car. Then he could hit me up and say, hey, bro, got to pick a bone with you, right? My girl was out there. I'm hearing that you was like, what it got to do with me when it came to her car. And that ain't right, homie. That ain't how we do each other.
Right.
So that's something you can work through. Right? But if you come on to me, that ain't shit we working through.
Right.
So why do I even want to share that with you? I don't give a fuck about that.
Right.
That's like arguing over stupid shit. Like, what are we talking about?
Right. And he talking about how he knew the white family and you was there with your children and your families and everything like that. So why were you so scared? What were you afraid of? Let's talk about that. Why are you so aggressive towards Kevin? You thought he was lost. You couldn't trust these people. You were scared for Kevin. You were trying to protect him. You couldn't protect him in this moment because you didn't know where he was. What's going on?
And deductive reasoning is, if I'm missing and everyone is with you looking for me, then who has me?
Right. Hello.
So you think somebody got me doing something to me. So in his mind, well, you could have ran off and went in the lake, but you're looking at me. So calm down. You don't even have to share this with me. As soon as you saw me, you could have said, oh, there's ass go, and then go sit the fuck down somewhere.
Right.
Did that make sense? Like, if that's me, like, where the fuck is Callie? Where is my nigga at? Right? He could be in a lake. Somebody help me find him. Okay, I'm gonna turn this house up now. Where my homie? If he come out the room, I'm gonna say, y'all, my bad, yo. Go back to what y'all doing, and I'm gonna go sit down somewhere.
It was most of the time when you on a weed trip. I'm like, man, I was tripping.
yeah, I was tripping. He made it all about him. He got to know where I was, cause the reason it's important where I was is because when he was looking for me, he couldn't find me. Nobody needed me. Nobody was hurting for me. No, he needed me. So where was you, nigga? Why? I don't know. I just wondering where you. Just really think about this. How like grandiose his mind is in this moment. Okay.
Right.
Where was you? Dude, you're the only person looking for me, and well, there's actually everybody looking for me, but it's cause you got everybody looking for me, right?
Right.
What do y'all niggas want? Right?
Well, now that I think about it.
Yeah, now that you got me, right? What can I do for you, right? Nothing. I just was looking for you. Nothing. The spirits just said, where is Kevin? And Kevin missed it. Oh, so you bothering me. So you're bothering me because some shit in your boy, I swear to God, if you don't leave me alone, boy.
That's Callie thinking right there. That's what everybody
knows. And it is to this day. This dude was still, when y'all hear this interview, yo, and I'm gonna hop up off it so she can get through it, because y'all gotta hear this shit, yo. This man is 3 years later telling this story and really still mentioning the mirror like it validates something. Like mirrors talk.
Right.
Now, mind you guys, Kelly believes in no God, okay?
Right.
So now if you do not believe in God, who's this energy talking to you and who's the agency over it? Who's the voice? Who owns the voice?
Right.
Who's showing you this in the mirror? Who's foreshadowing my life to protect you? Who's exposing me to you? You don't believe in no God, nigga.
Right. Right.
You got to think about this, though. Who's showing you this? The voice told me, where is Callie? Like, who is Callie? Go find your, bro, it's your consciousness. It's you. Sorry. And why is it cussing you out?
Oh, my God.
Like, why do this being or whatever it is be cussing him out like that?
Like, who the fuck is Callie?
If you don't get your bitch ass up and go find your friend, nigga, like, you're like, nigga, what? Hey, there's no way that's a high vibrational spirit, bro. You should have known that. If it is a spirit, it's a dead giveaway. Now, listen, yo, I could be a comedian about this shit. If it's a spirit, yo, it's a dead giveaway that this motherfucker is evil. He told you I could be in a lake, right? He told you I could be in a lake, right?
Right.
No. It's a dead giveaway. The spirit is evil, okay?
Right.
He told you I was in a lake, right?
Right.
I wasn't. So it was lying.
It was lying.
Clearly, no debate. Nothing was wrong with me, right? So why do you still trust whatever the fuck this thing? It's like,
It
seems
just
like you
kept
go
going
back and be like, bro, you had
over.
me out here making a fool of myself. You woke me up from my high, got me out here windmilling. That's a new word and shit. Got me out here windmilling. And this man is just in the bathroom. This nigga come out the bathroom looking high as shit. Why you tell me that? Why you wake me up? Why you do this?
Right.
Come on, man. He talk about this voice like it's an all-knowing being, like it's a God.
Like
And
it
it's for
was
somebody
taunting
who
him.
be out here talking about Christians and belittling them to this day. Where your God at? Where your God at? Then where's the person who's told you this? Bring them forward.
Like this, like it was taunting the whole time. Like Callie, it's time for you to get scared again.
Word up. Like, where is this person? Who is this being? I want to know. I really do. I'm curious. You know, it makes no sense at all,
It
yo.
really don't. It
And
really don't.
we're too grown for that. At some point, you're supposed to be like, I had to be high shit. I saw it in the damn mirror. Like, okay, let me stop.
Right.
The Illuminati shit, all that shit. Yeah, I was on one, man. I had to be, regardless of how real it felt. I was high, and it's called a hallucinogen for a reason, man. For a
Right.
damn reason. You should have
Right.
never took that shit, bro. Your mind could not handle it. And he
Right.
still can't. He still can't rationalize the shit. He cannot rationalize that. The whole time he's sitting there saying, somebody he hearing Mona in the other room, and then I'm coming in and out it, and that I offered the fruit with my hips shaking. The time all of this happened, he was laying down with a pillow over his head. This motherfucker's eyes wasn't even open.
Right.
So I don't know where this happened at, but it never happened. I asked the man, do you want some fruit? He heard me ask him. He removed the pillow off his head, looked at the fruit and said, no, I don't want any fruit. Put the pillow right back and went right back to dreamland.
Right.
In his head, when he's in dreamland with a pillow over his head, all this other stuff is happening it's in your head, moron. You don't see,
Right.
and you know you're laying down in an open room with no doors. So
Right.
you know you already got mad because you saw a little boy run by. So you know that nothing's going on in this open area. You know Royce is
Right.
there. You know
Right.
Royce there, his baby mama there. You know all these people are there. You know nothing crazy is going on. They can't be with them there. You think he gonna schedule some type of Illuminati sacrifice thing on you with Royce there with a big mouth?
With the churn there. Why are
Royce
the
taking that shit
children
right to
here?
Vlad. Royce going right to
Right.
Vlad with that shit. You understand me?
Right. Right. Talking about the children are here. Okay, if the children are here, why do you think they would do that with the children there? Why do you think they would do that? Make it make
Right.
sense.
Like babysitter, watch. Make sure you watch Braylon because we're gonna grape Cali tonight. Like for what?
We're gonna sacrifice them to the Illuminati while the children's running around.
Now
Like,
look, mind you, everybody is on shrooms except for two people. The guy Tino that was there and the babysitter, right?
right,
So, and of course Braylon, the little boy. But
right,
Royce on them, everybody's on them, right?
right,
So everybody's on shrooms. You have to be sitting down. Ain't nobody up moving around doing nothing because you're too high. I promise you. And so he's saying during that time, everybody was conscious enough to try to plan something about doing something to him.
wow.
Listen, when you're on this stuff right here, it's a psilocybin.
Right,
It's a hallucinogen. You're
right,
not horny, yo. It's the last thing on your damn mind. You're more like in your mind revisiting your childhood and something
yep,
you done been through. Like it ain't nothing like that.
right,
So they like, it's a sex drug. It's you using it to try to. Ain't nobody on that doing it, yo.
right,
Unless they came down off of it. You come down off of it, you get your consciousness back, whatever it is, because you're off of it. But when
right,
you're on that stuff, the only thing that you can do, man, is think. I promise you, and you can barely do that.
right,
You will want it to be over. It's not fun at all. It's some parts of it are some parts will make you cry because you'll be thinking about parts of your life. Some parts might be scary. Some parts might be joyous because you'll have these epiphanies. And talk to anybody who's really done it, guys. They'll tell you like It is absolutely not something you want to do if you plan on being sexual with anybody. It's absolutely not something that you're trying to do. Trust me.
Right. Mm-mm. Cali. And if that's another thing, if you guys were a part of the Illuminati, why would he be able to even still be around discussing this stuff? If you guys were able to do such horrific things, why hasn't he been stopped? Does anybody think of that?
What was that you said again? You went out.
I said, if you guys were a part of the Illuminati or Dwight Howard, he got so much power, he can do all this and that. Then why is it nothing was done about Cali being able to come out for years talking about this?
He don't believe that. If he believed that, he wouldn't have went online.
Right.
He keeps saying, well, because I say, if you really thought something like that was going on, why wouldn't you just go to the police?
Right.
And go ahead and make sure something's done. If you think we're luring people there and doing all that stuff to people, why wouldn't you call the police? He go,
Right.
well, Dwight know a lot of people. You don't know who he's tied to. I said, but you went online and said it with your face known publicly.
Right.
That would be the last thing you'd want to do.
Right.
So it's like you just clout chasing, man. I don't think he knows what would he even offer, because he keeps calling any person who's online making a living, showcasing whatever their gift is, because it's an online world. He calls you an internet nigga, and he's not an internet nigga. He works for a living. It's like he takes pride in his dreams not coming true. You work for a living as an end result to you not being able to accomplish the things that you want in life. That's not what you set out to do. And
Right.
whether what you do brings benefits to others or not, or even pays your bills, that's not what you choose to do if that was the case. If you could choose what you do, and you would probably need online if you were doing it.
Right.
The Cali I knew wanted to be a musician, so you would definitely be online, because that's who you would sell to the public. Any
Right.
gift that you have, you're welcome to use that gift online.
Right.
And it's crazy because regardless of his, I think he knows that much. But for me, it has to be, you an internet nigga, you stay online. But if you see what I post, it's mostly it's teachings. It's nothing that would appear to be clout chasing. Um,
Right.
I've been around many celebrities and barely even post the pictures, barely even talk about it. So I don't use people's name to get anywhere. I talk about my own life, or I'm reviewing videos, things that I think that can help people. And I've built my platform to over 1 million, just based on that. I create skits that help bring enlightenment to things, right?
Right.
Um, this is what I do use my platform for.
Right.
Um, I clearly have my purpose. I know what I do. I know what I do. I know what I got going on. And when I put time into that, he looks at it like Kevin's lazy and don't get a job, but that is my job. That's what I do. I create content. And it's crazy because all the other content creators that are around him should see that that's a slight at them. Any
Yeah.
of them, if they could create content full time and do what they love doing full time without going to work, they would do it.
Right.
Imagine that you accomplish it, right? Your page reaches the support level where you can quit your job and do this full time. And now people are calling you lazy. You work your ass off to generate the revenue and the resources to be able to quit your full time job and go into this full time, the thing you love. And now you're lazy and don't want a real job.
Right.
It's pathetic, yo. It's just a way of trolling people online and being jealous of them, knowing if their life could be that way, they don't gotta be up and be nowhere unless they want to, and they can make enough money to support their family and still be with their family, enjoy their time with their family, go anywhere they want. And
Right.
and all they have to do is upload their content to Facebook or YouTube or social media.
Right.
But you got to do it consistently, right?
Yep.
I bet money they'd say, hell yeah, I do that. So that working 8-9 hours a day or working third shift or some shit like that, yeah. But they criticize someone who's accomplished that. And then they wonder why the universe hasn't given them that.
Right.
You frown on it every time you see it. You're trying to talk junk about it. You should always praise the things that you want in your life. The universe is something that it only works in accordance to how you behave, not what you say you want. Privately, you may say, I want these things. But if publicly, when you see somebody else with that thing, you get angry, what are you saying to the universe? That you don't like seeing
You know,
success. You don't like
yep.
seeing that thing. So why
That
would
you
it keep showing it to you? So it's testing you by showing you people with it.
Yep.
And so when you see people with it, you're supposed to say, I'm grateful that they had that. I'm grateful that they achieved that. Now I know I can do it. I'm feeling grateful. Now I'm feeling like, you should start feeling like, okay, I'm getting closer to my destiny instead of, I wish I had that. Why they got it and I don't.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? And that's the thing with him. And it's like, it's forever, well, he all he do is post, all he do is post content. He don't want to get a real job. Dude, that is my real job. It takes work doing that. When I'm out here with paying actors now and shooting scenes, I'm out there for hours on set. But to him, I don't have a job. I don't do nothing. Like, to him, I got to do what suits him for me to be valid to him. And he don't realize he's proven that he's obsessed.
Right.
Again, you're online talking about what I'm doing for a living and how you don't think that justifies as a real job and how you don't think I'm a real man when your opinion of me don't mean shit.
Right.
Why are you on here telling people? Because you want them to think it too, because you're obsessed with me. It's clear.
Yes, that's the truth.
The only reason you're doing that at 2 o'clock in the morning is because you're obsessed, bro. Like, and he don't even know it. The one who's obsessed never knows they're obsessed. You're up at 2 in the morning talking about me. Like, bro, you got to think about this. If I'm up at 2 in the morning talking about you, I'm responding to something you did.
Right.
I can go for months without speaking about this guy, and he'll still be hopping from panel to panel.
Over and over and over and over and
year
over.
after year after year after year. And don't know what obsession is. It's crazy to me. But Angie, I'm gonna let you review the video. I want the people in your chat to really be able to listen to it. And thank y'all for watching. But I'm gonna come back up in a little bit. I just want to let Angie rock it out because I want to hear her genuine thoughts on it.
Thank you so much, Kev.
And thank you, Angie.
No doubt, no doubt.
Right.
Shout out to the brother Kevin, big thanks. And you know what? A lot of people in this world has a similar mentality to Chief Cali. They always watching somebody else and asking why not me? Why I can't have? Why I can't do this? And then they have an aggression towards the people that do, or they find every type of excuse as to why this person is wrong and they're right. And that's why they never get where they want to. See, if you want to know the underlying reason of sabotage, self-sabotage, there you have it right there. Gratitude. You're not grateful for what you have, and you can't appreciate or find happiness with what somebody else has because it's not yours. Because they can't help you do what they have for you. You get what I'm saying? That is why right there you sabotage yourself. You do it constantly, pocket watching, hating. And people literally say these statements and don't even know what it is. But let's get into it.
Standing out there on that walkway. All right, so let me rewind real quick, right? Let me rewind real quick so I can get you to this point. All right, so this nigga used to every time I get around this nigga, he was a broke nigga, like, and he always complained about money. He always, and we talking about too. The nigga always complain about money. I figure out how to get this money. Then you told me the basketball player nigga.
You know what I noticed? When he brought up the statement, he said that Kevin always complained about money. You know what I noticed? It's a lot of content creators who it's a lot of content creators who like to point out how many views you may get, how many followers you may have. They like to compare and everything like that. To me, it leaves a question like, you know, and I've been saying this statement before. It gives off pocket watching. You get what I'm saying? Like, why is there a comparison all the time as far as views and, you know, things like that can come and go. Members, all of these things, like, you guys, money is always in constant rotation. We don't have to fight for it. You know, everybody has room to eat, right? So, you know, that I wanted to make that statement when he was saying Kevin was always crying about money. You get what I'm saying? But now that he's not crying about money, it's oh well, you're losing views and all this and that, you're falling off. And it's like, well, when he was down, it didn't seem like that was good enough either, right?
Yeah. Kept telling him he got this life-changing money. You feel what I'm saying? That he could give him. You know what I'm saying? But he always came back and complained and said, man, something always come up to where he don't never give me the money. So one night I just asked that nigga, we was in the car, and I asked that nigga, I said, hey, my nigga, because I know the allegations on this nigga, right? I watch TV. So I asked the nigga, I said, hey, my nigga.
And this is before the actual ceremony that you was.
Yes.
Before. Yes. Okay.
Yeah, so I asked the nigga, I said, hey, my nigga.
I think I might look into some of the accusations toward the white, so I can get a perfect timing, just to see if things possibly line up with what Chief Cali is stating right here. And not only that, everybody please be mindful with television as well. Sometimes the information that we receive off TV isn't necessarily facts. A lot of it can be, but you always want to be mindful and just question your source. Look for yourself in different searches and things like that. Gain peace and blessings to everybody that came through in the chat. Shout out to all of my beautiful queens. Peace and blessings. Your own opinion.
You don't think this nigga be like, he definitely got the money he said he could give me, but he keep pulling back on that money, man, to see what you willing to do for that money, my nigga. Like, how, you don't think? He was like, I kind of thought about that shit, but nah, he wouldn't do that, man. We too cool. And I left it at that. I said, all right, my nigga. All right.
So you thought he was going to be on some, trying to do something strange for some change. That's what you pretty much hinting towards.
Man, that's what I started getting. I started figuring this out. Like, nigga,
you guys be mindful of some people, even though they don't mean harm, you always want to be mindful of some of the things, that people may give you in response to what you're stating, because that may not be the direction that you're speaking towards when you're saying certain things. But everybody has an understanding of what is being stated based upon their own perception. So this could have been merely a confusion between their own understanding. I don't know how much of that statement is true as far as Kevin making these statements towards Cali about Dwight, but according to Chief Cali, these statements were made, and the first thing that Chief Cali could think of was basically, he's trying to dangle it over your head. He's trying to see what you would do for it. You know what I'm saying? But here's the reality. Kevin was already working for him. He was already an employee. So to me, he's already getting paid for his work. So my observation is I can doubt that this conversation was really made, and especially about the topic about Dwight giving him certain things. I'm not sure, but even if it was the topic of discussion, I don't think that Dwight was dingling anything over Kevin's head. I think that Cali coming over to the house, and you're basically seeing that Kevin is there. He has a place to stay, he has a job. So I don't think nothing was being dingled over his head. I think that he was obviously getting the benefits for his efforts, and that's just how I feel.
You keep telling me how this nigga's supposed to give you this money, but he don't never come through with the money. You come back complaining like something came up. So I started thinking. I said, man, I kind of think that nigga dangling that money over your fucking head. And I asked the nigga, but I wasn't trying to put no accusations on my nigga. You know what I'm saying? So I say, you don't think that might be what he trying to do? And the nigga was like, I thought about that, but nah, I don't think he would do nothing like that. I said, all right, I left it there. All right, fast forward, right? Now we on the back smoking this day, right? And we all chilling. All our family, all of us just sitting there. Now, here's the thing. Now, my homeboy.
Okay, now he's admitted so many times in this interview already that they have done drugs together, clearly, right? Smoking, when somebody's saying smoking, they're clearly referencing to marijuana. So he's already stated that they have done drugs at the White's house already before. It's not anything new. It's something that he is used to. Now, he did acknowledge that when he took mushrooms, that was his first time. That was his first time taking mushrooms. So, my observation on this is that was your first kind of high off of a mushroom. It wasn't an experience that you were quite used to. And basically it was a bad trip. And this is where everything is stemming from, because you probably should have just stuck to the marijuana.
From Cleveland, he out there with us too this night. You feel what I'm saying? And they got the music playing and shit. And then Kev said some shit like, it was something about his.
Young Heru says, if so, why Kevin speak on it and expose Howard Strange? He probably did speak on Howard. I'm not quite sure of it though. I try not to use the information that Kevin speaks on. I want to be able to, just show the inconsistencies of Chief Callie's words of himself. Just giving off my observation without taking a look at what Kevin might have stated, it, to me, a lot of things wouldn't necessarily make sense as far as, Kevin being employed, Kevin residing in one of the apartments there on Dwight's property. It's just my opinion. But we definitely could take a further look as well, just to, just so we can see everything see everything all put together, right? And y'all, just so y'all know, all of this stuff has been clarified since this video. So shout out to the brother Kev. We done did some deep conversations getting into this topic, and he definitely came through and clarified a lot of things. So if y'all want to take a look back, or if y'all want me to do another review, let me know, because we definitely got all the information now.
It was something about religion, and he was trying to do a rap album and all of this shit, right? So the nigga said, he said something to Dwight about some religion shit. This nigga, the basketball player, said to that nigga, I'll never forget this shit. He leaned over, put his hands on his knees, and that nigga said, well, sometimes you got to give a little bit to get a little bit.
He's trying to paint this picture here about Kevin and Dwight, or Dwight giving a homosexual suggestion. Talking about he placed his hands on his knees. First of all, he didn't clarify which knee are you referencing to. Did Dwight place his hands on Kevin's knee, or did Dwight place his hands on his own knee, or did this even occur at all? You get what I'm saying?
So we heard this, like, I heard this shit, right?
Your homies heard this shit, right?
My nigga heard this shit too. And Tootie's girl at the time heard this shit too, right? But nobody said nothing. Like, nobody said anything, right? So
did your homie didn't say nothing? No,
none of us said nothing. We just kept playing the music and got back into conversation. Anyway, so
now the statement, sometimes you got to give a little to get a little. It doesn't have to be a derogatory format. It's all about your mind state and how you receive it. That statement it's been said plenty of times in different scenarios. So it's clear that he's insinuating something here, or he's just stating how he perceived it in his experience, right? Which was in a sexual format, or that's where he's drawing his conclusion of everything, that it was in a sexual format.
Next day, I asked my nigga, I said, hey, my nigga, did you hear when that nigga said? He said, hell yeah, I heard that shit. So I said, you think that nigga me? He's like, man, that's what the fuck.
So hold on. When he said something about not about the money, The basketball player was like, rubbing his leg area, crotch area, was like, nigga, you got to do something to do something. You know what I mean? Is that what
he
hinting
rubbing his
towards?
leg, but
He'll buy some pussy. He pretty much saying he'll buy some pussy.
Listen, man, you know how you ever seen people like do shit right in your face, right up under your nose, to see if you catch it or not? You know what I'm saying? Like, and I felt like that's what the basketball player had did at that moment. Like, he put some shit on the table right in front of our face. Because this is what I was telling my nigga from Cleveland, right?
Because Cali mind was already in the negative. You get what I'm saying? Shout out to Queen Jamie came through in the building. Shout out to you, Queen. Shout out to Vibe with Sean. Shout out to Queen Beak PMO. Shout out to who else came through? Queen Lysandra came through. Shout out to what's the word for today? Shout out to all of y'all. Chatty Kathy came through. Shout out to all the hearts, y'all. Peace and blessings to y'all. But not only that, I wonder why it took off present. But not only that, y'all, he wanted to try to make it seem as if, they were giving these suggestions, but how about it was just in your mind? How about that's what your mindset was on? How about that? Can we get to that part? Can we understand that your mind was in the negatives? That's just how I feel, Let me see. Let's get back to it real quick.
I said, see, nigga, like, when we come around, my nigga, he don't act like they say he do on TV. Like, he don't act like none of that. Like, the nigga is very, very enlightened, my nigga. He's very conscious, like a motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? So we have dope-ass conversations about the universe, motherfucker.
You and Dwight Howard at this particular point.
Yeah.
All right.
All of my family, my girl, all of us. Like, we would have dope ass conversations. So this is where the mushroom shit ended up coming in, right?
All right. So now let's get back to that. So you're invited out to the ceremony. Now, when you done heard some slick shit at this particular point leading up to her. Now you get to the ceremony, you obviously and we heard a part where your phone is not to be allowed, and you got to take these mushrooms. Can you elaborate on that? And I got another question I want to ask you right now.
All right, so look, so this night, right? I'm off work this night, right? So I got time, right? We had been talking about because they do these things on a regular. You know what I'm saying? This was my first time, right? And I wanted to try it. Now let me tell you why I wanted to try it. Because at this point in time, I was watching how they talk about how it psychologically helps people with ADHD and mental health, people in other countries.
Right, Heru. Like, what part of the conversation that made him feel like it was gay? He slanted over, he said sometimes you gotta give a little to get a little, but let's think about it. Dwight Howard is an athlete. So, a lot of athletic people, they give words of wisdom in a kind of athletic format. You got to push, you got to do it, you got to drive, you know what I'm saying? Not to take away from anything, but it's, to me, it could have meant anything. It didn't have to be anything sexual, you know what I'm saying? But the insinuating that it was something sexual, it leads me to question, where is your mindset, or, what are you trying to get us to have a vibe on as far as this topic, where are you leading us with that type of assumption, I honestly don't feel like Callie gave a lot of dialogue as far as, behind that. I'm not really certain, but, it's not really a part of the subject. So we'll continue and see what he has. Shout out to my past self, okay? Because I still agree with everything that I just stated. Shout out to me. Give a shout out to the Angie.
Other countries, they use mushrooms to, for different reasons of health wise, right? And they say, and
I even want to add this. You're giving all of the pros about the discussions about mushrooms, and you even admitted that this is something that you wanted to do. You wanted to do it. You get what I'm saying? You saying, oh, they did things like this all the time and everything like this, and you're talking about something that you wanted to do, and you admitted that this was your first time doing this. So why hasn't it connected to you that you just had a bad trip? Why we haven't gotten to that connection, to that understanding yet?
They said that it takes you to spiritually, it takes you to different realms, right? So when they was explaining it to me, right, I said, man, I do that in my head sober. You know what I'm saying? So they was like, man, I'm telling you. So this night, it was a bunch of basketball players over here this night, and his basketball player girlfriend this night, and they was all telling us about their experiences, right? On the shit. I said, man, I want to try that because I want to see why do they hide this from us.
Nobody hides shroom from us. But this is another thing that I wanted to bring up, because Callie would make videos with celebrities referencing their experiences on shrooms. And so now I know where he's tying it in now, because he's saying a bunch of NBA players were there and they were discussing their experiences. So now you're going to bring it to the internet and try to connect it and make it seem as if this was getting done. So what are you doing? Are you insinuating that all of these celebrities, these NBA stars were in on this whole situation of, sacrificing you to the Illuminati too? That they do these kind of things, quote unquote? What are you insinuating here?
I feel like they hide, like I was saying, do we really hallucinate? Do we really hallucinate when we take this stuff? Or are we going to a different realm of, spirituality or whatever? Are we?
He trying to drive it there, y'all. Do we really hallucinate? Is it really, or do we really, or does it really happen? Okay, I want you guys to pay attention to that. He's trying to make it seem as if this thought process that happened in his head is what is really reality, and it's not.
Going so that's why I wanted to take it. Now, hold on, AP. If y'all remember, I went live and I told 2 days straight. I went live and I told everybody on Facebook. I said, man, I want to try that shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? Because I feel like, nigga, they say doctors do this shit. And I'm trying to figure out why the fuck are doctors doing mushrooms, nigga? You know what I'm saying? So I said, man, maybe this shit ain't that bad. Like, maybe it's like, it really take you.
Now, when he's talk about how everybody does it and, why everybody is hiding it from us, it, what popped in my head? Curiosity killed the cat. The reason why it popped up in my head is because look where we are now, all because he wanted to try something based upon, the information that he was getting and the fact that so many other people take it. You know what I'm saying? Curiosity definitely killed the cat, but we'll continue.
Spiritually to some next level shit. You know what I'm saying? And I wanted to try that shit. And I felt like my higher self was telling me, you're strong enough. Everybody can't do this. You're strong. Your mind is strong enough to do this.
He's saying he was just giving you the breakdown so you wouldn't be alarmed to if anything happened. And he said,
now, I don't know if he's bisexual. I know according to a lot of his statements, he says that he's not. That's why he was highly offended. He said nothing about him it's just something that he doesn't do. If anybody does that, he says that's fine, that's them, but to him, that's not it. And that's the reasoning as to why he's so highly offended with Kevin, right? But we'll get into some of these things.
He said you kind of focus in on one part when he said that you were moan. He said that you were moan when you take these mushrooms, and we see part of the video of you illustrating that. Can you elaborate on that?
So when he said that shit to me, I'm a be all the way real with you. That shit made my antennas go up. Like, nigga, like, the fuck is you trying to say, nigga? Like, talking about something. He said some shit like, sometimes, you know what I'm saying, when you take it, it'll put you in a state of mind to where you might end up doing some shit you wouldn't normally do and shit. I'm sitting there like, what the fuck do that mean? He said, no, I'm just saying it's just like, you just go with the flow of whatever. And I said, yeah, whatever, nigga. Like, and I left it at that. But that shit did raise my antennas. Like, what this nigga talking about? Because I know where I'm at, nigga. I know.
Well, see, that's the thing. It could have meant anything. You know, some people when they're on these type of things, they have these experiences. Some people want to climb buildings, and you know, it didn't have to be sexual, but you see where he's leading, you get what I'm saying? And it could have been just his mind state. But me, honestly, I feel like, you know, we have to be cautious of those things. And I think that him mentioning things before, Kevin obviously has had this experience with taking mushrooms before, so he's giving you an understanding so that you can be prepared. You don't have to necessarily grow any assumptions of what he's saying, and you don't even have to make it in a derogatory format. You know, take it for the advice that he's giving before you take the shrooms, right? Anybody would want to know what these things can do to you before you take them, right? To me, you know, somebody saying, you know, you just go with the flow, it doesn't necessarily mean you accept, you know, some gay stuff. You know what I'm saying? He basically just like, you know, take it easy. You know, you're gonna have this experience. It's probably gonna make you feel a certain type of ways. If you moan, of course, a moan is due to a response of what is happening within one's body. You get what I'm saying? So, you know, that's I feel like he received it in a manner of where his mind state was at, and that's why we're having this problem.
Know what basketball player house I'm at, nigga. So this was my thing, AP. I never went into this thing for entertainment.
Unaware. Okay.
Yeah, unaware
and that's another thing. If you already felt some type of way about, you know, the things that were leading up to this event, you get what I'm saying? You could have just said, no, I'm not going to participate. I want to take the experience for spiritual reasons, but I don't have to do it with y'all. You get what I'm saying? But instead, you took all of these warning signs that you claimed, and you still went to the event. You know,
for entertainment. It was so if y'all go watch videos of people who do this, I did it with intention. I had intention in doing this. I wanted, you know, they tell you when you do the mushrooms to speak into the universe what you want to get out of the experience.
You was using it as a manifestation experience at this particular point.
Right. I've never done this shit
that
before.
you want to come. Right. So at this point,
but AP,
okay.
I knew AP. I knew I was going to see something that night. I didn't know what though. So my higher self had told me.
What you mean? Because you know you about to trip off much.
Yeah, I'm happy that Aboriginal was like, what do you mean? Because it gives me the feeling like you were anticipating something, and that's why you stayed. When you were given feelings of weirdness already in preparation of taking it, you know, you could have declined, you could have walked away. So you taking it, you stand for this event was for a purpose. That means that you wanted to see. You get what I'm saying? So, you know, shout out to AP.
Mushroom, so you know you're going to see strange things. What do you mean about you knew you was going to see some things? Can you please elaborate?
I spiritually had talked to my higher self, nigga, and my higher self said, I got to show you something, and you're going to see something. But my higher self told me, no matter what you see, ride the trip to the end. That's what I was told. No matter what you see, right? You feel what I'm saying? So, I spoke into the universe. I took my mushrooms and I spoke into the universe.
Hold on. Before you get there, your cell phone is put away at this point. I just want to make sure we're clear here.
Right. So
You have to put away your cell phones. Moments leading up to this event, they gave you uncomfortable moments where they were suggesting certain things that you would encounter if you take this mushroom. Dwight gave you an uncomfortable moment that you questioned when he said you got to give a little to get a little. All of these things leading up to the ceremony that was raising your eyebrows, but you still wanted to do it or participate because you knew you were going to see something, or you were intrigued or infatuated with the wonders in your own mind that you felt like you were going to be able to see something that you never saw before, and it was going to give you some spiritual enlightenment. Yeah, okay.
But that's another thing, just like you said, Kev, the higher self. Kevin said, what's the agency to his higher self? Right. Can we get in contact with this higher self? Because he keeps saying it, I feel like my higher self was telling me to, or I feel like my higher self was saying this and all this and that. Your higher self. These are your thoughts. Your thoughts are negative. Your thoughts were thinking about homosexuality. Your thoughts were thinking everything was gay. And then your thoughts were even telling you that even though you're not gay, continue into something that I done made you feel like was gay, right? Is that what we're saying? It's crazy.
Seeing you.
Yeah. So there's two parts. There's another part to the house, which was Tootie's area of the mansion, right? He had his own little like complex, right? So
that's not true. He did not have his own little complex, and even months. This interview was 4 months ago, right? Less than a couple of months after this, she stated how Royce Reed even had an apartment next to Kevin's. So trying to make it seem like Kevin had his own area, his own wing, or however you want to, display it, that's incorrect information. It's not factual whatsoever.
had his own whole little
So let me ask you this. Describe the scene at the party. I know you're taking your mushrooms. They haven't kicked in yet. You're just now trying to catch a vibe to make sure you're in a good vibration. Who's there? Is it just mostly dudes? Is it women? What is going on? Is there any on the street? There's no women there. Can we get that insight, please?
There was definitely women there. So here's the thing: we started over in Tootie's side of the whatchamacallit because he said the basketball player didn't want us coming over in the main part until we took ours. Because this was the reason. He wanted everybody to be in the same, state of mind. You feel what I'm saying? Because they say, some people will look at people funny and stuff, because we might come over there and they might be tripping and shit. You feel what I'm saying? So I said, all right, I get that. But he said, no phones over there. Now, here's the crazy part, though. Normally, see, this is what I'm saying. I had been over there enough times that this time he ain't even. Well, shit, I think I only signed them NDAs one time. I think that was our first time coming over there. After that shit, we kept coming over there. Like my family was over there so much. Like with that nigga, like girl.
Hold on. So you had to sign non-disclosures?
When we first started coming over there, then we got cool. Like we was the mutual friend. So
he had built a bond, he had trusted you. Yeah. He know that you're not gonna do no
right.
Out chasing that shit. Let's just say.
Right. So he wasn't making us sign.
I'm really trying to get to the part where he basically just gives the disclosure and say, everything was in his head. So we're gonna get there.
Kind of shit no more. We ain't have to give up our phones or nothing no more. We would just come over.
So you was good. So you didn't have to give up your phone.
Was cool. Yeah, all of that.
So you didn't have to give up your phone at this ceremony, right?
Nah. Okay. So that was.
It's so crazy that he says that everybody was cool, but he's mad at Kevin. But this was all at the White's house. I'm not trying to say anything towards the White, but I am saying, It's Dwight's home. Nobody's in control of what goes on in Dwight's home except for Dwight. So why are you mad at Kevin for Dwight having a shroom ceremony, which he invited you to, but it wasn't his ceremony? Why are you upset that children were involved? If, it's Dwight's home, why are you upset at Kevin? Kevin, when you go to somebody's house, you can't be mad at their neighbor for what's going on in that person's house. You know what I'm saying? And not only that, but all of these things that are leading up before you take this mushroom that was raising your eyebrow that you're speaking of right now, you didn't have enough self-accountability to say, no, I don't think I want to participate. You didn't have that moment. You didn't think about that. But curiosity killed the cat, because you wanted to know what you knew something was going to happen and you wanted to see it. That was your understanding as to why you bypassed all of these so-called red flags moments. Okay.
Was the rule. They said nobody is to have their phones at the ceremony. And I said, okay, I get it. I get it. I can understand, right? Because he said the basketball player don't want nobody to possibly film somebody in an altered state of mind, and that type of thing. So I got it. So I left my phone in my bag. I left my phone in my bag over in Tootie's side of the mansion. Okay,
his apartment.
His
apartment,
shit
right?
over there. Yeah. So I came over to the main part. So let me tell you this. So we took our mushrooms. It was me, Tootie, and some chick. We took ours over on Tootie's side before we came over. So I guess the basketball player had text Tootie and said, yeah, y'all can come over now, So at this point in time, it was about 15 minutes. And I started feeling that shit like kicking in. I could start feeling the difference in this shit, right?
So let me ask you this. Did you hit different? Did you moan on the mushrooms like you said?
No. So here's the thing. Me and the chick was tripping off of that. We was tripping off of that.
I can predict that if he did, he probably wouldn't mention it, especially if they say, you can have stomach aches or it could give you moments of uncomfort. Discomfort, you can, or even you have like a sexual urge, you might, you get what I'm saying? So, if he did, he probably won't admit it. I'm not saying that he did. I won't take away from his experience on that, but I'm just saying, it's been the high suggestion as far as what Kevin has experienced during the mushroom that made Callie, feel triggered in response. So,
in other words, it was a groan. It's a groan. It's a stomach discomfort. And then even Chief Callie tried to come up with the accusations. Oh, how can you groan if you don't have a stomach? Like, you sound so pathetic, like retarded. It don't make sense. You don't make sense at all.
So, me personally, if that is something to happen, it doesn't have to be sexual, but, if he did do it, he's not going to state that he did.
Because this is our first time, right? And we never did none of that shit. But these niggas was doing that shit. That shit was weird. Okay, so there was a whole bunch of people there. Okay, so when he brought us over to the main part, right? We coming down the walkway, we leaving Tootie's side. We coming to the main part. So the basketball player comes out. He meets us in the walkway where we be normally smoking at. He meets us there, and it's
walking over to the main part where the White House.
So we kind of meet outside in the middle before we actually go inside to the main part. So the basketball player see us coming. Now it's the basketball player. I think it was two chicks and the basketball player's baby mama, the one from Atlanta Housewives. So she was they was
Royce Reed, she was on Basketball Wives. I think that, he just gave the wrong name, but she was on Basketball Wives. He stated that she was there. She stated that she was there. Her child was there as well. So, in the previous review that I did, he was mad at Kevin. He said, "Why are all these kids here?" You know, but that was the White and Royce Reed's child that was there. So, you know, if anybody was to be frustrated, if you're going to be frustrated about that, it would be to the parents, right, and not to Kevin. And not only that, but you could have stated, "I don't feel comfortable with, you know, doing activities of drugs, you know, with their child there." You could have honestly left, but you chose not to, yet and still, but it somehow became a complaint about the situation. Right.
They all came and met us outside on the balcony. Now, the basketball player, this nigga like, "Who, Cali? Who, nigga?" He like all bent over, you know. And I realized what they was doing, nigga. They was trying to sell this shit to me.
What you mean bent over? Can you explain this?
Yeah, let me clear that up.
Let me say this. And yeah, explain bent over, yelling, "Ooh, Cali," because that's crazy, right?
Yeah, let me clear that up ASAP.
And also, is there any possibility that you could be possibly tripping at this particular point?
I'm not tripping yet. I'm not even tripping yet. It's just now starting to, you know, make its way through my body. I can feel it. You know what I'm saying? So as we're coming over to that side, to the main side, he's standing like in the walkway, but he's linked over like, you know, like a nigga be tired. Like, whew, I'm tired, nigga. So I'm looking at him in front of me. You feel what I'm saying? Coming down the walkway. And that nigga like, "Oh, God, this shit strong as fuck, man. This some good shit, boy. Boy, you gonna love that shit. Whoa, whoa, whoa." So I'm sitting
talking about the mushrooms, right?
Yeah, the mushrooms
that you already took at this point.
That I took, and I can feel it starting to kick in. So I knew I started to feel it kick in, right? So I stepped away from everybody. I moved away from everybody.
Where the hell you go?
I went to my own little spot on the balcony. It was nighttime, and I looked up into the universe. I just stood on the balcony, and I looked up into the universe, and I said, "Give me truth." I said, "Give me truth. Whatever the truth is, give it to me." So that was what I spoke into the universe. I said, I want to have fun. I want to laugh. I want to, you know, chop it up, but give me truth, whatever truth is.
All right. So at what point do you go find Kevin Wesley? Because he spoke on this on his live that you was looking for him, saying that you was going to fight people for him at this particular time, or is this at a later time? I'm just trying to. I'm just asking a question.
This is a little later time.
Okay. Let's get to that part.
Right now,
all right. Go ahead. Go ahead.
So now we move into the house, right? I done did my little speaking into the universe.
Manifest.
I did that shit, right? So now we go into the house. Now we all in, you know, we all sitting at the table. Now it's a whole nother group of people in that bitch. So where I sit at the table.
Hey, Phoenix Rising, thank you for coming through. Let me see what you stated. I can't. It says, anyone using the N-word as often as he does. Yeah. he uses it quite often, right? It's like every other word. And I noticed that in a lot of his videos. It's like every other word. I never thought about it in that manner. I think I might look into that. You might be on to something.
Table is me, the girl, and it's like two other girls sitting at the table with us, and some nigga from New York or some shit, tattoo nigga. He's sitting at the table.
Now I'm gonna be counting every time he said it.
All with us. The basketball.
What you mean? Tattoos on his face or tattoos on his arms?
Everywhere. I think he was a tattoo dude or some shit. But he, you know, he was sitting on the other side of the table. So we all just sitting at the table. Now across the basketball player got like two living rooms. One of the living rooms is like a snake room full of snakes. Okay. So
like real snakes, like real
big
reptiles?
Big ass pythons and shit. He got like a whole living room full of these motherfuckers in glass containers. So it's a bunch of them in there. Now you can tell that they are geeked in there. Like these niggas is laughing, they clowning. So the basketball player, So the basketball player came by me. This is what that nigga said to me. That nigga said, Callie, he said, man, you tripping, nigga. He said, you holding back, nigga. You holding back. You trying to hold back. I said, nah, nigga, I just don't feel like y'all niggas feel.
Not yet.
Yeah, so me and the girl, because
what did you get out of him coming up on you? While you're in your own home,
he ain't
chilling,
come up on me. He was just coming by the table, but he was talking to
you
me.
at the table at this point. Okay,
yeah,
you at the table.
Me and the girl, like this is our first time meeting, so we kind of just linked up and we
chopping
at the
it
table.
up,
Yeah.
right?
You know, this is our first time doing this shit, but we watching everybody else. You feel what I'm saying? And you know, the basketball player, he coming by me. He's coming by the table. He like, I don't know, you tripping, nigga. This is some good shit. You trying to hold back, nigga. You trying to hold back. He's like, man, you gotta let that shit go, whatever. And me and the girl looking at each other like, nah, nigga, we just ain't where y'all niggas at. You know what I'm saying? And I never got there, nigga. Never.
Shit,
like,
right.
Never, all night long. Never got to the point you niggas was claiming to be at.
Now, he claimed he never got to that point, but y'all please listen to some of his testimony as far as the story, you know, the deeper we go into the story, because I feel like he most definitely probably surpassed everyone in my own observation.
Why do I feel like every time I stop the video in the original video, I'm thinking the same thing literally every time. So I'm like, okay, I'm playing it and I'm listening to it and I'm like, I'm literally saying the same thing that I'm about to say now. So basically, in my original video, y'all, I'm really breaking it down to a T. Like I'm saying everything that I wanted to say the entire time. I got a lot of things cleared, especially from that start to now, where I am now having more information. You know, of course, I have more information that I want to include into the conversation, but I definitely broke down a lot of things that I still have right now, where I'm like, okay, I'm getting ready to stop the video now, and it's like, wait, I've already, acknowledged this part. And one thing that I want to say is Chief Cali, he got so many pieces of this whole story that he just recalls, and he's saying this happened and that happened, and I mean, he's painting an entire visual for people to get right, like he's a movie director. You're supposed to be like this, you're supposed to be like that. I mean, he's giving the graphics. Chief Cali, yo, oh my god.
You get what I'm saying? Based upon his own testimony, he felt like they were gonna attack Kevin. Kevin was missing for 2 hours. How would you know? You didn't even have a phone. Then he said they were trying to do some Illuminati rich stuff to him. All of these reasonings and everything like that. We'll get into it. He definitely is gonna highlight some things that would make you feel like, yeah, you might have been higher than high. But you was in the universe somewhere in the galaxy. You definitely wasn't on planet Earth. But that's just my opinion.
Anyway, so it's a whole living room full of other motherfuckers, niggas and women in the living room. So they in there doing their own thing. Me and old girl sat at the table all night. Now my shit's starting to kick in though, right? Like I can really feel that shit kicking in. So I go in the bathroom, nigga. And this is where I had to deal with myself. Now, what I was trying to tell everybody was on this night, the mushroom was not a bad trip. Not dealing with myself. So that night I had to deal with two things. I dealt with myself on who I was, and I also dealt with them niggas. Okay, so these were.
Now this is the part that is kind of when you're having a high experience. Where does he get? I don't know how he got to a point where he felt like he could divide the high. In one instance, he's not that high, and then in another instance, he is high. In one instance, it was spiritual, and then the other instance, it was attacks. I think that if he, sit back and actually look and listen to what he was stating, he might be able to see that, you were high in both situations and the whole time. Like, you got to combine it. But,
There were two different moments of the night. So now you ask, so I come out, all right, so I'm in the bathroom. This is where I see my face morph and shit. Like, my face, like, my face talking to me like real reckless, like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
well, like, can you explain this? Because this sounds crazy, and I know you're in your trip right now, and it's kind of hard to explain to someone that's never tripped before that you're seeing your face talk shit to you. Can you explain this, please?
Shout out to Aboriginal Power. He said you're seeing your face talk to you. This is your face in the mirror talking to you. Nobody is coming to you and saying, oh, they're trying to sacrifice you. Oh, it's a plot. Oh, they're trying to do something to Kevin. Nobody's saying any of this to you. It's literally your face in a mirror that is talking to you. What part of that? Okay, let's keep going.
So I'm sitting on the toilet, nigga, and I see the motherfucking walls fucking moving, like everything's moving, everything's coming alive in that bitch, in the bathroom. So,
but it's not coming alive. It's just a trip right now.
It's just a trip. It's just a trip.
Right.
But you gotta remember, this is my first time doing this shit. I see shit moving, nigga. Shit's moving around, nigga. Anyway, so
just admitted this is his first time doing it. So his experience in the bathroom with the mirror and him being on the toilet, he acknowledges this is his first time. So what he's seeing is new, but somehow it doesn't seem to connect that what he was perceiving as far as Kevin and everyone else is concerned. He doesn't see how, this is new. He's experiencing the same thing, just in a different form of scenario. We'll continue.
They're in the mirror, and I lift my head up and I look myself in the mirror, and like my face started morphing, like.
What you mean morphing? Can you please explain this?
That bitch started spinning and shit. Like, it was my face, but that bitch started spinning and shit. And I was seeing like different types of my face. And one of them bitches was like a beast, nigga. Like, he was like a monster ass nigga. And that monster ass nigga was talking and reckless as fuck to me. Like, you know what I'm saying? The motherfucker kept asking me.
Can you give me a few things that he said, this beast that's manifesting in a reflection in the mirror?
Yeah, the motherfucker said, who the fuck is Callie? The motherfucker kept asking me that. Who the fuck, nigga? And I look at this motherfucker in his face. Now, remember, I told you I had already talked to my higher self, and my higher self told me I was fin to deal with something, but my higher self told me, you're strong enough, your mind is strong enough to deal with it, so deal with it. You're gonna make it through. Deal with it, okay? So I see this motherfucker.
Now let me ask you this. My bad. Go ahead and finish that, and I'm gonna ask you a question just so we can add clarity for some of the other stuff that we have.
So I tell this motherfucker in the mirror, that nigga. I told this motherfucker in the mirror. I said, "Let's go, motherfucker." You know what I'm saying? So that motherfucker looked at me and started fucking laughing, nigga.
So in the mirror, you told him to let's go, and it started laughing at you. It started laughing. So this whole conversation, we supposed to take everything that this man's saying as reality, and he was talking and laughing at himself in the mirror. We supposed to believe that somebody was really trying to attack him, when really he was just having a whole conversation in the mirror. He was hyping himself up. Let's go, let's go, let's. You in the mirror having a football meeting? Seriously? But we supposed to sit here and say, oh, this really happened in reality. He really had to hype himself up to something that he didn't even give us any reason to feel or to believe that they were trying to do anything to him. Now, here's the thing. You were in the bathroom with the door closed. Was anybody on the outside of that door plotting on you, trying to come in, anything like that? I didn't hear anything of the sort.
You get what I'm saying? You gave us no reason to feel like they were even paying you any mind.
He didn't believe you. He
That
didn't
nigga
believe you.
laughed at me. So that motherfucker in the mirror told me, he said, nigga, he said, what the fuck that nigga say? He said, you know I'll pull your bitch ass in here anytime I get ready to, nigga. You not ready to come in here, nigga. He was like, but I want you know, basically he was telling me, you ain't ready. And that
now I want everybody to remember, because with the mushrooms, when you go through this experience, right, you're basically acknowledging some of the traumas, childhood traumas and everything like that. So what I'm envisioning, or what I am feeling here, is that you were addressing yourself. You don't have any confidence. That's basically what I'm feeling. That you really are a coward within, because you're doing a lot to boost up your courage to even do something. And the whole thought process of thinking that somebody's trying to do something to you, you're in fear. There's a trauma there, something that you felt like you had to protect yourself in, and you possibly didn't. Who's to say? But this is what I'm getting from this moment. This is literally the shrooms taking in effect.
That's what kind of let me know, like, yo, there's some other shit up there, nigga. Like, that's a whole other realm that this nigga's talking. That nigga told me, you don't control shit in here when you come in here, nigga. So you better chill out. Now, this is something I still don't understand. This shit. Now, I understand everything else that happened to me that night, but I don't understand this shit yet.
Says he don't understand. He said he understand everything else except for this right here. Notice that how we can divide what we understand and what we don't understand in this whole situation. In my the way I feel about it, I don't think that there's any clarity that came through. It was just a bad trip.
After all of that shit, after I talked to
So
myself,
listen, let me ask you this. Now, he said that you did ecstasy and all this stuff. I just want you to clear this up. Do you do ecstasy?
That ain't no secret, nigga. I talk about that shit, nigga. I talk about when I almost overdosed and everything. That ain't nothing. That nigga wasn't saying. That nigga what?
Okay, so lately it's been a lot of statements about Kevin Wesley. You know, a lot of people are trying to, pin him to being some type of drug addict, and things like that. But Callie has just admitted to possibly overdosing on drugs, and that is not a secret, that he does drugs, or that he has done drugs. You get what I'm saying? I want everybody to know that if you ever get to an extent where you're doing drugs and you have a possible overdose, that is a form of addiction problem. I don't know how many people are aware of that, but that is something to take serious. Everybody, please seek help for any unhealthy habits. Don't let it get too far. And definitely don't stick too close to an environment that makes you feel as if that's something that is normal. It's not normal. That's very extreme. I know in the midst of having these habits, you may not be able to naturally see yourself as far as being addicted, but that is a high sign of needing help. Okay.
Wasn't saying nothing.
Okay.
I tell people, nigga, I was nigga almost overdosed on 3 grams of Molly in Atlanta. This is after my record deal went bad. I was depressed, nigga. I was a walking zombie around Atlanta, nigga, because I was depressed, nigga. Can you imagine sitting at the table with Atlantic and Warner Brothers, nigga, and the shit gets snatched out from you because your manager playing around and burning bridges?
Now, he just admitted that he was depressed. He had a lot of things going on, events that were canceled, and he's going into reason as far as his management, right? What I like to inform people is depression and trauma and things like that. These are things that trigger inside the brain. And see, the brain receives these responses just like they would receive an injury. So like, just like you would receive a blow to the brain, maybe through a car accident or a fight or anything like that. These type of mental effects, they also give the same response in the brain. Hence why it's called trauma. You get what I'm saying? So when you don't get the proper treatment for trauma effects in the brain, the damage does worsen. You get what I'm saying? And the fact that he just admitted to having drug usage, you get what I'm saying? And then these things can cause different disorders and condition. And my last video, I stated depersonalization and derealization. You get what I'm saying? And the effects of what they say DDD. When you have DDD or when you encounter moments of DDD, it's due to trauma and drug usage. He admitted that he's not unfamiliar with drugs, and they also smoke marijuana at the White Howard's home, but mushrooms was his first time. So when you have drug usage and you have depression or trauma and things in that, it heightens the possibility of DDD. And so my observation is that when he was having this bad trip, he was actually going through DDD. Even when he came down from being at parts of hallucinating and the disformity in his face and talking in the mirror, the part where he's speaking of, I had to hide and I went live and Kevin actually did this and everything like that. He was actually still suffering from DDD, and DDD can last for hours, days, weeks. It's all depending on the extremity of your trauma and of your drug usage. So he frequently smokes marijuana. He has admitted to taking other drugs and overdosing. What I want to say, mushroom was just his first instance of taking that. But trauma doesn't go away. Drug usage, you know what I'm saying? If you use it frequently, it's a consistent thing. All of these things can build up to having, a perception change. What you think is reality really isn't, because of the things that's altered your perception. And that's why it's always important to stay aware of what you're doing and of yourself, so that if you have any moments that aren't natural to reality, you can seek help, or you can at the least be aware of what is going on with yourself, and not necessarily paint it off to be somebody else's problem when it's just yours. What she said, I second that. How about that?
So everything was taken away from me, nigga. I was depressed, and nigga, that was my drug of choice. It was a sexual drug.
But you wasn't on ecstasy going into this party, correct?
No. I wasn't on that, nigga. I ain't been on that shit in ages.
Okay, I just want to clear that up for the people that may think that you could. All right, go ahead.
So if you don't know a person, AP, if I know something about you from your past, right, and it's a bunch of new people who don't know you, I can take something I know from your past, right?
And try to spin it.
And try to spin it to the new people who don't know you, right?
Now he's stating that, but this interview that he had was 4 months ago. And not only that, but even from 4 months ago up until now, there's still discussions that about Kevin because of the beginning 4 years ago when Callie first came out with these accusations about the mushroom ceremony. You get what I'm saying? So, let me play it back just a little bit.
Okay, I just want to clear that up for the people that may think that you could. All right, go ahead.
So if you don't know a person, AP, if I know something about you from your past, right, and it's a bunch of new people who don't know you, I can take something I know from your past, right?
And
you
try
know
to
what I'm saying?
spin it.
And try to spin it to the new people who don't know you, right? So it's new people that they ain't never heard me tell the fucking story of.
And that's basically what has happened. You know what I'm saying? And a lot, and even though it is Callie's experience, right? Because a lot of people say you can't deny people of their experience, and that's why I like to be informative of certain things that people may not be aware of within their own experience, that they can start to see a little bit clearly, so that they can, the things that were stated.
I want to stop for a second because I want to go to this other video and I want to see something real quick. I want to see if it's in this one. And how and not become familiar. Hold on. It's something that I'm looking for, y'all. He even gave evidence. Because he said it, and I'm going to find it. I'm going to find it, y'all. Because I done did a report on it. I think it's this one.
Talk about without realizing.
With a fucking stranger, nigga. Talk about what do you want me to do? What do you want me to do?
I saw her out there so you could buy her a new car and you didn't. She was incapable or unable to be like
Right. Mushrooms. No other reason. No other reason. No other reason. This was my fucking reason, right?
Pause. Sorry.
So when I had
your experience were a little off, that was a red flag. You could have declined doing it. You said you had to leave your phone. That was a red flag that you could have declined. You right?
Right. Definitely agree.
Right.
I know I always talk about how I say I don't feel like this shit is reality. I always feel like whatever's in this motherfucker is reality, right?
There it goes. There we go. Did y'all? There it goes. This is what I wanted. This is what I wanted. Let me see. We're going to get it right. This is what I wanted, y'all. I hope y'all still with me, but I've been searching and I found it. And this is what I'm talking about right here. And Callie's getting ready to say it. So everybody can even get to the point and understand it's not reality. And this is what he's been saying. I want everybody to get this understanding. Understand me. Okay? And as to what it is, that doesn't necessarily mean that you should, jump on the first train, right?
Right. Definitely agree.
Right.
I know I always talk about how I say I don't feel like this shit is reality. I always feel like whatever's in this motherfucker is reality, right?
There we go. Did y'all hear that? Whatever's in his head is reality. And that is what he's basing all of these accusations off. whatever is in his head. That means that nobody in reality had to give him any pointers or any ideas. They didn't have to make any moves. They didn't have to do anything offensive, because whatever is in his thoughts is what he is determining to be factual. And that is where all of this is coming from. He just told you. Did you catch
So,
it?
yes, that's a great point. So
So this is basically what I wanted everybody to understand. And I'm going to go back and we're going to play some more and we're going to get down to the nitty gritty. But I really wanted everybody to hear and understand that this man literally said that it was thoughts in his head that he formed as reality. That is the point that I want everybody to hear. I want to sing it to the mountaintops. This man is accusing Kevin of these things because of thoughts in his head. You think everything that was stated up to coming to the situation was gay because of what was in your head. You accused everything that was happening in the situation because of what was in your head. Everything was in your head. And you know, the crazy thing about it is he gave this understanding. He stated it. So that means he knows that he's lying. He knows that it didn't happen. But you know what? He'll go from panel to panel to panel to panel to panel to panel to talk about it. To tell people, oh, this and that, oh, Kevin is this, and Kevin did that, and Kevin is wrong. But it's all in his head. And people have just been eating it up, eating it up, eating it up, eating it up. And it's like, good God, when y'all gonna understand, like, this is in this man's head? Let me play it back a little bit. Doing something. So, you know, even if you're taking in consideration what their experience might have been and their reasoning as to what it is, that doesn't necessarily mean that you should, you know, jump on the first train, right?
Right. Definitely agree.
Right.
I know I always talk about how I say I don't feel like this shit is reality. I always feel like whatever's in this motherfucker is reality, right?
There we go. Whatever is in his head is reality. That means that he didn't have to get touched physically. He didn't have to get hit physically. He didn't have to see them in his face or anything. It was all the thought process in his head. But let's get to it. Let me see a little bit of what we discussed here in this discussion, and then I'm gonna go back to the other discussion, because I was looking for it in the other discussion and we didn't come across it. We were already in the story. So if it does play, then that's another kudos for me, because I want everybody to understand that this man is literally talking about something that was in his head, a thought in his head. Oh, did y'all hear that? Whatever is in his head is reality. And that is what he's basing all of these accusations off. Whatever is in his head. That means that nobody in reality had to give him any pointers or any ideas. They didn't have to make any moves. Is what he is determining to be factual. And that is where all of this is coming from. He just told you. Did you catch it?
Yes, that's a great point. So in his reality, in his mind, whatever his mind tells him, that's the truth, regardless of what he sees.
Right.
And he clearly said that. So it's like, how can anybody think anything this man says after this point is credible?
Exactly. And we have, and here we are 4 years later, still having to examine this and explain this, because a lot of people they're not listening to what he's stating. He's stating everything he thinks in his head is what he is determining as reality. And it's not. It's your thought process. Everybody has thoughts. Everybody comes up with ideas and you know, things that they can envision, right? Even if it's unhealthy. But that doesn't mean that that is what actually is happening. It didn't happen. He has no physical evidence of this actually being the reality. It's only in his head.
Wow. That's deep. And right away, we early on in the video, and he clearly tells us that everything he's going off of is something made up in his mind.
Right.
And this man, like you said, here we are 4 years later, has been getting dragged over these strong accusations that this man who was impaired, who volunteered, who did research, but claimed he didn't research other things. So he knew what was going to happen. He wanted to feel that high. He reached out to Kevin and he got what he wanted. And the friendship was over. But he can't take it. And now here we are.
Exactly. It's kind of like you don't even have to play any more of the video. People should be able to see that, like, yeah, like we're done here. But, you know, for the sake of the cause, we'll continue, sis.
It sounds good to me.
So basically, that's what we dealing with. Somebody who was in his head. But let me go back to the other video because I still want to do a review on that one.
On somebody else's life, you know, not to say that you're not supposed to stand up, you know, especially if you feel like something has been done wrong, but, you know, just to, you know, you want to analyze the situation to see what was going on, you know, to try to bring some type of closure to the situation, not to continue to add on, but it continues to get worse and worse and worse and worse and worse. It never completely gets resolved. And I think 4 years of this story, you know, at some point you would say, you know, maybe I was just high, you know, especially, you know, Kevin's family. You've been over to the White's house numerous of times. You brought your family over. You got to know everybody's family that was around, that brought their family around. You guys smoked marijuana together. You guys did all of these things together. And then you had a first time trip on marijuana and it became this whole Illuminati thing and a bunch of craziness when you were just clearly high. You know, you were just clearly high.
Nigga, that was my drug of choice. I had women, I did this, that was my drug of choice. And women knew that shit. You know what I'm saying? So
hey, and that's real. That's real,
yeah,
you know, and that's you. And that's what built character and who you are today. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I speak on.
Hey, Lady Love. Hey, Mama. Yes, I did say DDD, depersonalization, derealization.
Hey, thank you for coming through, Queen. What we got Am in the building. I want to play it back for you, Am, just so you can hear it. How Chief Cali admitted that it was all in his head. Let me see if I could do it for you real quick, Queen. Let me see. All right, I'm about to play it back real quick so you can hear it.
That is what actually is happening. It didn't happen. He has no physical evidence of is what he is determining to be factual, and what their experience might have been and their reasoning as to what is. That doesn't necessarily mean that you should you know, jump on the first train, right?
Right. Definitely agree.
All right, here it go, Queen.
Right.
I know I always talk about how I say I don't feel like this shit is reality. I always feel like whatever's in this motherfucker is reality, right?
There we go. Did y'all hear that? Whatever is in his head is reality. And that is what he's basing all of these accusations off. Whatever is in his head. That means that nobody in reality had to give him any pointers or any ideas. They didn't have to make any moves. They didn't have to do anything offensive, because whatever is in his thoughts is what he is determining to be factual. And that is where all of this is coming from. He just told.
Now, see, this is where I got it from. When he was given the accusations, and he basically stated, and he give this every time before he tell this story. He says it was all in his head. He basically say that every time he talks about how, you know, he presumed that his thoughts to be reality at the time. That's what he stated every time. I promise you. If you go to every video that Cali has ever made, given this mushroom tomb ceremony story, he always says it beforehand that he presumed all of his thoughts to be reality during that time. Would you say, Kevin? He admits to doing ecstasy and doing it with women, but tries to accuse me of drugging women. He says he almost overdosed, but he actually overdosed. It wasn't fatal. Right. Exactly. And this is what we've been dealing with. This crazy, deranged, strange dude coming up with these accusations in his head, not making any sense at all, making accusations about Kevin, literally doing these very things to himself. Like, yo, when I tell you, when I first came across this story and I was listening to him, I paused that so many times. I'm like, bruh, how did this even get past people? This man literally said that everything that happened in his head is what he presumed to be reality. And I keep saying it over and over and over and over because I want everybody to understand, like, this man really said that it was all in his head. You know what came in my head just now? What was it? Biggie, when he would say it was all a dream. That's basically what I'm hearing in my head right now. Like, Callie was dreaming. He was thinking in his head, and then he just started saying it as if it happened, and it didn't. It did not happen at all. He admits to doing ecstasy, yes. And then he'll say, everybody knew that. I even talked about it myself. So you admitted to doing it, you talk about it, but then you tried to make it seem like Kevin was doing drugs when you was the one that was doing drugs, claiming that you even overdosed. You get what I'm saying? You're the one that has these problems, but you go from panel to panel to panel to panel talking about Kevin. And but see, the crazy thing about it is when he went on Jeannie panel and when he went on the Morris panel and he was talking about this, not one time did he want to say, oh, I usually give the disclaimer about how I think that my thoughts are reality. and but see, here's the thing that he's not understanding about thoughts and reality. It is a thought process. In order for it to be reality, it has to actually happen. It has to happen in order for it to be reality. If it's only in your head, if it stays in your head, it was never reality. It was just your thoughts. It was just a thought. Yes. And hold on, what Kevin saying? He tries to accuse you of drugging women. He says he did drugs with women. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. And he admitted that. And he said that. But I don't understand how anybody feels like having Callie on their panel, having this discussion on their panel gives them a greater defense. It actually doesn't. It's really sad to tell you the truth because this man literally just admitted that it was in his head. This man live in La La Land, and then he ties it to spiritual terminology, my higher self or the universe and everything like that. No, it's your negative thought process. It's you in your head by yourself, and you want everybody to come in your head with you and think that everything that you thinking in your head is their reality too, and it's not. It's not. It's literally not. It's not, y'all. I'm sorry. I can't get over that part. Like, you don't even have to go further into the discussion because the man literally told you that it was in his head. And if you follow up with anything he says after this point, then you're only agreeing to going in his head because it didn't really even happen. It didn't even happen at all. Let me see if I could go back to my other review. I just wanted to play that for Amber in the building. Shout out to you, Queen. Let me see. We getting back into it. Y'all, can y'all hear me? It's saying that my browser went out. Let me know if you can hear me, if you can hear the video. And if so, I'll keep going. Well, I'll keep going. You just let me know if you can hear me. If anytime you can't hear me, let me know.
Because they'll say, this is my experience, right? Again. But at the same time, sometimes we can have an experience and we have an understanding based upon what we know. But when information comes, perception changes. Hey, Mama. Hey, Miss Andrea. Thank you for coming. So perception changes based upon what we know and what we learn about ourselves and about these previous experiences, and that's why, it's very important for everybody to gather information, to learn information, and then we can go back and re-question the best base of enlightenment is learn, unlearn, and relearn. Go back to your experience and start not question yourself, but question, what could have actually been the thing that had taken place as far as mentally, and things and that such. Kevin and Kay were friends. They did projects together. You know what I'm saying? They hung out together quite often. They knew each other's family. They clearly introduced each other to friends. It was a moment of a high from mushrooms that caused the total deterioration of it all. And not only that, but it's years and years of uh, tension between them and accusations and things in that sort. And I personally feel like it could have been resolved a long time ago. Especially if we could, just highlight some of the things that could have been possible of this experience, just to give a form of enlightenment,
On my own situation, nothing that nigga said on that live, I hadn't already said, and everything else he fucking made up. The nigga, he made shit up. I never made nothing up on that nigga.
Okay, so let's get to the part where you looking for Kevin Wesley outside the door, talking about you was fighting.
Yeah, so I'm geeking now, right? So I'm laid on the couch now. When my shit kicked in,
Y'all, what I wanted to break down was the discussion that Callie was having on Jeannie's panel and being upset about, man, you so funny, and going on a Morris panel, and not one time did he acknowledge how he was saying that he presumed these things from his own thoughts. It was in his head. He presumed it to be reality because he thought it in his head. But you want everybody to join the bandwagon to hate Kevin and all this and that and all this and that, and you're not even giving them factual information. And to tell you the truth, if they were great journalists, they should be highly offended, because why would you give me a lie? Every time you talk about this story, you give this disclaimer about how something is in your head and how you presume your thoughts to be reality at the time. You keep saying it, but you want to know why people aren't offended? Because their purpose was not to speak on truth or facts, but it was to spew hatred and anger and aggression. And everybody has a right to their perspective. But at some point, and I'm so happy they even told him, where it was so many things that you did and we bypassed and we didn't say, because that was the truth right there. They didn't say anything because what they were doing wasn't based off of the truth. And it wasn't based off whether Callie was telling the truth or not. And it should have been. Anybody that comes to your panel and you have a discussion with them about any source of information, especially something as serious as rape and children and domestic violence, you want to make sure that you are speaking facts, not emotions, not feelings, not because you don't like something or so somebody didn't do something that you didn't want, that you wanted them to do, or because it rubbed you the wrong way, or because you disagree about how they choose to go about things. No, you need to speak on facts. And that has been the problem this entire situation. Everybody getting in their feelings instead of sticking to facts. And here's the facts. Callie has already admitted numerous of times that this only happened in his head. That's the fact. That is the fact. You want to sit there and have conversations about Kevin's home, whether he's a homosexual or in the closet. You want to talk about his wives and his children. You want to talk about his financial status. You want to talk about all of these things, but you don't want to state the fact. And the fact is, you came up with a whole creative fake story in your head and wanted to spew it around and run your mouth. And it wasn't factual. It had no facts to it. Right. I'm sorry, y'all. Rape and sexual assault. That's the problem. That's the problem. You go from panel to panel to panel, spreading lies. And then people, at some point, you have to start to question, why am I even listening to this information? Why am I being entertained by this information? Is it because it's factual, or because I have some underlying emotions towards how people choose to be an individual, how people choose to be themselves? They say, oh, well, I don't like the fact that, Robert chooses to wear a wig. Is that going to be the reason why you want to believe lies? Is that going to be the reason why you entertain lies? Let me tell you something. You be mindful of the company you keep. The very things that you can see somebody being capable of doing to someone else, they will surely do it to you. They will do it to you without a question, won't even hesitate. The very things, they will do it to you. Chief Callie goes from panel to panel to panel to panel. And every time he gives this story on his own channel, he gives a disclaimer. Hey, y'all, everything is in my head. It's not really true, but I believe it to be true. So before you go in the fairy tale world with me, understand that I'm lying. But when he goes on these ladies' panels, He don't give that disclaimer because he already know that they trying to spew against this family. So he feel like he can get somebody on a bandwagon with him about these false accusations. And it's very offensive because it's men actually out here being sexually assaulted. It's children out here actually being sexually assaulted. It's couples out here actually experiencing domestic violence. But no, what we have is a bunch of people who want to run around and be in their emotions because they feelings hurt about something, because they don't like something, or you didn't do this, or you didn't do what I wanted you to do, or I feel this type of way. All of a sudden, they want to join the bandwagon of false narratives, deceit, defamation. That's the problem. Get out of your feelings. Get to some truth. Get to some reality. That's the problem. We have so many people running around in their emotions. This man was butthurt because he couldn't handle his own high on shrooms. So he want to go and run his mouth and spread lies about a man that could get anybody incarcerated or hurt. You know, it was a time in the day where it was hard for men to come out and speak about being sexually assaulted. You get what I'm saying? Because in the existence that we live in, those time frames, men and boys are to be a certain type of masculine. So they're not supposed to cry. They're not supposed to be victims and things of the sort. And here comes Chief Cali taking advantage of this and spreading a false narrative of him being a victim of something that he created in his head. And you have people who are actually victims who are being swarmed into this story deceitfully. Deceitfully. Because people want to be in their emotions. They don't like how certain things are being handled. They don't like how certain things are being gone about. But it's not facts. You're not going off facts. You're going off emotions. You have to go off of facts. We all have sons. And we don't want our sons to be falsely accused or mistreated by women, or to be talked about grooming of children. It's sick. It's sad. And to feed into it only because you want to continue to tear down a family. It's selfish. It's deranged. And it makes me question, you know, and I hate bringing this up, but truth be told, the God that you're serving, or the God that you claim you serve, he said, judge not lest ye be judged. But I see a whole lot of judging going on because your feelings hurt. You don't like how something was done. Somebody going too hard on somebody else. So you're going to defend a lie? Is that what we're doing? Is that how we handling situations? Is that how we're seeking to get things resolved? We're going to attack people because of how they respond to things that are factual? You're going to boost up a lie because you don't like how somebody's being treated on the truth? Here's the truth of the matter. Chief Cali is a liar. Chief Cali was not going to get raped, sexually assaulted, mishandled. Kevin Wesley never scammed anybody out of money, especially coming from the mouths of women who show their breast in text message pictures and want to say, oh, he stole money from me. Yeah, says the woman who showed me her breast, that wanted me to I guess see her in that lighting, and I didn't. That same woman turned around and gave another content creator money from the group of people that were supporting me for her so-called rent that we had no proof of, that and allowed her child to lie for her, knowing that she was in there trying to take money as well, claiming that, oh, he's changed, and you don't even know him. You've never even met him. This is the sick world that we live in, where people are getting away with spewing hatred because they want to be emotional terrorizers instead of understanding factual information and basing their emotions off of that. You got men being accused of trying to rape people, of trying to assault children, of trying to be domestically abusive to their partners. Because people are in their emotions, in their feelings. They don't like how something's being done. They don't like how things have been handled. That's not fair. Because if it were you, how would you feel? If somebody was spewing lies about you, would you want somebody to join their bandwagon only because they feelings hurt? And then people will say, oh, they ain't haters. They don't hate on nobody. But that is hate. That's literally hate. I can dislike someone all day, but I can't have enough energy to just join their bandwagon because I dislike you. And that's the problem that we've been seeing in this saga the whole time, from the beginning to the end, from the very beginning. And this is not to pinpoint to anybody, but it's just to give clarity that we have to get out of our emotions, y'all. We have to get out our feelings. What the song say? Get out your feelings. Get in a bag. Okay, get in a bag. Get out your feelings. Stop talking about how you don't like how something rubbed you the wrong way, so you just gonna start lying on folks. Like, that's crazy to me. How you could sit there and agree with somebody that lied about these accusations only because you wanted to stay focused on being angry towards somebody else. How you are able to forgive someone or say that, that's not the topic of the matter, but you're giving off in this conversation as if it's a major concern because of all the anger that you have towards this specific person. You're a hypocrite. You are a hypocrite. We have to be honest with ourselves, be honest with each other, and let's just be real. Let's just be honest. Now he wanna have an attitude towards man, you're so funny, and say, oh, in the conscious community, we speak highly against these things and all this and that and all this and that, and you want to have so much hostility towards this man. But in the midst of having a conversation about Kevin, you didn't care who was on the panel. You didn't care who was in the midst of the conversation. As long as you can get across your hatred, as long as you could spread your hatred. Vanessa got on break room panel and she didn't want everybody to know that she sent Kevin pictures of her breast. But she wanted to try to tell people about how people come to her and was telling her that, Kevin scammed them out of money. So she paying all these people money, ain't got no receipts from them to prove it or nothing. And she don't even have no receipts to prove that she gave anybody any money. And these are people we supposed to believe. But where was the proof when you were showing your tatas? Where was that then? I mean, y'all help me make sense of it. That's what I want to know. I mean, that was the part that I wanted to get to. Everybody can hear. You get what I'm saying? That this man literally said that it was in his head. And this whole time, for years, we've been dealing with a subject because this man was literally in his head. And he go from different groups of people, different channels, over and over trying to spew this narrative. He went to Aboriginal Power. He went to Neo. He went to Queen's Throne. He went to Genie. He went to Amora. He went to anybody that would listen to spread this false narrative. Like, when we gonna get that? When we gonna understand that? Like, do we hate somebody that bad to where we can't even say, well, you know, that's not true though. We ain't gonna go that far. We not gonna spread no lies now. We ain't gonna do that. Shoot. You know what I'm saying? If you really got something to be mad about, speak on that. But to sit there and spread lies, what part of that makes sense? How far do you expect to go from that? Because eventually people gonna catch on that it's some bullshit. And then what you gonna do then? Because now, you know, you have a couple of options to tell the truth or to go completely quiet. Which one you gonna do? Because everybody ain't gonna be fed a lie but for so long. You know what I'm saying? Toxic leadership, it always ends fast. It's a great outcome, but it's short-lived. It is never forever. And talk about, oh, this family and this and that, and I feel this way, and they this and they this and they this and that. But most of your emotions was built off of lies. You ain't got no proof to determine any of this information. And even the information, even the proof that is out there, you want to go against it because it's not going into your narrative. You don't believe it. It's not facts. Let's just be honest. Now you got content creators who was talking about the situation with Brianna and Jonelle. And then you had people, just because they couldn't stand Robert and his family, oh, they boosting Jonelle up. He's so amazing. This and that, this and that, this and that. But now that when it comes out of the mouth of Brianna, all of a sudden, nothing you said before was true. Nothing. Now what? But if you were to base your feelings off of facts, you wouldn't have to go back on your words. You wouldn't have to backbite. It's shameful that this family even had to experience this for so long. Having to go through this nonsense. And we grown adults here. Adults with children and grandchildren. Families. And this is how we have been carrying ourselves on the internet. Like baboons. Running around with our emotions all over us. Can't stick to the truth. Well, I don't like how Kevin wears those hats and how he dresses. So, and that don't mean Callie telling the truth. What that got to do with anything? Well, I don't like how Robert is acting like he always going out to eat and he had this big house at one point and now he live in an apartment and all the cars, he got one of his cars wrapped. And so what are the facts? Nobody said you had to like them. You don't have to like him at all. But because you don't like him, it's okay to go around taunting people with a lie? Come on now, get out of here with that. Because if somebody went around lying about you, you be mad. And we've seen that too. where people get mad because they done been lied or they feel mishandled or mistreated. They all in their emotions about what's happening to them because they don't want to be lied on. But it's okay for you to lie on this family? It's okay for y'all to do that? It's okay for Prince of Meat to be talked about and mistreated on this internet. It's okay for Kevin's children to be talked about on this internet because you and your feelings. Does that make sense to anybody? I know it don't make sense to me. And to say, oh, they're men, they can handle it. How selfish is that? Because all of you women as mothers with children, and I know a lot of you have sons, if you knew your sons were being lied on and mishandled in this lighting, oh, you'd be mad. And there would be no need to even question whether your son could handle it or not, because you'd be ready to come out of a bag. We talk about how we need to come together as a people, and you know how Black people, we so divided, and we can't never come together. And this is why. Because people are so eager to stick to a lie and say, oh, we're loyal and we stick together and we know how to handle things and all this and that bullshit. Suppressing your emotions to try to give an outer appearance as if you have it together, and you don't. Because if you had anything close together, it would be no reason to stand so close to a lie. I don't want to click up with nobody who's spreading lies. I don't want none of that. To tell you the truth, I'm good standing alone. I stand strong alone. You want to know why? Because I'm going to stand on the truth. And the truth don't need no help. That's how powerful it is. It needs no help. So anybody that's standing with the truth, it's only a plus. I ain't got to fight that hard. I ain't got to do nothing. I ain't got to stick with nobody and make up excuses for their behaviors and accept abuse and mistreatment and accept lies so that we can carry out this narrative that we got it more together, because the truth is already so strong that it makes us look bad for defending a lie. I ain't mean to get out here and preach on y'all, but it's so bothering to me that we live in this existence and we so hypocritical of ourselves and each other. Oh, Black folk can't get along. Black folk can't never stand together. You want to know why? Because you got a bunch of Black folk who want to run around with tunnel vision in their traumas and have their feelings hurt, and just because they don't like a certain thing because it rubs them the wrong way or it triggers their emotions, they don't want to stand with the truth. Well, the truth is the truth. It's the truth. It is the truth, baby. It is the truth. Undeniably. Whether it hurts or not, it is the facts. Whether you like it or not, it is the facts. You cannot make somebody in a lie. You can't force them of that lie. It never happened. It wasn't true. It didn't happen. And it is what it is. Let's get to a point where we don't need or we don't have to be validated in our emotions in order to feel like we're right or it's okay. And it's not. If you lying, you lying. If you wrong, you wrong. The truth will set you free. Free Kevin. Free Kevin. Stop going around spreading a narrative about something that you didn't look into yourself. Start listening to what somebody is saying and ask yourself, does that even make logical sense? That you would torment somebody off of lies just because you don't like them. Just say you don't like them and go on about your business. But you want to be the bully against the bully. Well, no. You have to make sure that the person that you're bullying is not the bully. First off, you have to make sure that this person is not the bully. Because if they aren't the bully, then you're just being a bully. You're showing your character. And I don't care how much money you got or how much money you don't got. Yeah, I'm getting illiterate. It doesn't matter. Who are you within, individually, with or without the material possessions? How can you sleep at night knowing that you are a deceiver? Knowing that you're spewing hatred and keeping people in the energy of anger and depression. That is some depressing stuff to constantly get online and to actually try to find a way to enjoy anger. You having a good time hating, lying? That's crazy. All for we making money or in a bag? Man, please. Ain't no money in the world. I can't sell my soul. Do you have the end of this video when people called in? I think so. Yeah, I do. And I wanted to continue it, but I don't went into this whole spew. I sure do, bro. You want me to speed into that part real quick? Let me know real quick in the chat what you want me to do, because I haven't been live in a minute, and I've been telling the people that I be wanting to do this, and then when I get on live, I be done, start expressing how I feel and stuff like that, and but I think it's necessary. And I think, to be honest, when I look in this saga, I'm one of the youngest people, with the channel, with a platform well, I wouldn't say in the saga, but around about of the saga. And it's very depressing to me to see people my mama age, my grandma age, just lying on people, lying on somebody else's churn. I mean, that's sick. That's sick. No, as a matter of fact, Kev, I don't know if I ended the video before they did the call in. I'm not sure, but I really want to get to that point too, just to see, now that you done brought it to my mind. Because if I see an older lady coming on the internet lying about my sons, oh, that's hurtful. That's hurtful. Spewing hate about my churn. Talking about their clothes, picking their body parts, everything they do, every move they make. You spewing lies, picking on them, pick. Adults, it's like people might have graduated school, but they mentally never left. You mentally never left. Because how is it that you feel like it's okay for everybody to just group together and just, let's spread these lies real quick about these people real quick and taunt them with it too and make fun too and ha all damn day. Like, what is wrong with y'all? Let's get it together, man. Let's stop playing this game with each other. Let's stop doing that. Let's actually heal from whatever has bothered us in the past and understand that whatever affected you, it was nobody's fault. It was not my fault. Take that energy to the people that did it. It wasn't Kevin's fault. It wasn't Robert fault. Take that to the people that did it. Thank you for coming through, Queen D. Take it to the people that did it. Stop blaming. Oh, see, I know what a liar look like. That's what a manipulator right there look like. I know because this no, that's not how you base. That's not truth. He looked like he controlling because his wives are quiet. They ain't saying nothing. All of a sudden, he controlling them. You crazy out your mind. Let's get into this video a little bit more. You feel what I'm talking about? And shout out to everybody coming in and out. You know what I'm saying? I wanted everybody to hear the video of where Callie stated how everything was in his head, y'all. Like for real. He said he presumed all of his thoughts to be reality. And he gives that disclaimer every time he tells this story. That man is a liar. He talking about you. What you gonna analyze me? I don't have to analyze none of that because you basically told it. You said it, not me.
I went to my own area by myself. I moved away from everybody all night long. Nobody was around me. You feel what I'm saying? I stayed.
Now all night long he stayed to himself, and everybody left him to it. Right? That would make me feel, okay. So we can question, do you really think they had any intent to bother you if they allowed you to yourself?
Stayed in my own area. So when I started to see the little lights and stuff, that they say you gonna see when that shit kick in, you're gonna start seeing these little bright ass lights and shit. And I saw them here. So that's when I got up from the table. I went into the separate living room, and I laid on the couch by myself. Them niggas was all wherever they was at. But here's the thing: this nigga Kev was missing, for 2 hours. This nigga was missing.
See, right here in this moment, with him even saying that, he telling you he watching this man. He watching this man over and over and over. You can't keep your eyes off of Kevin. What Kevin doing? What Kevin saying? What Kevin wearing? How Kevin living? In this very testimony, you telling on yourself. You want to know where he at? Like y'all supposed to be butt buddies. Aren't you the one that's trying to say somebody's gay? Why you worried about what this other grown man at? But just in this same video, you was discussing how it was other women there. Why you weren't paying attention to the women? Why you so pressed about what Kevin ate? Why you so worried about what he ate? And you want everybody to be high. Oh, he left you, Callie. You a grown ass man. What the hell? What is wrong with you?
Now,
I don't know how many people who has ever, I bring up marijuana because marijuana is like a popular drug. You get what I'm saying? And when you take marijuana, time can seem longer than what it actually is. You get what I'm saying? So when you're on marijuana, you can seem like, oh, you just been high or out of it forever, right? So he's stating that Kevin was missing for 2 hours. And so it would lead me to question, where were you able to see the time from? Because your phone was back at Kevin's apartment. Did you mentioned the snakes that Dwight Howard had in one area? Did you notice a clock anywhere? Was the television on? These would be questions, because how would you know that Kevin was missing for 2 hours? Or could you have just been high?
I had to shake up out of that shit, right? Because I said, shit, my homeboy missing this shit. And I'm in this strange ass house. And my nigga ain't nowhere around. Now I started to think back, and I remember this bitch had her phone. The bitch at the table had her phone.
Could you be tripping at this particular point? Do you think that it could be?
So now the female has her phone. So is that where you got the time from, where you continuing to ask her?
So this also makes me question, because they even stated how nobody was supposed to have a phone. But he want to give this narrative that this girl had the phone. Because what I want to think is he trying to assume that this is one of Kevin's ex-girlfriends, and she stated that she didn't participate in the ceremony. She didn't take the shroom. So they allow her to have the phone. I'm confused. I don't know. I can't recall on this part, but I'm pretty sure we went over it. And I can't even understand. For some reason, it just can't connect to me. I mean, the level of ignorance that a lot of people have shown, you know what I'm saying? I'm still baffled, even though I shouldn't even be surprised that we would just, we just gonna let's just play the video, y'all.
Of the time, and that's probably what gave you the 2 hours, and not only that, but the whole thing was they were trying to get you. But in the beginning, you're stating how you felt like they were possibly trying to do something to Kevin. So this should even further let everybody know, you might have been high. You think they was trying to come for Kevin, but then Kevin pops up. So now all of a sudden it's reversed from Kevin to you, to where now they're trying to do something to you. This is a high conversation, a high moment. You had a bad trip, bro.
Bit longer than what you think.
What, that he was missing?
Yeah, the time. You said 2 hours. Maybe it could have been shorter than what you...
No. It was 2 hours. Listen, bro, this is what I was telling them motherfuckers. I'm not that fucking high. I'm geeking. I'm not that high. I do have some type of bearings about myself. So I do know.
He geeking, but he not that high. This man literally was talking about how he was in the mirror and the mirror was talking to him. His reflection was talking to him, and his reflection even laughed at him. But he not that high. That's what he wants us to believe. You never took shrooms before, and you know how high you supposed to be on shrooms, right? You know how a high would feel on shrooms, even though you never taken it before. That's what you telling me?
Some things, right? So I just remember now. I remember this bitch sitting at the table texting, and I said, "Hey, you ain't..."
And he calls her a bitch. The disrespect. But as soon as Kevin says something about that, because he done been worked out of anger, he done been worked up into frustration. He done been worked into frustration. You get what I'm saying? All of a sudden, oh, he's wrong. He's disrespectful. But we seem to forget, Callie didn't need to be angry at all and call women bitches. I done been called a bitch. Chatty Cathy done been called a bitch. Ashley D done been called a bitch. Everybody done been called a bitch without, and I think even Break Room. I don't know if he did or not, but I'm not sure. But knowing his track record, he done probably called everybody and their mom and them over here a bitch. And he ain't had to be angry about it. And that's the type of person we dealing with. But you want to talk about how Kevin's being disrespectful and he don't respect women. He didn't need no anger. But as soon as Kevin get worked up to anger and frustration, oh, he's so wrong. He called me a bitch. Get the fuck out of here.
Oh, for real? So now they're back on this shit. Remember I said this nigga was missing and shit, right? I feel like she was texting that nigga. Like, they
So that's not even based off of reality. You feel like he was texting him. She was texting him. You don't even know that to be factual. But I'm supposed to be, oh yeah, Callie, he was texting her. That makes sense. Come on, man. What's wrong with y'all?
Hey, what that nigga doing? What you try that nigga? Like, I felt like this was the whole...
Paranoia is another thing that is built up when you are high. So, everybody just be mindful. Paranoia is most definitely a thing. Lady Love says, absolutely, you might want to clarify which DDD you're referring to, because DDD could be misunderstood. Oh, that's right. Depersonalization and derealization. Yes, Lady Love. That's what they're talking about. And Lady Love, that's what I'm talking about, the depersonalization and derealization. These are mental disorders that can they have various reasons, but mostly stemming from trauma or drug abuse. Right. And at what point was Kevin in the late? Exactly. He said they probably tried to put him in the lake. He doesn't know where Kevin is. He's looking for Kevin. He's worried about his friend. He thinks they're trying to do something to him, but he says he's not that high. He's not that high. Kevin works there. Kevin lives there. Kevin invited you there. When you leave to go home with your family, Kevin is still left there. You know, y'all smoked weed together at this place. Y'all clearly, so it was like, so why in this instance you think that something is going to happen to Kevin? But he said, I wasn't that high. I still got some sense. No. To even have this thought process, you have to understand that was from perception change. Your mind was altered. You were evidently high.
We got to get something over this nigga's head because this nigga comes around too much, and we can't be who the fuck we are because we don't know where this nigga stands at. We don't know where he's standing at. So we need to see if this nigga going. And I feel like the basketball player put that nigga up to it. Try that nigga, man. You gonna have to try.
Now he done said multiple times he don't have a problem with Dwight. He got the problem with Kevin. But he feels like Dwight is the one that set Kevin up to do something to him. I mean, to be honest, if you're gonna, I would be upset with Kevin and Dwight. I would be upset with everybody if I felt like they were doing something to me. You get what I'm saying? But how did it turn from you thought they?
Kevin gave a great statement just now. If he was being plotted on, wouldn't the lady have hid her phone from him? Why would she text me right in front of him? Exactly. Then if it's going to be paranoia about one aspect of the situation, it needs to be paranoia about the entire thing, okay? This is how you make it real, okay? This is how you can make somebody be more convinced about your lies, okay? The lady shouldn't have been aware that she had a phone or that she was texting anybody in the first place. But no, you were aware. So she wasn't hiding nothing from you. Okay? Is that what we're understanding here?
They would do something to Kevin, but now that he's popped up, now it's not Kevin, it's you. You see what I'm saying? Now it's not Kevin, it's you.
Your homeboy, nigga. And that's why I feel like that shit happened, nigga, because the shit shouldn't have happened. You shouldn't. I'd have never did that to you, AP. I'd have never took you somewhere and did that fruity ass shit to you, my nigga. Like that's
we ain't got to the fruity part yet. And then now because we get to the fruit. And we're talking real fruit at this particular point.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing though. The nigga's missing, right? So I say, like, remember I told you that voice started talking to me and kept saying, "Who the fuck is Callie?" And basically the voice was saying, "Hey nigga, yo nigga is missing."
Y'all, we taking this story from somebody who was talking to himself, asking who the fuck was Callie. And his own thoughts was telling him, hey nigga, your friend is missing. This who we taking it from. You want to say that Kevin was coming on to you gay, but you worried about him being missing. You looking for your friend. So what is you? Was he your boo thing? Was you trying to be linked up hand to hand? Like, tell me what's going on. Because if you in his whereabouts, you know he resides here, and he stays in the apartment area. You know that you at his house. You run the house. You get what I'm saying? Wouldn't you be more concerned about what's going on at the event? Like, why is you so pressed about him being missing? You know what I'm saying? Why are you so concerned? Like, just imagine, y'all, he just going around, oh, where my Kevin at? Where my Kevin at? I'm missing him. That's what he giving me. Like, you, soon as he go out your eyesight, you concerned, you press, it's giving female tendencies. That's what you telling me. Cause all us grown, all us have children, all of us have partners. Why is you pressed about me? Chill. They not no threat to you, obviously, because you would have said that. But you looking for me. At this point, if he was gonna spread the narrative, he should have just went ahead and let something happen to got doggone Kevin. At this point, then maybe then you would have some truth to the story. Ain't nothing happened to Kevin, and ain't nothing happened to you. So what are we doing? What are we doing? Everything happened in your head, though.
Right now, and your weak ass is laid up.
So let me get this clear. Some people ask some questions in the chat, and I think that's a valid question. When you went and laid down, was you tired or was you just buzzed?
I was buzzing. I was buzzing.
Okay, he was buzzing.
And I wanted to be in my area. I didn't want nobody around me because I wanted to experience this with no interruption.
He didn't want nobody around him. He was outside first, looking in the sky. Then he went and laid down on the couch. And then somehow he ended up in the bathroom. And then he ended up having to go look for Kevin. And now he's worried that Kevin and Dwight and everybody else that was there was trying to do something to him.
You wanted to be by yourself, but you was concerned about where Kevin was at. How was that you wanted to be by yourself? I wanted to be by myself. But you worried about what Kevin at. How can you be concerned about what Kevin at trying to be by yourself at the same time? That doesn't make sense. If you by yourself, of course it would make sense that Kevin is not around you because you want to be by yourself. So be by yourself. But you chasing around this man around in the mansion, and you want me to believe that Kevin's the one gay. Yeah, okay.
No. You were how long were you on the couch before you realized that Kevin was missing for 2 hours? And then you say the girl had her phone and you felt like she was texting Kevin and did you ask? Did she say she was texting Kevin? It's a lot of things going on for someone who just wanted to be to itself.
Interruptions. So I went away from everybody.
You went away from everybody, but you concerned about what Kevin at. And Kevin says, and why not confront her about what she was texting? He was yelling about me missing, so why not? Exactly. Why weren't you pressed about, because you went to the other guy and you was like, where's my friend? Rah, rah, rah. Why you ain't ask her who you on the phone with? Who are you texting? Are you plotting against me? Are you plotting against Kevin? None of that came out. None of that happened. And no, but let's not forget, this man wanted to be by himself. You wanted to be by yourself. So why are you looking for Kevin? Why? Why are you even looking for this man?
All night long. That's what I'm telling y'all. Nigga, I pretty much was by myself all night long. So I started.
He was pretty much by himself all night long. And in his head, they was trying to sacrifice him to the Illuminati. This is what we dealing with right here. This is what we dealing with. Somebody who was basically by himself the entire time and want people to believe that he was being attacked.
Realizing this nigga was missing, but the voice is saying to me, "Hey, nigga, yo, nigga is missing, nigga. This a big ass mountain. It's a big ass lake out there in that motherfucking back. Where's your nigga at, nigga?" So basically, I'm dealing with myself right now. The voice is saying, "You a weak ass nigga. You sitting up here high as fuck, nigga, laid up on the couch, nigga. Yo, nigga missing, nigga. Type of nigga is you. So I had to shake up.
So all of this is going on in his own mind. His mind is telling him that Kevin is missing and how he got to get up and go find him. Nobody gave him any suggestion that Kevin might be missing. Nobody did anything in this point to make him feel like something was wrong, anything. He was laid on the couch to himself, and in his mind, he was high, and it was stating to him that Kevin was missing and that he needed to get up and go find his homeboy. That was his thought process.
And his own higher self was telling him that he was weak. That's crazy. His own thought process was telling him that he was weak. That's crazy. How can you sleep with yourself at night? Now I know why you're upset with Kevin. Because you wish that you had courage. You wish you had the courage. Got to be more careful.
Process. At some point, we got to take accountability. When you're stating these things, you have to hear what you're saying so you can be like, oh, man, I was tripping. I was evidently higher than I thought I was, because that doesn't make any natural sense in reality. Like, nobody gave you any feeling that this man was missing. It popped up in your head that he was while you were laying on the couch.
Like, I had to show that nigga, like, nigga, I'm a strong nigga, so I got the fuck up off that couch. And now people are coming through the living room. His trainer, the basketball player's trainer, the basketball wife chick, they come in, and I say, hey, nigga, where my nigga at, man? They like, man, we don't know. We ain't seen him.
Are you saying it in like an aggressive way?
Yes. Because y'all telling me y'all don't know where this nigga's at.
What make you just spaz? Because now we know that you're there because of Kevin Wesley, and Kevin Wesley is good friends with him.
He's mad at everybody there, right? Because his homeboy is missing. He mad at them. Hey, yo, where he at? You know, I'm about to go off in here if my homeboy don't pop up. You feel what I'm saying? He mad, livid, out of something that popped up in his mind that, oh, Kevin's missing. And he been missing for 2 hours. And he figured that because he was laying on the couch. That all came to his mind because he was laying on the couch and he wanted to be to himself.
Make you jump to a conclusion that something ill or heinous had possibly went down before you go on.
We hide in the motherfucking nigga, and you niggas is telling me you don't know where this nigga's at in this big ass mansion, nigga. It's a big ass lake out there in the back. How we know this nigga ain't fell over in the lake somewhere, nigga? What you mean y'all don't know where this nigga's at? I thought, because this is what they told us. There was supposed to be somebody there to watch everybody, just in case something went.
But not only that, because he's stating that somebody was there to watch everybody, but not only that, but everybody was supposed to be in a specific area according to what Callie stated, so that they could be in a safe space. You get what I'm saying? And it's a big space. Apparently, it's 2 different living rooms or something like that. According to what Callie was saying. So he was in one area. They were walking back and forth in another area. So that leads me to think that everybody was in one major space. It was just a huge space. So you may not have seen him, you know, next to you at certain times and things like that, you know. But to think that he might have fell in the lake and everything while he's high, this is clear signs of paranoia. Nobody gave you a reason to feel as if anything problematic was happening. You were laying on the couch. This was a thought process that popped in your head. Like, you are high. Y'all, to be honest with you, I really don't even understand how this story got so big. You know what I'm saying? Because, you know, everybody should be able to understand based upon his own testimony. Like, bro, you was high, bro. You was like, you was tripping. That's all that is. Like, you was really tripping. It was your first time taking mushrooms. And like I explained in the last video, you know, when you smoke marijuana, for the first time, you're going to have this extreme high, right? Because you've never experienced it before. But after smoking marijuana after a long period of time, your body starts to get used to it, so you never reach that high ever again. You get what I'm saying? This was his first time taking mushrooms. It was an extreme high. I think that everybody that was speaking to him beforehand was informing him of certain things to expect. I don't think he necessarily when it's your first time, you can never necessarily be too prepared. You take everybody's words, but you actually go through the experience to realize how prepared you may or may not be, right? It was his first time high on mushrooms. He was high. That's it.
Wrong. And this is where I started to realize, oh, nigga, ain't nobody here watching nobody, nigga. So that's why I started to tell them, hey, my nigga, I'm going to tell y'all like this. I ain't that motherfucking high, nigga. And if that nigga don't show up in a minute, nigga, this whole little experience finna go wrong, nigga. It's all about to go bad, nigga.
So you about to just start springing on motherfuckers.
Yeah, this is what I'm telling them. I'm telling them. Now, as I'm saying this nigga walks by me.
So now Kevin has popped up, because now you about to go off on Kevin people. Because remember, you said Kevin was the mutual friend between Callie and Dwight. So Kevin knows these people, and he's introduced you to these people, and to the point where you and your family started to come frequently. You even used to smoke marijuana with these people. You've gotten to know their family that they've brung around. You get what I'm saying? So now you're high off of mushrooms for the first time, and you getting ready to attack them as if they're the threat towards Kevin. But Kevin invited you to get to know them. You get what I'm saying? And now Kevin popped up out of nowhere. And instead of having a moment of saying, oh man, I was tripping, y'all, please forgive me, it's my first time, I didn't envision this type of trip. You get what I'm saying? I didn't even think that I was tripping or realizing that I was tripping, but to see him pop up and he's fine, now I know what to expect as far as being tripped out.
Peace and blessings to you, True Slayer, for coming through. Y'all, I want to say this. Okay, so where is the uproar for Kevin? If we're gonna have an uproar in this fake story about what didn't happen to Callie, why can't we have an uproar what didn't happen to Kevin? You know what I'm saying? Like, okay, oh bro, I'm sorry you was missing for 2 hours. Good Lord, they was trying to put you in the river, in the pond. Oh my God, Kev, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry they tried to do this to you, Kel. I mean, since we gonna be in Callie's head and presume his thoughts to be true too, why can't we have a moment where we feel bad for Kevin first? Oh my God, I can't believe they was about to do this to Kevin. Oh my God. And then when we warm up, y'all, to the next part where Kevin was in on trying to do something to Callie, then we could say, oh my God, Callie, I'm so sorry this happened to you. Oh my goodness. Why don't we do it like that? Wouldn't it only be fair? I guess we got to ask Chief Callie in the mirror and stuff like that and see how they feel about it. Because I feel like it's only fair that we first be upset and distraught about Kevin first. We have to be mad about that first because, I mean, it happened to him first, right? I mean, that would make sense. That would make sense to me. Let's be distraught for Kevin first. Oh my God. They tried to do something to Kevin. He was missing for 2 hours. Okay, now we can go back to Callie.
Mushrooms. That wasn't received to Callie. So we'll continue.
And I just stopped and I looked at this nigga like,
who walked by you?
Tootie.
Oh, Mr. Wesley walked by you as you in this rage. Like, nigga, if he don't pop up in a minute, I'm gonna beat the shit out of somebody up in here.
I'm telling you, I'm not that fucking high, nigga. And I know this nigga ain't came through this motherfucker in a minute, nigga. Where the fuck?
All the while, he is that high. He is extremely high, y'all. Extremely.
Y'all telling me y'all don't know who is the nigga that's supposed to be watching us in case something go wrong? That's what pissed me off. Because I'm realizing ain't nobody watching us, nigga.
He a grown ass man and he needs somebody to babysit him. And I understand that a lot of people speak about shamans because, you know, when you're on mushrooms, you know what I'm saying? Especially when you think about it for spiritual reasons and things like that. But here's the truth of the matter. You needed somebody to babysit you when you overdosed on them other drugs more than you needed somebody to babysit you on these shrooms. And let's just be real. Let's just be honest. Can we do that? Because how you overdosing on drugs? You need a babysitter. If you need a babysitter, you don't need drugs. Right, Kev? Kev almost drowned that night, y'all. We need to be in the strike. I can't believe this. And the whole time texting the female and he was drowning. That don't make sense. Come on, y'all. This was wrong. Kevin, boy, you got to be some type. You got a superpower. How you drowning and texting at the same time? Now, how is that happening? Hey, you let me know. But we got to know. You can't even let me know, Kev. Callie has to let us know. Because these are the thoughts that was in his head that he presumed to be reality. And since we are going into the realm of Callie's reality, the only person that can make sense of this is Callie. That man said Kev was drowning, but he was texting the female at the same time. Missing for 2 hours. I swear you can't make this up.
Like, you niggas lied to me. Ain't nobody making sure.
Because everybody that I think that's what I was saying. And he need a babysitter. He can't trust himself. So why you taking drugs? If you need to be babysat while you on drugs, why you taking them? That should have been the first thing in your mind to let you know, maybe I don't need to be taking no drugs. Because if I got to be watched while I'm on drugs, I don't need to take it. A shaman is a plus, but you don't need it if you're an adult. As an adult, you should not need a babysitter. And you know what that means? If you need a babysitter while you're an adult, that means that you have a mental disability. So go on, Callie, tell us, was you in one of them small classes? Callie, was you in one of them small problematic classes with all the bad churn? Was that you? That was there for the most part are familiar with the intake of mushrooms. I think that they realized that it was his first time and he was tripping out. You get what I'm saying? Because it wasn't their first time, they probably the high that they will receive, and they will be able to understand that they were in a high. So they didn't trip out about a lot of things that came to mind, and they may have had a sense of being in more control of the situation than Callie. Callie is definitely he's definitely going through an experience, and he's saying he wasn't that high, or he wasn't, in it, he wasn't tripping that bad, but it's evident that he was,
Nothing goes wrong in this bitch. So that's when I started. Yeah, I was in the trainer phase. It's like, yeah, nigga, this.
Yeah, Tootie, my bad, y'all. When he say Tootie, that's Kevin Wesley. So when he says Tootie or Tootsie, that's Kevin Wesley. Okay, so let's keep.
Yeah, so he just.
I'm gonna be real in that moment. As adults, as a man, to even think of a nickname to give another man, that's suspect to me. Because I don't never hear no man make a nickname for another grown man That's not normal. That's not okay. You can be as angry as you want to at this man. But to give the nickname, like, that's real feminine. You know what I'm saying? I haven't even given Chief Cali a nickname, and I'm a female. So that says a lot about Chief Cali right there by itself.
Walks by me, he just comes out of nowhere and walks right. He walked right by all of us. And then
so you don't literally see him come out of a bathroom?
No.
He just pops up in the hallway or in the room next to you, pretty much.
We was almost by the hallway. We're in the living room still, but we're kind of by the doorway. And he just comes through the
like nothing ever happened, y'all. He think that Kevin's supposed to be in distraught. Kevin was supposed to say, "Oh man, Callie, I was drowning. I was out there drowning while I was texting old girl." Like, come on. How was he supposed to come out? He don't know that you looking for him. He don't know that you having a problem about him not being around, seeing as how you was supposed to be by yourself in the first place. So he just walking out being normal, and you sitting there talking about like nothing happened. Oh, my bad. Y'all was supposed to be living in the realm of Cali reality. You was supposed to be soaking wet, Kevin, dripping. And I was drowning. First they hung me, then they drowned me, and I was texting old girl the whole time to plot on you next, bro. You next. Like, that's literally what this man talking about.
Y'all better find this nigga, because shit gonna go bad. This nigga walks by like, the nigga walked by like a fucking zombie, nigga. He didn't say nothing to nobody. The nigga had that hat pulled down over his eye. Nigga went and sat in a chair. So I looked at this nigga like, what the fuck? Where this nigga just pop up from? So when he sat down in the chair, like, I'm in this nigga face, like
nigga. So you're really shocked, like with the bug eyes, and now you're at this point confused, and you're in his face, confronting him on where the fuck he's been.
Yeah, so I'm like in this nigga face. So this nigga looking up at me like, Callie, what you talking about? What you mean? I'm like, nigga, you been gone for a mother. Like, I'm going in on this nigga. Then I just say, man, fuck this shit. This nigga fucking up.
Don't that sound like your girlfriend? Don't that sound like a girlfriend? Well, where you been? Hey, you been gone. You ain't tell me where you was going. You ain't tell me how long you was gonna be gone for. And then you just come back like ain't nothing happened. That's exactly what Callie is giving me right now. Feminine vibes. Where you been? I just went off on him, girl, because he know he was wrong. You just gonna disappear from me like this? You need to explain yourself. Was you with another female? Because I'm not having this. I'm not having it. That's exactly how Callie sounds. Like, really? Talking about, oh, I just went off? Are you really serious? Like, he was supposed to tell you hey, babe, I'm about to go to the restroom for 2 hours, babe. Or I might go drown in this pond over here, babe. Don't worry, babe, because I'm texting this female right here, babe, because we're going to plot on you next. Like, this whole situation is comical. Like, and then the fact that people even fed into it is what's really killing me. That's what's really killing me. Yo, like, I could never make this thing up with Callie. Like, it goes from one thing to another, to another, to another, to another, to another. And nobody is saying, how do you feel like you got the right to go off on this man and he don't owe nothing to you? He's not your possession. You mad because he wasn't in your eyesight? He not your child. He not your girlfriend. He not none of these things. But they want to say that Kevin is giving the gay tendencies. When Callie is screaming femininity, he giving me ghetto girlfriend vibe all around. Snap, finger, the whole nine. I just went off on him, child, because he know that was disrespectful. Like, seriously, let's get into it. Let's talk about how I had to snap on my man because he want to disappear in this party and he don't want to be around. And me and him going to have a problem with that because I need to know what you doing. That's exactly how he sound.
fucking up my trip. So
nobody messed up his trip. He literally messed up his own trip. Kevin came by and sat down, and he's upset. He's like, "Bruh, like, where you been at? You been missing and all this going on." And I'm pretty sure Kevin was like, "What? I've been missing. I wasn't going nowhere for 2 hours. 2 hours." What are you talking about? You know, Kevin is probably lost. Like, what is this man talking about? You know what I'm saying? And then he's saying, you know, Callie's getting further offended. Like, what you mean? You know what I'm saying? He's upset. And so he's like, forget it. I'm going to sit down. You know what I'm saying? You messing up my trip. And it's like, you know, this your first time having this kind of trip. You never took mushrooms before. And it's evident because, you know, you are upset. You were upset at everybody else first for me being missing. Y'all know this whole discussion is giving me, you know how some guys would date a girl, or some girls would date a guy that they'll never bring around their people. Callie one of them. Callie is the girlfriend that you never bring to your mama. You never let her meet your mama. Because you know you're not supposed to be around that girl. You know you don't have nothing to do with this type of female. Everything is a problem. I'm going off on his homeboys. I'm going off on him. I'm going off on everybody. Because you weren't supposed to leave me by myself, even though I wanted to be by myself. You know. Somebody he was looking for his friend to protect him. Why simultaneously believing he was plotting on him? Right. Like none of this making sense. But they just went with this story, y'all, and it kills me every day to even watch it. I'm just sitting there looking like, is we serious right now? Is we really, really doing this right now? As adults, y'all, we really doing this? I swear we don't even need, okay, y'all. We don't even need movies because people are literally creating movies here on the internet with lies. With lies. Seriously. With lies. They creating an entire movie. And all you got to do is go tune in and listen to the movie. You can't pay people for this. But now you're upset with me now for popping up and the fact that you thought I was missing.
So I told that nigga, walk me down to the bathroom, nigga, because somebody was in the other bathroom. Walk me down to that other bathroom, wherever that motherfucker at. But there's a big ass mansion, nigga. Like,
ain't he giving female? Walk me to the bathroom. See, you play too much. You tried it. Go on and just take me to the bathroom. Don't even worry about it. I don't even want to hear it. Kev. Just take me to the bathroom. That's it. Don't even worry about it. And then I'm going to go in this mirror and I'm going to talk to myself about all of this nonsense because I can't even take this. I can't take you right now, okay? You just left me by myself, even though I wanted to be by myself, child. And all your friends in here just acting like ain't nothing wrong. And so I go and confront them and they looking at me like I'm crazy. And you just pop out of nowhere after 2 hours. And you ain't tell me where you been, even though I know you was in that pond drowning, texting that other girl. Just take me to the bathroom, Kev. I don't even want to hear it. Just take me to the bathroom. Miss Lady Love, this is Aboriginal Power. He has a platform. Shout out to Aboriginal Power. He has a lot of discussions on his channel, politics, things with the community. He has debates. You guys. I think I'll try to put a link out for you guys if you guys channel support the brother. He has good insight on a lot of things, you know. And he did the interview with Callie 4 months ago about this mushroom ceremony.
So I get in the bathroom, but I'm watching this nigga walk, right? And I say, who the fuck is this nigga right here? Like, this ain't my nigga.
Now he done came masculine. Now he watching Kev walk. And he sure walking. Look at Kevin walk. While he lead me to the bathroom.
Now he walking me to the bathroom. Look at this walk. I hate to see you leave, but I love to watch you go. Now his masculine kicked in, y'all. Oh my God. He said, I'm watching him walk. But you want me to feel like Kevin Gates. You watching this man walk. You watching him walk. And then you was watching his hips. Somebody help me understand. Let's connect the dots here. Let's connect these dots here. I like that walk you got going on. What Callie say? Nigga.
Like, this nigga looks soulless, nigga. Like, fucking soulless. And that nigga, he is like,
what do you mean soulless? Did he
You know, he looked pissed off because you trying to blow everybody high. The man just walked in and sat down, and you start going off on him like a female, and then you need somebody to take you to the bathroom when you claim you done been in this house numerous of times with your family and everything. He probably was pissed off. Like, come on, nigga.
Ever look up to you when you was talking to him in his face, confronting him about where he was?
But he looked like empty, my nigga. Like, real shit. Like, it was just weird, nigga. Like,
so you really, so you at this point, you bugging the fuck up on Kevin Wesley. Like, nigga, what the fuck up out of nowhere? Exactly. Been looking for your for my nigga for like 2 hours. Nobody know where you are.
Facts.
That's
so
what
I just stopped the conversation because this nigga was like zombied out or some shit. So I just said, fuck it, nigga. Hey, nigga, show me what that.
Now, notice that he stated when he was in the bathroom earlier, he had to go to the bathroom. This is his second time going to the bathroom, or either way. He stated that his face was moving and he was talking in the mirror to himself. You get what I'm saying? All of these things that he could realize that was happening to him in his high. But when he looked at Kevin or anybody else and saw that he felt like they were like zombies resemblance, right? He couldn't connect that was because of his high as well. For some reason, he brung it to a form of spiritualness, stating that Kevin's soul wasn't there. Because a lot of people, okay, let me break this down for people. A lot of people take psychedelics for spiritual reasons. Y'all, this whole Cali conversation, oh my goodness. Let me see if I could zoom. I just want y'all to hear that part, take me to the bathroom and everything. We'll probably presume the other part. I could do the other part tomorrow. Let me see something real quick. I was at 146. Okay. Let me see something real quick. Oh, this is where the people start coming up.
You friends with Kevin Wesley before being invited to Dwight Howard's house?
He was cool for like 3 years, man. Like, that was my dog. Like, remember how I came in the community and the respect I have?
And he lying. We were cool for like 3 years. That was my dog. He's lying. Kylie is lying, y'all. All of this is in his head, though. So, whatever.
For the bird, you know what I'm saying? And I was moving around with her. That's how I was moving around with that nigga. You feel what I'm saying? Like, I had a respect for that nigga. And I just motherfucker some clowning.
I'm gonna spin the 60-second clock. I dropped the link twice. I'm gonna give them 60 seconds. If nobody got a question within this 60, brother, it was a great interview, and I appreciate you clearing up a lot of this shit. We'll be right back in 60 seconds.
See, my life has been in motion. I'm a little windy. I'm not giving up yet. If you with me, time to
say a recap. I caught the part about him going to or him getting invited by the brother Kevin, who I don't even know who that nigga is, but I know who Dwight Howard is. So I was just trying to get some clarity. But you know what I'm saying? Ain't no problem.
They invited me. I mean, it was all cool. Kev was a mutual friend between me and the basketball player. We were mutual. He was our mutual friend. You know,
But Cali, hey, it's Wolf. Hey, niggas, they trying to compress a whole timeline into one little event, my nigga. No, Cali.
I mean, I
talk
feel
about
like
how
we
you
did.
like.
I feel like we did
that's like
I feel like
A1
we
and
did a
Bap
good
going.
job, kind of compressing it to the main topic.
No,
but
fact.
it is a lot to break down within this whole thing,
yeah,
and it is.
It's
but let me say
lot to break
this. But let me get it out. Look, so it's almost like how Bap and A1 was growing on consciousness, bro. So Cali, you and that dude was learning shit and doing consciousness and going to events and speaking to the people. Y'all got niggas acting like niggas was partying and then just went to a real house party.
We was in the community. You know, like
nigga was in the community doing lessons to people and doing lectures and online speaking to different lectures and stuff like this.
Now, when Callie speaks of anything as far as what has Kevin done to the community, for the community, you know, he's also a testament of things that Kevin has done in the community when they were friends. So let's consider that too.
Schools and shit. So niggas gotta stop with the weirdo shit.
I mean,
that's what he's saying.
What they do, my nigga.
I know. I'm just trying to make clarity.
We done talked about this shit for nigga. Listen, man.
We done had that nigga Kevin on your panel.
Exactly.
Admitting that it was weird on his behalf.
Hey, let me tell y'all. This nigga just had a fucking 7-hour meltdown on his channel. It's 7 hours, nigga. Melt.
If you were being accused of child molestation or tickling a child, however anybody want to paraphrase it, I would have a 7-hour quote unquote meltdown as well. And that shows to me that he's really trying to defend his name. If anybody is really concerned as to why, as to, you know, if anything actually happened to this child, I would take a deep consideration into hearing his side and his point of view. I wouldn't consider it to be a meltdown. That's unfair and it's unjust to the child. So that because it has been brought to the internet, it his side or his defense should be taken into consideration. You know, when you go to court, everybody has to testify, right? So he's giving his testimony as to how he perceived things, and I think that should be in consideration and not considered a whine or a cry, or he's making something bigger than what it is, when actually it's very serious to have an like that on your name. And also he's been in defense about scamming accusations. He's been in defense for himself about, you know, gay accusations. All of these accusations are it's an attack on his character. So if he's doing hours and hours and hours of defending his character, I would find that to be a realistic response. And that is how I still feel to this day. And they could say whatever they want to say, and people could feel how they want to feel. But let's base everything off of facts, okay? You can't say that this man is ranting when you are literally spreading accusations on his name. And they say, oh, there he go, or he gonna try to take over. No. If you talking about me, if you spreading these type of lies, I'm coming every time. Every time. And as a man, nobody wants to walk around with these stamps on their back because you lying. Because you lying. And they say you got things to prove. And then when he prove it, oh, you whining. And the truth of the matter is the child never even existed. You just was lying. And you lied about it. You have different lies about it. You kept changing the story. So that gives me the understanding that you know exactly what you are doing. See, what would be unnormal is if somebody had these accusations and they didn't try to defend themselves and they didn't speak out about it. What is normal
to me, is somebody who is going to speak every time they have a chance to defend their name. That makes a lot of sense to me. I know I would.
Down. Because he can't shake this shit, nigga.
Kelly, you've been to look. Kelly told that nigga years ago. All right, bro. Maybe, maybe you was doing some weird shit, and I read it wrong. You good?
You a narcissist, nigga. You not gonna admit to what you possibly had. Nigga.
That nigga still was like, no, you gotta take this away, Kelly. They gonna be on my head forever.
Nah, you ain't gonna never shake this down. You deal with till you deal with your inside, nigga.
Yeah.
You deal with your spirit, nigga. So, AP, that's the video you saw, right? Where I was like sitting in a Starbucks or something. And I was talking to the nigga. I said, nigga, you over here making a video about me, nigga? Like, I said, brother, like, I ain't even come at the nigga foul.
He's sitting there talking about, you gonna make a video about me and I ain't even coming at you foul. But this is literally foul. You're going from panel to panel talking about this man with these lies. That's foul. That is exactly what foul is. And then you want to act surprised because he making a video. And and not only that, majority of the video about you is not even about you. It's about the lies you saying about him. He giving me female tendencies, y'all. You ain't supposed to defend yourself against me. You a man. That's not men. That's not what men do. For him to be making a video about Callie would make sense because Callie is the one that is stating out this information. It's like a bittersweet thing. You get what I'm saying? Like, you don't want to seem as if you're attacking someone, when you're trying to justify something. But at the same time, this is the person that made these claims. This is the person that came out to the internet and made these claims. So you can't necessarily avoid the person because you're speaking about the statements that this person made. You get what I'm saying? And yes, if these accusations were upon my name, I would definitely be doing anything in my power to get this situation resolved and try to figure out why this stuff is coming about. And I would also be speaking as to how these things are not true. You get what I'm saying? In hopes that people would consider my perspective, especially if these things are towards me. That would just make sense.
Just told the nigga, like, brother, you been convicted, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Deal with that shit.
And then to say that he's being convicted or that's something that he has to deal with, but you're the one that brought it out. So he's dealing with it. He's actually, speaking up on it. He's coming to the source from of this information. You get what I'm saying? That sounds to me like he was dealing with it. You get what I'm saying? And for him to be offended, especially if you guys are friends that or were friends, that would be a normal response. I would be offended if my friend that I hung out with so often and invited to my home and got to know my friends and family would come out with these type of accusations. I would be highly upset as well. That's a normal response.
Deal with it.
Anybody else got any questions before we move on? Speak now, forever hold your goddamn peace.
Nigga, on this particular topic. On my name, nigga. I don't care how much niggas over here want to try to put smut on my name, nigga. Nigga, I go where the fuck I want to go. I'm a grown ass nigga. I was out there with my family, nigga. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't just no niggas hanging out. It was families.
See, he has to defend himself now, but it was you that brought out the accusations. And the people in the comments was, calling him out on some of those things. Now he wants to say he was out there with his family. You were out there with your family. And not only that, but you had a birthday party for one of your children out there and you weren't even present. You allowed your children to be out there with their mother without your presence. And you worried about Kevin looking for him and you weren't even there with your girlfriend and her children and your children. Make that make sense. You pressed about where this grown man at but you're not concerned about the whereabouts of your family? Your family at this house. You weren't concerned about that? That your child would have a birthday party and you weren't even present? But you want to be upset, why children running around this house? Oh, so the adults, the parents are present with their children, but you weren't present with yours. I find that to be a problem too. Yo, we got so much to uncover in this story, huh? Well, not really. We don't really have a lot to uncover in this story because most of it, majority of it, is from Callie's imagination and things of that sort. And I appreciate the way that I gave dialogue when I first did a review on this video. It was very respectable and everything of the sort. And I'm kind of relaxed, and kind of, I can make jokes and everything like that because I was trying to give it in a way where Chief Cali wouldn't necessarily be so offended and, feel as if he was being attacked, but he spewed that narrative regardless. So with that being said, now I can be more myself and express myself, and make my jokes and everything like that, and kind of be a little bit more free to it. Even though he's made nicknames for me and everyone else that he could think of, certain things that I won't do because I do have boundaries. But what I do want to speak on within this entire situation is just the integrity of the people. At some point, don't allow yourself to go so far into negativity to where you lose your own conscious understanding. Don't spew out what you cannot take. I know the internet sister, she was very upset with this family for whatever reason she may have, right? And then she was talking about how, her family was being talked about. And she was very upset about that. So she wants to continue to talk about this family. But see, in the midst of this understanding, the very thing that you can't take for yours, don't expect anybody else to take for theirs. You know what I'm saying? And there's been a whole lot of that going on, talking about, they should be able to do. No, they're people just like your people. That's not okay. If you know that it's wrong for you, then you have to have the understanding that it's wrong for others. And just because you can find a justification in your mind does not mean that you are right. No, it's not okay to mistreat people. It's not okay to lie on people. It's not okay to do these things, for whatever reason you may have. That's your reason and that's your perspective, but that does not mean that it's right. And it's not okay. And as a people, we have definitely made ourselves look foolish to be online fighting and arguing over lies, over emotions, over childish discussions and topics. And it's just sick how we do each other and then demand anybody else to do anything different. We just had the elections to come up, and a lot of people are very upset about, the presidential status. But the truth of the matter is, we have to address ourselves first. It starts within. We have to address ourselves first. Who am I to myself and who am I to others? You get what I'm saying? And when you start to do these things, everything else can make more sense. Everything else can come around. But if you're always in the mentality of where you have to point the finger, regardless of whether it is factual or not, you are never going to come to any sort of resolution. Definitely not for the people. It's a strenuous journey, but it's a journey yet and still. And I think that everybody should take that into consideration. And we don't need an outside source. We need to first start with ourselves. And that is what needs to happen in this situation, in every situation, and especially for my own people. How dare we have so many judgments about what is being done to us when we are the very cause of what we are doing to each other? Let's stop worrying about all of the things that we can't control and worry about the things that we can control. Let's stop participating in the mistreatment and the mishandle of others just because we don't like someone, or just because we don't agree with what they wear or how they look, or what they discuss, or whether they did something the way I would do it or not. Let's start making it a cultural understanding that everybody has a right to individuality. Let's start doing that. Because if we following up with anything that Chief Cali has stated as far as in reference to Kevin Wesley, we're not following because of anything factual. We're following because we just merely want something to be angry about. And instead of releasing our anger towards each other in such a negative way, how about we address what makes us angry within in the first place? It's so freeing to be happy. It's so freeing to be, at peace. How can you be at peace when you're spewing hatred and lies? You're laughing. You might be seeming like you're having a good time, but that's not a good time to be so angry at someone that you would do something as such. To be so angry at someone that you would pick, and then you would intimidate until the majority's voice is either silenced or they're swayed to your favor. That is a slave-like mentality. And that is what's been happening in this entire situation. That is problematic to me. And that should be problematic to everyone. We were all children at once. Go back to your childhood thought. How did you feel when somebody picked on you? How did you feel when somebody made you feel as if you weren't worthy enough to be fit in? How did you feel when somebody treated you as if you were lying when you were telling the truth? How did you feel when somebody lied on you and you know it wasn't true? How did you feel? Let's go back to these thought processes and understand as adults. We can't sit here and play victims as the things that happen to us and become the monster to somebody else with those very same traits. The mental conditioning of our people, the wear and tear that has happened to our people is from it's from torment, it's from torture, it's from terror, it's from abuse, it's from neglect, it's from all of these things. So how do you expect us to evolve, to become better, to come together if we use these same tactics against each other, towards each other? How do you expect results of change or positivity of anything if you're using the very tactics that traumatized you, that hurt you, that affected you? And this is the scary reality of our people. We live in a scary, scary mindset. A lot of us do. We find joy and pleasure in tarnishing and taunting someone and making fun of people and outcasting people. And here's the truth of the matter. Whether you agree with me or not, I am still of the Black community. My ancestors, they struggled the same struggles. I am not here by your approval. I am here through my bloodline. And so is this family. But that's just me for y'all for right now. I will holler at y'all real soon. I'm going to try to come live more often. I'm going to try to give more wisdom. I hope not to be attacked, but hey, you know what I'm saying? I just hope that everybody has an understanding that it's just because you can give off this impression that you're okay with it, or you got tough skin and or whatever the case may be, understand that immorality, it's still wrong. It shouldn't be done to you, just like it shouldn't be done to others. Let's stop doing these things to each other. And then we'll go around and say, oh, I'm grown. I'm an adult. I'm this and I'm that. But we walking around acting like churn. He did this to me. She did that to me. You didn't stop them. You did this wrong. They were picking on me. They were picking on you. Like, come on. You don't realize that these are all cries behaviors? They're cry behaviors. Let's just tell the truth and let the truth stand. Let's become one by being one with ourselves. Does that make sense? Or is one more caller, bro? Let me see what we got.
Hanging out, nigga. So niggas can't put no fucking smut on my name.
It was families hanging out. So why is it that we were upset in the instance, say, why are all these kids here? But, you had your family there. It would make sense. Everybody else had their family there. And that was clearly not the only time that you guys chose to take drugs, because you admitted that you guys were smoking marijuana, right? Based upon your own statements, y'all would smoke marijuana and have conversations all the time.
So fuck all that shit them niggas in the chat talk.
Hey, and Cali, it was kids at the house, wasn't it?
Kids at that motherfucker. Yeah, nigga. I confronted that nigga about that shit too.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying.
Confronted that nigga about that shit too, nigga.
How you gonna confront Kevin about kids being there when it was Dwight's house? It's Dwight's house. Dwight got kids, so he got his kids at the house. He got his baby mamas at the house. He got his employees at the house. He allowed his employee to have his friends at the house with their family and they churn. You get what I'm saying? How, like, none of that makes sense whatsoever. You get what I'm saying? If you had a problem with the children being at the house, then you should have had a problem with the children being there while you were smoking weed. You didn't consider that then? Do we have a difference when it happened, when it's weed or when it's a mushroom? I'm not quite understanding how these two scenarios of drugs just, they don't have the same rules. You get what I'm saying? If you ever had a problem with it, you could have chose to walk away, and you chose not to. You chose to entertain the mushroom ceremony because that's what you wanted to do, remember?
So everybody trying to make it weird.
So it was kids doing the there while y'all was doing the ceremony?
Yes.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. The basketball player's baby mama was there, so that was their son that was there. But what I was saying to that nigga was, hey, nigga, why the fuck are there kids here? Period, nigga. We geeked up in this motherfucker.
That should have been something that you brought to Dwight Howard and his baby mama since they both were present. I don't understand how that would be Kevin's fault. That has nothing to do with Kevin. He can't control somebody else and what they do with their children in their home. That's their house before it is Kevin's. Kevin didn't even stay in the main house. Kevin stayed in his own apartment in one of the facilities on the outside area. So, if you're mad at anybody for having children at the house, you would be mad at the parents, right? And not only that, what I want to add to that is, how dare you come in somebody else's house and try to put their children to the side? That's their child house. That's his house before it's anybody's. That is the child's home. How you gonna put him to the side because you want to be high? That is giving me drug addict vibes. How are you putting the child aside for your own selfish wants and desires? Go home. Go to your own house. Put your own children in their room. Don't come to somebody else's house and tell them how their children should live about in the house because you high. That's so rude and disrespectful. So we're not considering the children and the fact that this is their home because you high? Man, come on. You didn't express that anger to Dwight because you said you had no problem with him. So how would you have a problem with Kevin about it? And it wasn't even his child that was there.
Fucking walking around the fucking house, nigga.
Yeah, you was checking that shit.
And not only that, but that's that child house. He has every right to be there. Because that's his home. That's his dad's house. His mom is there. You get what I'm saying? So if you got a problem with anything that's going on, as far as him being home and he's a child, you could have left, but you chose to partake. So if it was wrong for him being there, as far as the adults are being concerned, everybody was wrong, including you.
I feel like it was more kids in that house because I swear I heard a little girl ask for some water later on that night. So I ain't seen no little girl, but I could have sworn I heard a little girl ask for some water later on.
That's crazy.
Yeah, so you know, it is what it is. Man, this shit 4 years old, 5 years old. This nigga still trying to shake that shit. When I tell you, this nigga just had a 7-hour meltdown because he nigga called my name, nigga, and I came out, nigga. And I brought more shit with me, nigga, that you gonna have to deal with, nigga. That's why that nigga was waving a white flag, nigga. Like, yeah, man, I'm done. Yeah, you better wave that motherfucker, nigga. Play with me, nigga. So whatever niggas feel, whatever, nigga. You know
yeah, you know that internet shit, man.
Yeah, nigga.
Well, I felt like you answered a lot of questions that I had pertaining to it that maybe add clarity to a lot of shit. So in other words, from what I get out of it, you dodged the bullet.
I feel like it. Here's the thing, though. Let me tell you this too. So I was on my channel one day, and the girl who was there that night came in my comment section, and she said in my comment section, she said I was the sneaky link that was there that night, and I didn't eat the fruit. And she put the laughing emojis up. And I'm sitting here like, why the fuck did she say that shit?
Cause she was making fun of your dumb ass.
And laughed about it. Like, that shit was weird to me.
So
like,
you was the sneaky link that was supposed to be, oh man, I don't even want to know.
Yeah, that was she was saying. She was like, so remember I said when I got there.
She could have been joking. She probably didn't even take it serious. That's how I feel about it. I guess I would have to see it and look at it myself just to see and get my own observation. But you know, it's this thing where people can say things and they can have multiple meanings. That's why I hate text messages, y'all. I don't really care for it because it's like you can say one thing and mean it one way, but the person that's reading it can perceive it another way. I won't go too deep into that. If that's how he perceived it, it's okay.
We was over on the other side. It was me, Kev, and the girl. So she was saying she was that bitch that was there, but she didn't eat the fruit. I'm wondering, why did she fucking say that? I didn't eat the fruit. What the fuck did that mean? And she laughed about that shit. That's what made me feel like it was some other shit, nigga. I can't prove that shit. I can't prove it. That shit was just weird that she laughed about that shit. He put that shit in the comment, and then somebody who claimed to be the basketball player came in the comment and said,
see, and Brother Kev just brought it up. It was a troll that came into the chat. It wasn't even the girl. He just lying. It was a troll making fun of him. Because that don't even make sense. But I didn't eat the fruit. Ha, 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 ha. And he's talking about, well, why would she say that? Because she was making fun of you. Like, oh my goodness.
You better shut the fuck up. Told the girl, you better shut the fuck up. And that girl didn't comment no more after that. Yeah, man, them niggas into some shit over there at that house, nigga. Like
a lot of celebrities,
deep, wicked, demonic
shit.
They
into some shit over there, nigga. Like real shit. When I tell y'all, I know I done learned some more shit, nigga. Like, yeah, them niggas is into some shit, nigga. And
like what else? Give us one more before we go. What's something new that you figured out about those guys after leaving from the ceremonial thing?
It ain't even that I figured it out. They told me about it. They said them nigga, like the basketball player was flying that nigga out to LA and shit. So these little rich folk sexual parties and shit. They were mushroom parties and shit. So the baby mama was.
So you partook in one mushroom ceremony,
and it was nothing sexual towards you. You didn't see anything sexual. You only assumed that it was sexual so that you could turn around and say that they were flying out to different mushroom parties, which were obviously sexual. Let's hear what the baby mama said.
Telling me about this before she died. She said, yeah, so basically it's supposed to be a bunch of...
So this same baby mama was telling you about this before she died as well. I wonder, since you got the names wrong, is the other baby mama telling you this too? I'm sorry, I don't mean to laugh, but I've been really trying to take Callie serious in this interview, and I can't. And it's because he was high. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm sorry. I'm gonna play.
Rich white folks, they were flying this nigga Tutti Frutti in, and let him tell it. These people, he would just come there to talk, and he said these people would get off to his voice, and they would pay him to just come there and talk. I said, yeah.
Oh, Lord.
Now, this is something that Melissa Rios, the baby mama that passed away, is telling you that Kevin has experienced. I wonder where she got this information from. Was she there too when Kevin was being flued out by these white rich people? Did the white tell her this? Like, where's the original source of this information? Because it's evident Kevin didn't tell you, because you guys aren't friends anymore. So Melissa Rios told you that Kevin touched the little girl. Melissa Rios told you that he was being flued out by white rich people to partake in sexual mushroom ceremonies, and talking about specific things as to what would get them off. And then she coincidentally passed away. And then it wasn't actually her, it was another baby mama who's actually alive. And because the reason why he switched that up is because he was exposed, and the understanding was Melissa Rios passed away before the shroom situation. So that means that you were caught in a lie. So you had to change the name. Right, Chatty. Shout out to you, Queen. Said mushroom ceremony that he researched, and ceremony that he initiated as per his own damn words. Right. And Kevin said she would have never called herself a sneaky link because she wasn't there for that. She's a stenographer. We're not even about to follow up with what Chief Callie is talking about, because he don't make no sense whatsoever. And if anybody pays attention to what he's saying, the world that he lives in his head, y'all, to live in that world with him would just it would just drain you. I mean, it was draining to me to even listen to it. I'm like, okay, so first of all, Kevin drowning and texting somebody at the same time, and he been doing that for 2 hours before he just walked in and sat down, and you mad at him because you know that he knows this happened to him, and he just acting like it didn't. Like, it just don't make sense to me whatsoever. And not just the, but it was some females that was standing around that actually witnessed the interaction with this little girl. And then it was grooming. And then it was, I never said that at all. Right. Shout out to me though, y'all. Can I do that? Because I followed the timeline of the accusations, and he literally changed story after story after story. Melissa Rios came to him, and coincidentally, quote unquote, she passed away after that. But then you said, oh, because I never, even met her, it had to be the other baby mama because the White Howard had so many baby mamas, but only one baby mama passed away. Okay, only one. And then you turn around and say, well, not the baby mamas, it was a bunch of females standing around and they witnessed it and all this and that. And then eventually he got to a point where he said, I never said he raped the child. I never said it. And if I did say it, sue me. Sue me.
Yeah, whatever, nigga. Whatever. That's why I keep telling y'all, man.
But that boy thought he was Keith Sweat. That boy can't they pay that boy to talk.
Yeah.
That boy said he go to the Sweat Hotel here. There. What the fuck?
This the woke niggas y'all be.
Yeah. Like, yeah. Y'all gotta understand, man. Like, if I take niggas who don't ride banks with me to rob a bank, nigga, I'ma take niggas who's like me. You get what I'm saying? This nigga was in that house for 3 years.
Think about that, what he just said. I'm not going to take somebody who's not a bank robber to a bank robbery, right? So we got to understand, Kevin never had this ceremony and invited Callie if he didn't consider Callie as a friend. I mean, it's two sides to a coin, right? We can basically say, you know, you had a misunderstanding because you were high. It never got resolved because you acted on your own paranoia. And based upon that, you know, you got all of this information and accusations that you claim that these women who never spoke out on their own decided to come to you about it. And, you know, I don't think Kevin would have invited you to this quote unquote bank robbery if he felt like you were going to be not participant of the bank robbery. you basically just said on yourself, you know what I'm saying? You basically just told on yourself. You get what I'm saying? He considered you a friend. You know, he didn't think that your high paranoia would cause so much problems in his life for 4 years. And just recently this year is surfacing about him possibly being a child groomer, according to you, and only for you to turn around just today and say you never said that. But in this interview you said, yeah, so anybody want to say it, I said it, I stated it. So you get what I'm saying? Yeah, I mean, I think Kevin gave you too much credit as a person in general. I don't think that he possibly would have felt that you would have been so, you know, would have been reacting or acting in such an ignorant manner. I don't think that he would have, I don't think that he thought that he would ever have to defend himself against someone he allowed in his home, you know, in an intimate setting that he spent a lot of time with and considered somebody as a friend. You know, y'all did videos together, y'all did work together. You get what I'm saying? And for this to turn around to be an attack on the internet, you know, I don't think he would have never anticipated that. So your statement about the robbery, you know, it definitely, I don't know if I made sense or clarified that with everybody, but it definitely relates, you know. I don't think he expected you not to be a friend in return, if that makes sense. That's what I was trying to get to anybody.
Years, nigga. Whole lifestyle change. Nigga out in the garden with the basketball player and shit, nigga. Like, whole lifestyle change, nigga.
Yeah, it hit different when you in the garden with a gay basketball player. Do it different. Hey, we got Wilmore.
Look like. My bad, go ahead.
We got Wilmore Reed on the panel. I know he got a question.
We got all of these things that we're connecting to gay, fruit and gardening. They're all gay things, right? Like, that's ignorant to me. It don't make any sense. You know what I'm saying? Like, we got to get to a point where we got to understand this stuff is not gay, okay? Being in the garden, you know, gardening anything, that's actually hard work. You get what I'm saying? Outside, nothing gay about it.
For us, shout out to Pop Reed, one of the elders in the community. Shout out to you.
Yeah, mic check. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we hear you, bro.
Yeah, I don't have a question. I just want to let you know Everything that Kelly said is true. He has not changed his story one bit.
Not one time.
Not one.
As of today, he has 3 or 4 times.
One bit hasn't changed. I remember when he first went live, and his story has consistently been the same.
Yeah, I remember that shit like it was yesterday, man.
And I appreciate you for coming on, brother. Pop Rig. I appreciate you.
Yeah, you know, I don't come up on panels, but I come up and say that.
I trust your word too. So.
I appreciate that, brother. I appreciate that. Yeah. Like, bro, listen, you gotta understand with me, man. I can look myself in the mirror. I don't care what none of them niggas in the chat talking about. I don't care what Sister Bethy, foul mouth, stank breath ass talking about.
Yeah, Miss Texas. It is a lot of questions. You get what I'm saying? And I do hate to see friends falling out, especially about something that I mean, just looking from my observation, I honestly felt like this could have been resolved. I feel like the refusal to, you know, just see, you know, where things could have went wrong, especially with the high experience, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think there was, just my observation, and not to offend anybody, but, you know, I don't think that Kevin had any malicious intent towards Callie. I honestly think that Callie was just paranoid, you know, and he's trying to make sense of the things that he was perceiving while he was high. And I get it. You get what I'm saying? But when you become sober, it has to be a point where you can say, you know, well, they never actually did anything. All of these things was based upon my own thoughts. And I even acknowledged they was based upon my own thoughts. So maybe I was tripping. You know what I'm saying? And even if they don't be the best of friends anymore, it can come to a point where you can acknowledge, you know, I said a lot of distasteful things, you know, aiming towards you. You get what I'm saying? And maybe I should you know, I acknowledge those things, and I think I'm going to just, you know, leave it alone, you know, especially when it comes to talking about this whole ceremony, because the more that he talks about it, the more I think he may be even realizing himself. I don't want to assume, you get what I'm saying? I'm not in his head, but, you know, based upon this whole right here, he would go into instances and he would say, you know, in my mind frame, I was thinking this, and, you know, when I was in the mirror, the voice was telling me, and, you know, when I was laying on the couch, I started realizing, you know, when you have those pointers, you get what I'm saying? It's not necessarily that anybody had given you these ideas. These were ideas from within. So when you take that into consideration, you probably could take a look and say, man, I really did, you know, overdo this. I really did overdo this. And then, you know, years later, to add on the accusation towards someone that you call a friend, instead of saying to these females that called you and said, hey, you know, did you get authorities? Did you, you know, does the white know what's going on? You know, why hasn't anything been happened? Did anything happen? Did you get anything done before you reached out to me? You get what I'm saying? Because I acknowledge that you may not care for Kevin. I acknowledge that I don't care for Kevin right now. But as far as the sake of the children, you know, what were the steps and the precautions and things that you did to handle the situation? Did you go out and speak? Why is it that I'm being the one to vocalize this information and you haven't spoken out for yourself? You know, a lot of these things, you know, I would want to take into consideration. You get what I'm saying? At some point, you will want to question, are they using me as a pawn because I spoke out about how I felt about Kevin? You get what I'm saying? When it comes to a child, you know, my mind frame is different. You get what I'm saying? I don't necessarily pick sides with anybody. I don't care how long we have been friends and how much I've trusted you in different instances. It would be particular questions that I would ask to see, you know, what is your reasoning for saying something so serious? You get what I'm saying? And I would, highlight, if it is that serious, I think you should try to figure out what moves you need to take, to get some justice behind this, because a child was potentially affected. And the fact that that information hasn't been considered, you get what I'm saying? Me personally, if I was Callie, I probably would have been hesitant to bring that information out, because now he is the face of this information, because nobody else has spoken out except for him, right? You get what I'm saying? And so when you have that, it's only making the situation that him and Kevin already had more strenuous. It's causing more the situation to become more problematic, and especially for Kevin, because as far as his stance, he knows for certain that that never happened. You get what I'm saying? And so what do we do about this point? Do we continue to further attack each other? Do we continue to have other people get online and dispute these things out? What are the moves as adults, especially for this? I don't care if the child is an adult now or anything like that. You get what I'm saying? What do we do? You get what I'm saying? And then when we bring up questions, because now the person who told you this has changed. See, a lot of that could have been different if the person that told you would have spoke out themselves. You get what I'm saying? But now we have to go based upon what you stated, and the fact that it changed. You get what I'm saying? So dramatically, because even in this interview, and this isn't the only time that you stated that it was Melissa Rios. You get what I'm saying? You stated it multiple times that it was Melissa Rios that told you this specifically, and you gave multiple reasons as to why it was her, giving confirmation, but then you turn around and say it was somebody else. Now this is making you look bad, because if they would have spoke out themselves, this pressure wouldn't have been on your back. And so when you have this type of pressure on your back, it's no need to take offense, because you placed this information out here. They gave you this information to place out here, and they made you the pinpoint of these accusations. You get what I'm saying? So when you become the pinpoint of these accusations, now it's like, I can see why this may make me look bad, especially if I'm saying that it actually happened based upon what somebody else told me. You get what I'm saying? Maybe I should have waited to see if they would speak out. Maybe I should have told them to speak out. You get what I'm saying? And the fact that I didn't, maybe I should question the legitimacy of their statements and accusations. And maybe I placed myself in a situation that I probably shouldn't have, because I was so upset with Kevin about my first time being high on mushrooms. So you get what I'm saying? I understand most people aren't like that, because I respect that, Texas, because a lot of people have their emotions within it. So and I get it. You get what I'm saying? But it got to get to a point where somebody can be able to receive something and be able to state something, so that this thing right here can come to a close, because that's a very serious accusation for somebody to have over their head. And and then they're trying to speak up about it, and then yes, just straight facts. You know what I'm saying? And that's why I didn't even want to speak about this, especially the specific topic as far as the child, with a lot of different just foul treatment, because it's a deep concern. You get what I'm saying? Like, it's a deep concern. Kevin has always stated that it never happened. You get what I'm saying? But Callie, he stated different scenarios within this one instance. And so now when you have mistakes of names, or stating that it was grooming, and then turn around and stating that you never said it before, it leads one to question your entire intent behind even speaking about Kevin in the first place, right? And that's just me from a realistic point of view. And I think a lot of people see it from that perspective. I would hope that everybody would see it from that perspective. And I would give the idea that maybe Callie should not be more so offended by that, but, acknowledge that that would make sense. And, say to itself, I got to take a little bit of accountability of the things that I thrown out here, because, yeah, it really isn't
making any sense. You get what I'm saying? This is how we grow. Nobody should be ashamed to take accountability for things. I don't want to be ashamed for taking accountability for things. You get what I'm saying? So that's why I try to take accountability where I see fit or where somebody highlights, because, you know, it's okay to be accountable for the things that you set out, right? So Callie stated in this interview that he brought this information out, and the information has changed. So it would make sense for him to take accountability for some of these things. That's just my observation. You get what I'm saying? We're almost through with this video. I think it was one point that I wanted to highlight and just see, but we're almost through. And let's see what we got a little bit further. We're almost there.
In the chat, nigga. I can know this, nigga. I can look myself in the motherfucking mirror, eye to eye, nigga. I can hold my head up, nigga. That nigga can't say the same. Nigga.
Be nice to Sister Betty. Be nice.
Fuck her, nigga. Fuck her. Fuck her.
Yeah, that's Chief Morning Thunder, y'all.
Yeah, that's my roadie. That's my roadie.
Yeah, well, she talking shit, nigga. Get your roadie, nigga.
Hit the link, Sister Beth. If you got questions, come ask them. We ain't got to shoot them from the chat, but we do got another brother on here that want to ask a question.
But this is what I'm saying, though. Wait till y'all see me do some shit or get caught in some shit, then put some smut on my name, nigga. Then try to put smut on my name, nigga. Y'all ain't got shit on me, nigga. Y'all just hate me, nigga. And it's all good, nigga. That's what's up, though. Just hate harder, nigga. Hate harder.
Tell them. Hey, we got 111 Truth on her. You got a question for Chief Callie?
Hey, what's going on? Why you didn't go on the show, man, when he invited you on the show?
Yeah, that's false. That ain't true.
Hold on,
bro. We're gonna let Callie get to this. Unadulterated, no filter. And I need you to ask your question respectfully, whoever this brother is. I think this King Cass, by the sound of that voice.
So here's a couple reasons I didn't go. First of all, I had already, nigga, this shit's old as fuck. We done dealt with this shit. We didn't even, you can go pull up the video on my panel where I let that nigga sit there and talk, niggas.
See, the thing about it is old to Callie. But when you have things on your name, you get what I'm saying? It never gets old to you, right? So even if you place out accusations towards somebody, we have to be understanding of that. You get what I'm saying? Because what you're saying that he did to a friend, you get what I'm saying, at a shroom party, and now years later, you're stating that he did something to a child, it never gets old. That is something that if I was in Kevin's shoes, I would never get tired of trying to clear my name. You get what I'm saying? Because that hurts. That really hurts. And the fact that somebody would discredit him by saying he was whining or, he was, it's old. You done gave him opportunity to speak. No, it's never old. So Kevin, if you listening, stand on your name, period. Regardless of how anybody feels about it. He was the one that brought it up. You brought this information out here. How can you tell me when it's time to stop talking about it? How can you tell me when? If you didn't want me to talk about it after a certain period of time, one would suggest that you would have never brung it out in the first place.
Just so he could sleep better at night. I don't have shit to prove. He do. I ain't got to come up over there on your channel, nigga. Second of all,
he got things to prove according to what you stated about him. He got things to prove according to what you stated about him, but it's people taunting him, you taunting him about speaking out about what you stated about him. Make that make sense. If anybody was ever concerned about what truly happened in that whole shroom situation or with this child, you would want to hear what he is saying. You would want to hear. That would make sense to me.
He's a narcissist, nigga. You don't let a narcissist control you. You control him. He wanted me to come over on his shit. No, nigga, I don't want to talk to you, nigga. I said what I said, nigga.
How did he want to control you when he came to your platform and he gave you an opportunity to come to his? That's not control. He didn't say, I'm never coming to your platform. You got to come to mine. This man has reached out.
He came to you. He came to different platforms. He even spoke on his own platform. That's not trying to be in control. That's him trying to defend his name against accusations that you made. You can't be offended that someone's trying to defend their name about something that you stated out of your mouth as if you weren't the person that stated it. It wasn't, nobody else stated this. Nobody else stated this but you. It came out from you. You're the source. Why wouldn't I want to speak with you on your platform, on my platform, on anybody's platform?
Nigga, I'm not defending myself, nigga. You're defending you 7 hours, nigga. I don't have a 7-hour live trying to explain shit. You do, nigga. So no.
You don't have to, because he didn't come out with these accusations against you. He didn't speak of any of these accusations against you. He never came out and said what you was trying to do at that ceremony party. He didn't come out with accusations stating that you did something potentially to a child. Not one time. He didn't come out and say anything about any of that towards you. He's been defending his name this entire time. And for some reason, the only thing that connects to you is you got to defend your name. You got to defend your character. You're the one that's saying it. You're the one that's saying it. And he's coming to you defending his name and his character, and somehow it don't make sense.
But no, nigga, I ain't coming over there. I said what I said, nigga.
But do you have hardcore facts that he gay and he messed around with a certain person? Do you have hardcore facts, or are these all allegations?
Hold on. I never said that nigga was gay. I said what he did to me. I said what he did to me.
He never said he was gay, y'all. Out of this whole conversation, calling them Zesty and Zesty Wesley and calling him Fruity and all this and that, he never said he was gay, y'all. He never said he was gay. Talking about him being flyed out and doing all this gay stuff with rich white people. He never said he was gay, y'all. Never said it. He never said that he was offended that Kevin tried to come on to him with a bowl of fruits. He never said it.
You said he was on some mushrooms. You know, we heard the video. He said he's on some mushrooms. And
now tell me the part where I said he was gay. Tell me where I said he did it.
You said him and a certain person. You know what
I
I'm
never
saying?
said that.
Some weirdo shit.
I never said
we
that.
listened to it.
Tell me when he said, when I said anything, that he did anything. You said that he was passing the fruit to you in a gay suggestion manner. Didn't you say that? You said that. You said that that was gay. Everybody agreed that that was gay, right? So you never said it? Y'all, help me make sense of this, man. Is he high right now? Is Callie high in this video as well?
Do it.
Brother, I'm telling you, I didn't say that shit. I never said that nigga did shit with nobody, nigga. I told you what he did to me, nigga.
That would be that you're saying he did something gay to you. That was the assumption that everybody is grasping from this. But if you didn't want anybody to assume that he was gay, you probably shouldn't have said it, because you're stating that he came on to you. That's gay. You're a man, he's a man. If he came on to you with a bowl of fruit next to his groin area, everybody would perceive that he was trying to be gay to you.
I never said that nigga did shit. I ain't got no proof that nigga ever did shit. I just said the nigga sold his soul, nigga. Because I seen the change in the nigga. The same shit his own brother said.
You had no proof that he ever did anything. So everybody is taunting this man for nothing.
Well, you referring to when he said he was in a room with the dudes moaning? Is that what you referring to?
I never said Kev did shit.
Exactly.
I never said Kev did shit.
He never said that he did. No, he just said that he seen him walking in and out the room.
He was in and out of the room. I never said that. I said, because AP said, he wasn't involved. I said, I ain't gonna say he wasn't involved just because he was walking in and out the room.
Yeah, and that's the crazy part. So everybody is, we all getting the inclination that he's gay. Kelly ain't even had to say that.
But hold up. That nigga himself tells you he been dealing with that shit all his life.
Yeah, like
the man sticking up for him, and y'all, I've been letting myself flow because I love
what I was saying in this entire discussion, but the guy that's supposed to be vouching for Callie literally just said how everybody was assuming that Kevin was gay because of what Callie was saying. Now, you're not helping Callie's defense. You're not helping his defense at all, because you're saying he's doing gay things, and we're insinuating from what you're stating that you're stating he's gay. That's literally what it is that you did. You're saying this man is gay. Like, what part of that you and your homeboy can't understand? Like, let's get it together. Like, you can't. I swear y'all can't make this up. Let me look at the chat real quick. I really just been,
yeah, because niggas.
I really just been letting it flow because I just been loving the dialogue that I've been putting out. Kevin said he's screaming, it's old, but he's up there right now, literally doing an interview, still spreading right, still spreading lies, but it's old, right? No, you want to be in defense because somebody is now coming at you about what you're doing. And then you want to say he's SD Wesley, he fruity this and fruit and the hips and all the gay suggestions. But I never said he was gay. I never said he was gay. I never said he was gay. Like, come on, man. What is we doing here? Why is we even playing with this, man? Why? Why, Callie?
Be hating. Niggas be hating, man.
Let me tell you what. Hold on. Let me tell you.
Now they want to talk about how niggas be hating. Y'all the ones that's hating. You spreading lies about this man and you taunting him. But then when somebody addresses you or confronts you with it, or you want to talk about how you never said something. No, you've been saying it the whole time.
Tell you what the nigga said. The nigga said, I've been dealing with this shit all my life.
Exactly.
Niggas always said, because I look like my mama, I'm pretty and I'm a gay. So I said, okay, nigga, so don't act like this shit started with me then, nigga.
Yeah.
You've been dealing with this shit all your life. You just said it out your own fucking mouth. I got the video up, nigga.
But you gotta have hardcore fact though. You gotta have hardcore proof.
Shut up,
brother.
Hey, what?
I appreciate you for asking your question, brother.
What are you talking about? I gotta have hardcore fact because that nigga said he said he be dealing with that shit his whole life. I gotta have hardcore fact.
Yeah, man.
Now the thing about it is, Callie doesn't have any hard facts about his assumptions, but when it comes to Kevin's defense, Callie is his hardcore facts of what has been accused upon him. So this is what everybody is not understanding. Callie and his accusations are hardcore facts of what has been stated about Kevin that he's going up against. Callie has no hardcore evidence about anything as far as what he's been stating about Kevin.
Fuck, I gotta have hardcore facts because that nigga sat on my panel.
Last chance, going once, going twice. Anybody else want to hit that link before we get it going?
Like I look like I gotta have proof because this nigga said he been dealing with the gay accusations. I ain't know that nigga when he was a little nigga. Nigga, I ain't know he looked like his fucking mama. He said that shit. He offered that fucking information. Fuck, I gotta have proof for it. What type of shit is that?
That's just King Kaz being King Kaz, man. But there's a lot of niggas typing in the chat, though. You know what I'm saying? A lot of niggas had a lot of questions, right?
What going on, brother? Yeah, you know, hey, listen, man, I ain't even tripping about none of that shit. I know how these niggas is, man. It's the internet, nigga.
Yeah,
nigga, ain't no nigga. Hey, nigga, I move around in real life, nigga. I move around in real life. So
already state to state too, ain't it?
State to state, nigga. I move around in real life. So whatever. If it's ever that deep, nigga, see me what you see.
So man, if anybody else got any questions, y'all let me know, man. Y'all let me know what y'all doing. What we doing? Last chance. Last chance. Appreciate you, Chief Callie. I don't think nobody got no more questions. But if you got anything you want to say before you get out of here, we're gonna get ready to end this immediately though. So we ain't even gonna stick around. So
nah, I ain't got nothing else to say. But check this out. October 7th, man, here in Atlanta, Georgia, we got that.
Child. Y'all. That's what we dealing with Callie. You get what I'm saying? And shout out to the people in the chat that was giving him the realness. And Sister Bethy actually has a channel as well, you guys. I do follow her. I found her from Aboriginal's channel, Aboriginal Power. So shout out to Aboriginal Power. It's a lot of people out here that is giving out enlightenment and speaking on things, on real topics. You get what I'm saying? Whatever Chief Cali got going on in his head, y'all, don't get lost in that world because it's delusional. It's not real. Okay. He's the only one that perceives it to be real. And stop befriending people just so that, you can continue to spread, bullshit like that. Like, don't do that. That's not what's up. That's not what's happening. Let's evolve. Let's grow. You know what I'm saying? And stop hating, y'all. It's a lot of haters out here, man. It's a lot of us who done turned into haters because our lives and what we wanted to be in our head. But if you start to ask your questions, why would you want your life that way in the first place, and come to some discoveries about what you've been requiring for your life to be, you might realize that you was trying to force yourself into a life that you probably shouldn't have had in the first place, or didn't even want, or don't even like. You know what I'm saying? Start questioning yourself before you become a hater. And that's just that. You know what I'm saying? Peace and blessings to everyone in the chat. I'll be back to y'all soon. I'm coming back. Oh, and peace and blessings to the man that confronted Cali in that video discussion and basically called him out on that. And he turned around talking about he never said Kevin was gay. So anybody that's going around talking about all these nicknames and everything like that, you didn't get it from Chief Cali because he never said Kevin was gay. Okay? You're just making up stuff in your head now because he not going to stand with you on that because he never said it. So stop using his information because he's not going to stand on you for defending his information that he never said, that he really said, but it never really happened. But it really happened because he presumed everything in his head to be true. It didn't make sense while I was saying it, is because it didn't make sense when he said it. Okay? Peace and blessings to everyone.